that cool?
Yes.
Sir?
Yes. What's up, baby?
How's it going, bro? Everything good?
Yeah, you doing good?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is some of the guys that are here right now.
Yeah.
They run an insurance company.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Hey, you guys ready? Don't be bullshit. All right, we're starting in 1 minute. Is that cool? You gotta take a piss. Hurry up. Hey, Sean.
Yeah.
Hey, are you gonna record? Grab the camera and come mic me up real quick. Let's go.
Okay.
For the next hour downstairs. Quit bullshit. Oh yeah. No, you need to meet him, dude. You guys need to get together, bro. He's got a guy that does his installations down here with a couple of his teams, but he's from the East Coast, so he's not down here a lot. So,
I know who they're talking about.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds good, dude. And then we'll see you tomorrow then, right?
Yes, I'm thinking the afternoon will be good, but I'm going to figure it out for sure as soon as Marielle, her dad died.
Oh, yeah, I heard that, man.
So she took off out of here, so I have the worst time trying to find my calendar. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But hey, grab Alex, because he's talking to another guy, but that guy's not doing solar. He used to do solar. So you can tell he's just running his mouth. So here in a minute, just grab him and say, hey, come on. But he's a great dude. That's a relationship that I can help you make.
Yep.
But I want him to just meet you as a person.
Yep.
And see who you are. That'd be great.
100%.
You know what I'm saying?
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, guys. All right, so listen, real quick. Number one, super important, right? Why are we here today? Dude, you guys are all over the place. Come on, let's restart. Hey, why are we here today?
Level up.
Come on.
I'll be honest. For you guys, I want to be here like family, so.
Yeah, well, you guys are family. Okay, so you already got that. But why else are we here?
To make money. To win.
I like making money. We want to win. Okay, so that's great. I'm glad you said that. So we're going to start out with winning comes with a price. Write that down. And I'm going to tell a lot of you guys why you haven't had a high level of winning yet. Because you don't want to pay the price. Does that make sense? That young lady, why don't you have something to write with? She was going to take notes on her phone. All right, let's make sure that everybody has something to write with. She came with this guy, which means she's getting her life changed today. She didn't know what the hell she was coming into. All right, so let's do me a favor. Everybody grab something to write with. By the way, I want to tell you guys something, okay? If you go into the gym and you're on your phone because you're following a trainerizer system or something, whatever, do you guys have notifications that come up on your phone? Yeah, you do. You have notifications. They come up. Text, hey, Danny just quit. Bob is not going to pay what he said. This guy's canceling. I can't get a hold of this guy. Dude, how's your workout going now? It's going pretty shitty, isn't it? Because your mind can't even get into the workout because technology is ruining it for you. For those of you that take notes on your phone, I want to share something with you. For those of you that take notes on your phone, I don't like it. Now, if you got a tablet or something like that and you're taking notes, that's cool. But most of the time, man, those phones, when you take notes on those phones, what happens while you're taking notes, a notification comes up, you end up getting distracted in something that could have changed your life. Dude, technology can grow your life or ruin your life. Does that make sense? Yeah. A lot of you, the reason why you won't grow is because you don't write anything down. You take notes on your phone, dude, and you're distracted. So that device that's in your hand, that thing is the reason why your brain isn't working and growing as fast as it should. Do you guys agree?
Yeah.
And you may say, well, no, Andy, you don't understand. Let me see your bank account. Let me see how much assets you have. Let's see how well you're doing it your way right now. Okay, so I want you to write this down. Dreams come with the price. If you don't pay the price, you don't get the dream. I'm going to put this on real quick. But guys, dreams come with the price. If you don't pay the price, you don't get the dreams. Just the way it works, okay? Every single one of you in here, I will tell you this. You have no idea what you're capable of when you start taking your life serious, okay? That's what we're about today. That's what today's about. Today's about, I don't care where you're at. What I care about is where you're going. I don't care about who you are. I care about who you're becoming. I don't care what other people think about you. I give a fuck what do you think about you. Does that make sense? Okay, guys, people make fun of me all the time. Okay, listen, I've been laughed at for a long time. If you're not getting laughed at, you're not doing anything. You're just a normal person. You want to be normal?
No.
You want to have a normal bank account? Nope. You have a normal car? You have normal relationships?
No, sir.
Go ahead. Nobody will laugh at you when you're normal. No one's going to laugh at you. You'll fit right in. Good job. Good job. You fit right in. You're not causing any problems. Okay? You're not being noticed. Sucks, right? So that's my goal today, is to tell you that. Has anybody ever read the book Linchpin? Okay, so write that down. That's going to be your homework when you leave. Okay, because that's what you guys do for a living. There's a book called Linchpin. By the way, Real Financial is anything is whatever you put into an opportunity for you to become successful. Does that make sense? I know buddies right now, they're in some MLM company, okay, and it's Amway or some shit. And people are like, oh, Amway sucks, but they're a millionaire. They just took Amway seriously. Okay, I know people that sell insurance. They just took insurance seriously. They're millionaires. I know people that have tried insurance and they're like, oh, I tried that. It sucked. You just didn't take it serious. Dude, I sold cars when I was young. At 18 years old, I got in the car business. I was dead broke, stuttered, didn't know how to talk, didn't know how to speak. I was a loser, right? Come from a poor family, shitty ass mindset. I'm a trash can. But what I learned is how you think can totally develop how... Your life will always go in the direction of your greatest thought. My greatest thought is I'm a loser. My greatest thought is I'm never going to make it. My greatest thought is that I'm not worth it. My greatest thought is that things like that's happening for those people don't happen for people like me. Your greatest thought is how you guys operate. And once you guys can replace these thoughts, everybody write down cycles and patterns. Your brain runs in cycles and patterns. What does that mean? Yesterday, you had 60 to 70,000 thoughts going through your head. Today, if you didn't have any new information between yesterday and today, new experiences or meet new people, will you have those same exact thoughts going through your head again? Am I right? Young lady, is that right? Okay, is that right? Yesterday, you were thinking something. If you didn't meet any new people, if you didn't get any new information, I'm giving you some new information, you're meeting a new person. I'm creating a new experience for you. No information, no new people, no new experience. You're going to have those same 60 to 70,000 thoughts again today. It's fucking Groundhog Day every day. This is how average people live. If I want to change you from being average, you're going to have to understand how to break the cycle of being average. That's the deal. Listen, I have a 9-figure business. Once I figured this out, I went from broke to 9 figures. I can go to 10. I will go to 10. I'll do anything. I'm a marriage millionaire. Even when I was broke, I was a marriage millionaire. Me and my wife were on fire. My kids, they admire me. You know why? I'm 45 years old and I fucking stay in shape. I don't make excuses. I tell them who they are. We're savage parents, but we also have massive love. We love the shit out of everybody. You guys can decide how you want to be. You can decide how you want to treat people. Some of you in here, you don't smile at other people. Okay, you don't smile at other people. It shows me how you feel about other people. It also shows me how you feel about yourself. It's unattractive. It's not cool. There's nothing cool about it. But because average people are totally okay with that, they're not telling you it. If you ever in your life, ever, and I mean at all, which you are right now, can come into proximity of somebody that will tell you the truth, lean into everything they're saying, change and run and go do everything they say. And so that's the power of getting in a room like this. I'm going to talk to you guys for the next hour, and I'm going to tell you this. I would immerse yourself in every single thing that I tell you. I would totally tell you, if you want to change your life, the only fastest way, speed, to become successful is total immersion. Okay? So yesterday, you guys had 60 to 70,000 thoughts going through your head. Right this very moment, you're now going to stop those thoughts, and you're going to start thinking some new stuff. Okay, so number one, winning comes with a price. Okay? Are you willing to pay the price? Okay, so what's the price? I'm going to give you the price. The price is a lot of things that you got to start changing. If you don't pay those price, if you don't pay the price, you don't get the dream. Dreams come with a price. What's the dream you want? What do you want to do in your life? Okay? Anytime that you need to set a goal, you need to decide. A visionary is somebody that says, I want to go do that. And then they literally decide when they want to do it by, what they want, when they want it by, no deadline, no deal. So I'm going to give you an example. So if I see this guy, right? How much do you weigh? 300. 300. How much do you want to weigh?
230.
Okay. That's 70 pounds. If you really, listen, very simply, exercise 5 days a week. You spend an hour and a half a day, 5 days a week, which is 6% of his day. Listen to me. He'll give 6% of his day. That's 94%. You can do whatever the fuck you want. You still have a lot of time, right? 6% is an hour and a half. That's all I need from him. If he'll give 6% of his day, 5 days a week, and he literally can think, what I'm going to put in my mouth, what am I going to eat? And he'll choose good food over bad food. For 6 months, he'll be at 230. You know that, right? Yeah. That's it. See, we won't do that though. How many of you guys know in here, if you treat something like it's the beginning, there'll never be an end? Who's in a relationship in here? You remember day one when you met the person you were with? Remember how you wanted to just really win them over? Right? You're like, God, man, you know, she's so awesome or he's so awesome. Dude, people, they just get used to each other. You guys just get used to opportunities. You hear how to win. You do all this stuff. You're just fucking numb to it. Don't let that happen. Do not become numb to opportunities. I know one simple thing. The reason why my life is so good is because I keep it new every day. I can't fucking believe that I live in the United States. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe in the United States anybody can become a multi-millionaire as big as you want. You can have the dream life. You can get whatever you want. And all you have to do is fucking have a good mindset, work hard, watch your language that comes out of your mouth. Don't be negative. Don't complain. Don't whine. Don't talk to people who do those things and gossip. Audit the places you go. Audit the people you're around. And just believe in yourself, which is the magic of everything. Dude, doubt is a traitor. So every day I wake up and I'm like, I'm never going to doubt me. I'm never going to doubt me. You may doubt me, and I don't care about that, but I'm not going to doubt me. How many of you in here, you know, the reason why you're probably not where you need to be is because you're fucking your life up, not anyone else. Okay, so if you're a person that just raised your hand and you're in a relationship, is it day one in that relationship still? Do you still get butterflies in your stomach when you're with that person? Yeah, don't be like, yeah, bullshit. Okay? No, you don't. No, you don't. Because if you did, the relationship would grow every day. Watch this. When a person first meets someone and it's new, every day do they fall more in love with each other? Because every day they're proving to each other why they should be together. That's the magic. That's the good shit. During those times, people are more alive than ever. Girls go to work and they're like, oh my God, she's glowing. People go to work, they're like, why are you so happy, dude? You know, and he's like, oh man, this chick, we're hanging out. It's new, it's cool, it's because you're keeping it new. Guys, 17 years been my wife. It's day one. Okay, every day I reprove to her why I'm the fucking dude she should be with. I watch marriages, I see people go to dinner, they literally can't even be present at a dinner table, they're on their phone fucking around. Why did you even go to dinner? Okay, I see people that literally work all day long and all they do is think about being at home because they miss the people that they're not with. And then when they go home at the end of the day, all they do is think about fucking how much work they need to do tomorrow. It's like, dude, you're killing you. So what I want to tell you guys is dreams come with the price. If you don't pay the price, you don't get the dream. So what's the number one thing you got to do? Well, there's three things. But what's the number one thing you got to do to get your life right? Number one, you got to dial in your focus. You got to know what you want and you need to know why you want it, right? When Tyler first met me, I want to tell you guys this. This is how fast I move. Guys, understand this. Speed is your secret weapon. Some of you, I've met you before. Every time I meet you, you look the same. Unacceptable. Okay, my wife, she married me. Okay, I know that she married me once, but every day she's marrying a new man again. I'm a new guy. I'm a crazy motherfucker. Take any person that's successful, crack them open, they're crazy. Are you guys crazy or are you guys average? Crazy. Good. You're going to need to prove that to yourself and you're going to need to prove it to the people you care about every single day until the day they bury you in the ground. Is that hard? It is hard. It is hard because there's people all around you that don't understand that. And they're not okay. Listen, I put boundaries on you. I see you, I'm like, okay, yeah, she's only capable of this. And when she starts going outside of those boundaries, I'm like, fuck her. I don't like you now. You're stupid. Why are you doing this? You look like a fool. You're an idiot. You know how stupid you look? Who are you trying to impress? What are you watching? They'll poke at you all they can. You know why? Because they put boundaries on them and they got boundaries for you. Yep. You must decide there are no boundaries. I'm going to tell you when I met Tyler, I didn't know him. Okay, it was very simple. I'm going to tell you, by the way, I like being transparent. I'm kind of weird, right? So I talked to Tyler and I was like, hey, Tyler, never talked to you before, right? And I said, look, we're looking for someone to kind of lead the way with real financial. He was the top producer, right? But I never really talked to him, but he was producing a lot of money. Okay, and to me, I like talking to people that actually do the work. So he was doing the work. He was spending all his money on leads. He was doing everything he can do. He was listening to what we're saying. So I reach out and I'm like, hey, listen, man, I'm wanting to build a leader, okay? So I'm thinking that you should probably move out here, and then I'll just spend some time investing in you. And he's like, okay. And he's like, where am I going to, like, I don't have any money. He's like, I had $3,000 in my bank account, right? Yeah, he's like, I have $3,000 in my bank account. I just signed up a lease with this guy that we're rooming with, He's like, I'm like, well, number one, break that. Okay, tell him you're sorry. Go find someone else. Pack your shit, get in your car, and head this way. He's like, when? I'm like, tonight. And he goes, let me call you back. He calls me back. He goes, cool, I just said bye to my mom. I found somebody that's going to go ahead and take over the lease with my roommate. I'm packing my car, and I'm heading your way.
Let's fucking go.
Okay, watch. This, you guys all have the same chance. He may say, Andy, this is too fast. Hold on, let me think about it. Dude, you've been thinking about being successful your whole life. At some point in time, you're going to have to take your life serious. At some point in time, you're going to have to be taken serious by really start doing shit. At some point in your life, you're going to have to realize that your mom may call you a fool. His roommate probably told him this is the stupidest thing ever. You don't know these people. When you know, you know. When you want to do something, give it all you got. How in the hell can you expect to make it in anything if you don't totally immerse yourself into it? Okay? He moved down here. I told him, I said, Tyler, you've been living in a bubble. The way that you think that the world operates is completely wrong. Let me explain to you how this works. Whatever you think is going to happen is going to happen. You create your own economy, you create your own reality, and whatever the hell is going on here is what happens out here. Do you understand? It's not a movie. It's not a trick. It is called manifestation, but it is how shit works. Human beings can get whatever the fuck they want. I think a lot of you need to understand this. You're misdiagnosed that the life that you think you can have, you've been put on you. Let me explain what I mean. Let's say that I was a doctor. I had a doctor's suit on. You walked in. I scanned your body, and I told you you had cancer. How would you feel? What if I told you you had cancer, and I said you got 6 months to live, and you're going to die? Immediately inside of you, you would start killing yourself. What if I was wrong?
Yeah.
What if I wasn't fucking right? What if I was wrong? Let me explain what would happen. I'm going to be crystal clear. Internally, you would start killing yourself. What if you came in, I scanned your body, and I go, you have the healthiest organs we've ever seen in 20,000 x-rays. You're the healthiest man on planet Earth. You could actually live the longest. Matter of fact, your genes show that you're 20x smarter than most people. You need to get out of here and go dive into learning because you're going to do something big. How would he feel now? See? A lot of you guys are mis-fucking-diagnosed. Tyler was misdiagnosed. College dropout, okay? Played hockey, loved it, but wasn't good enough to go anywhere with it. Had a girlfriend rip his fucking heart out, treat him like a dog, right? All these things had him internally labeled to who he was. And then he met me. And then what I told him is that, dude, whatever you want to do, you can do. Now, I got some rules, okay? And there's 3 of them. Number 1, I said, you got to fucking focus on good shit only. You will no longer focus on anything negative. You will eliminate anything negative in your life. You will eliminate any people that are negative in your life. You will no longer go to negative things. You will never be around toxic conversations. If someone's having a toxic conversation, remove yourself from the conversation. Do not let that shit get in here. You must guard your mind. These thoughts, you can't let negative shit come in. That's number 1. Number 2, your body. Tyler, what's the first thing I made you start doing?
Working out.
Yeah, now he gained a lot of muscle and he's doing this Ironman now and he lost a lot of it because he's going into endurance. But when he first came down here, I was like, dude, you've got to change your body. The fastest way to create a radical shift in your life is in your body. It's in your body. I need you to understand something. Do you guys see you every day? Do you guys look in the fucking mirror at some point during the day and look at yourself and you get a fucking direct reflection of how badass you are? You have to change that. You have to work on your body. You have to. The way that you feel about yourself ultimately is a secret weapon to determine how far you'll go in life. That's why I'm a fitness freak. I'm not a bodybuilder. I just want to be healthy. I want to like who I am. I want to be proud of me. I believe I can reverse youth by getting in the gym. I believe that. Now, so what I said? I said focus. I said body for a radical shift. And then there's your language. The way that you speak lets me know exactly what's in your mind. The way that you speak tells me exactly how your life's going to go. And it tells me exactly what you're attracting. Some of you guys in here, you speak with zero certainty. When you speak, I can tell you don't believe in yourself. When you speak, I can tell that you need fucking validation from other people that you're qualified for a good life. I don't need any validation. Fuck you. I don't need it. Fuck yourself. I don't give a shit. I don't need you. I'm going to fucking make it. I'm going to make it. I'm going to win. My family's counting on me. I'm not letting them down. So go fuck yourself. If you don't like me, eat shit. I don't care. I don't need your validation. It's not important to me. You can fucking hate on me all you want. In the end, we'll fucking see what happens. Bet against me. I love it. The more people that bet against me, the more dangerous you make me. Every time someone says I can't, number one, the fact that you notice me, I fucking own you. I own you. I stopped you in your tracks. You're paying attention to me because you know I'm dangerous. So number one, I own you. You don't own me. I own you. I've taken up space in your head. And number two, all you got to do is get around people that have this methodology, right? What does that mean? A way of thinking. Okay? You see how I think? If you can just do me a favor, can you steal and emulate the way I think? Can you? Can you do it 24 hours a day? Can you do it for a year? Can you do it for 3 years? You'll be a multimillionaire. There's no fucking way you can't. It's physically impossible. And by the way, you don't have to do Real Financial to do this. Real Financial is a great vehicle. Because you're with Real Financial, you're getting to hear this, which is part of the package with Real Financial. But this is the key. You could do it with anything. You could do it in a fucking Walmart. If you really believe this shit, you would work your way up until you fucking own this shit. You could do this anywhere. Nothing can stop you. So the goal is number one, like, we got to have focus, all right? So guys, quit getting distracted. If somebody back here goes, bam, in the back of the room, and you're like, what's that? Like, I got it. But most of you, somebody can fucking whisper and you're distracted. People just say anything and you're distracted. The crickets start chirping, you're distracted. Somebody sneezes, you're distracted. Nothing's distracting me. You must become a psycho competitor. You must get psycho. And I mean it. This isn't a joke either, by the way. This is your life. This is all of your lives in here right now. The way that you think, the way that you receive this information will ultimately decide how your life will go. I know how my life's going to go. I'm sharing how I'm building a life that everybody said I couldn't get. I'm sure a lot of you have been told that you can't get a certain life, right? I'm sure a lot of you have, or maybe you're in a relationship right now. And maybe it's not fucking hot. You guys aren't on fire. Well, you can be. You just don't want to fucking put anything into it. If your car's out of gas, would you sell it or put gas in it? Most people, when their dream isn't working out, they just sell their will to win. They're just like, we'll fucking sell it. It's cool. We'll just go another road. That's why I see so many people drop out of everything. You're in insurance today. We had guys in insurance 6 months ago. They're not, now they're in another job. And then that job's not working out and they're looking for another job. They sell their will to win every time something doesn't work out. Instead of doing what you should do, which is put fucking gas in it. Put gas in it. If me and my wife aren't close, should I be mad at her or show her love? If I show her love, we're going to get close. If I get mad at her, we're going to get further away. If my child doesn't choose me as his hero, what am I going to do? I'm going to ask my kid, hey, bud, talk to me, man. Hey, what are you interested in? What do you like? He's like, well, I like Incredible Hulk. Okay, cool. What does that mean? Dad needs to get in fucking shape. Okay, he wants a superhero. He don't give a fuck how much money you make at work. He cares about how savage you are, how badass you are. He can tell when you walk in the house whether you got the superhero feel or not. Okay? That means it's not how and what you want your kids to take. It's what they want. And then they're interested in you when you're starting to be interested in them. Dude, this shit's so fucking easy. This is common sense, isn't it? And by the way, I'm going to say this. Winning, it will leave you the minute you stop doing what I'm telling you guys. Okay? I know people right now that a couple years ago I looked up to and I wanted to be just like because they were doing the work then. I wanted to be just like him, guys. I sat in a room just like you. I studied the fuck out of these people. And I was like, dude, one day I'm going to be like them. I passed them now. I passed them. I'm going to tell you, I watch them now. They don't fucking work. They're lazy. They're out there fucking talking shit. Everybody write down the difference between real and show. Okay? I'm telling you how to have a real life that's badass, and there is no show. Now, you will show the world how to be the example, and you will show what you're really doing, and I think that's the right thing to do. Are you guys all leaders? Yeah, you guys are all leaders, right? You guys should show people how to have a good life. Am I right? Yeah. But dude, listen to me. Going running around and showing people that you're making it when really behind closed doors you're a fucking piece of shit is most of the world. Okay? I'm a killer. I got blood on my hands, but when I go to shake your hands, I love you and I'll do anything for you. You guys need to be willing to go to war every second of every day to fight for what you want. Everybody in this world, guys, can I ask you a question? If you sit there right now and I was to, by the way, write down what you want. We got 30 seconds. Just write down what your goals are. Okay? Write down what your goals are. Write down how much money do you want to, just even for financial gain. Write this down. How much money do you want to have in your bank account right now? Okay, whatever number you wrote down. Do you think somebody else wants that number too? Yep. Why you and not them? See? You can't run your mouth. You have to become the person that can beat that person out. Does that make sense? You guys are calling people on the phone every single day, right? When you call people on the phone, are you different than the other person that they spoke to? Yes. You have to be. You have to be. You have to be a different person. Listen to me. Word tracks, fuck them. All that shit, screw that. If you don't become a good person, if you're not listening to what I'm saying right now, you're not going to make it. Because when you're on the phone with somebody, they can really tell, and their souls will either connect with yours or they won't. And you say, come on, Andy, it's just a script. You're so dumb, man. You're so stupid, dude. It's who you become that determines what you'll get. Now, do you need to be persistent? Do you need to push through? Do you need to not take no for an answer? Do you need to be good with your language? Do you need to know how to overcome objections and have wordplay, the way that you play your words when people say no, so you can make them feel certain and confident? Yeah, you got to learn the art of sales, right? But at the end of the day, here's all you guys do. You guys help people help themselves. You guys understand that, right? You help people help themselves. That's all you do. When you're reaching out to somebody, if they're protected and they have enough coverage, you don't need to help them because they're good. Am I right? But if they're not protected and they don't have enough coverage to help themselves or coverage in something, whether it's mortgage protection or whatever, when you're calling them, it's your job to make sure if it's something that they would need in the event that something happened, that they are protected. What is insurance? Somebody, in the shortest sentence possible, what is insurance?
Transfer of risk.
Transfer of risk. It's risk transfer. Miss Johnson, all I'm doing today is trying to transfer the risk. I sold warranties. I was in the automotive industry, and I sold warranties to people who bought cars. And I said, listen, at this point in time, all we're going to do is sign 1 and 2 pieces of paper. One is basically going to be like anything that breaks. It doesn't matter if something's going to break. It's when. And when it does, the question is who's going to pay for it. Does that make sense? This is a machine. This is a beautiful car that you're taking delivery of right now. I know it's a new vehicle, but there's 30,000 working pieces on that machine. 30,000. So it's not a matter of if something's going to make, it's when. And when it breaks, question is who's going to pay for it. So I just need you to sign this right here that says if something breaks, you're going to pay for it. Now, by the way, I wanted you to be aware it's $250 an hour per hour in the service station for labor. The average car's in service for a minimum of 5 hours. 5 hours times 250 is $1,250 for labor. The average part is $700. So $1,250 plus $700 is $1,950, and then $200 for a diagnostic fee. If you had a problem happen right now and it was a small problem, you had to pull it in the shop, if you were to pay for it, it would cost at least $2,100. This warranty that I'm telling you about, the risk transfer, so we can transfer the risk over to the warranty company, if you sign this one, this is $2,800 total, and it covers you for the next 4 years. Anything that happens, they pay for it. You just hand them the keys, VIP treatment, they'll fix it. By the way, that was a small part. If it's a big one, like the things that cost thousands of dollars and more than 5 hours, they don't care. They're going to pay for it all. So would you rather take care of the risk on your own, or would you rather sign this piece of paper and we'll just transfer it over to them? Yeah, we'll transfer it. We'll let them have it. Does that make sense? Okay, so how does that go into what you guys do? At the end of your life, in the last 30 seconds of your life, is there someone in your life that you're going to want to make sure that they're taken care of after you're gone? Yes or no? If there are, how much money do we need to leave behind for them? And that's what this conversation needs to be about. Why? Because death is an uncontrollable. We can't control death, can we? No, it's an uncontrollable. Since it's an uncontrollable, the only thing we can control is that we take care of it now. So in the event that when it does happen in the last 30 seconds of your life, you know that those people that you love are taken care of. Does that make sense? Is that easy? Am I pitching you? No, I'm telling you the truth. I want you guys to write this down. Do what's right. Do what's right. This is going to change your life. Some of you won't learn in here. I know it sucks, but you're not open-minded. I know, I'll tell you guys something till you're blue in the face. You'll get motivated for 5 minutes, but you're not willing to give up your old life to get to your new one. If you want a new life, you have to give up your old one. Does that make sense? If I want to have a better marriage than my wife, do I have to give up the old dick? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do I got to have a new set of eyes? Yep. Yeah. My wife, there's a thing she calls love eyes. And she knows when I'm the new me and when the old dickhead came in. And she can tell really fast. And I think that a lot of people in this world, they don't care anymore. I truly believe that. I think a lot of people don't care. I think a lot of people think success is a strategy. It's not a strategy. It's who you become. Success is about who you become. You guys in here, a lot of you in here right now, you go look in the mirror and you're not proud of who you are. You're truly not proud of who you are. You could be way better than who you are right now. I'm not talking about money, guys. Let's just forget about money for a minute. You're not who you need to be to even make the kind of money that you keep wanting to make. And we keep running around in a lost fucking society, everybody talking about like, I need to make more money. Dude, you can't. You can't. Dude, you can't even eat the right food. I'm not being a dick. You just can't even eat the right food. You can't wake up at 5 o'clock and go to the gym before the sun comes up so you can get ahead of everybody else. Are you a winner? Winners get up before the sun come up. Okay, I know, but I go ahead, give me the excuse. Go ahead, share it to me because you're the same 24 hours and everybody else fucking does. So you guys have 100% of 24 hours to do whatever you want with. Am I right? Who's in charge of y'all's life? That's fucking right. Any of you right now, I want to tell you the fastest way to change your life is to realize that it's your life. If there isn't a bad relationship you're in right now, you can fucking cancel that relationship right now. Am I correct? Mm-hmm. Most of you won't. You don't have the courage to do it. By the way, if you have a bad relationship right now, but you've had someone that's believed in you, but you've been a piece of shit, you've made false promises, you haven't changed, you need to fucking wake your ass up. That person, you're lucky to have them. They should have left. You guys need to understand this is the secret. Who you become will determine what you get. You can't give people something that you don't have yourself. Can I ask you a question? Do you like you? If you don't like you, you can't make other people like you. It's physically impossible. Okay? That's why it's really important that you work on yourself. Okay? All right? I want everybody to write this down, the 12% rule. Okay? If you guys do what I tell you to do, if you do what I tell you to do, I know you can get the results that I've gotten. Now, you can talk to anyone else that's gotten any other kind of results, and you need to ask them how they did it, okay? Number one, I'm living proof that anybody can fuck up and come back. Number two, I'm living proof. My wife said she learned to live without me, and there was a time where she was ready to pack the shit and roll out. And I'm living proof that I can change everything that quick. I just had to start taking my life serious. I'm living proof that God gave me 3 kids, healthy kids, and I realized that being a dad was the greatest privilege ever. I needed to wake the fuck up. Also, I'm living proof that my wife didn't want to be with some fucking coward, okay? She wants to be with a fucking savage, okay? You guys, I want you to understand this. Are you bringing value to your partner? Are you bringing value to the people that believe in you? It's disrespectful when someone believes in you to let them down, okay? There's at least one person in this world that believes in you guys, and you guys are probably letting them down. Look, when you're that person right now, when your name comes up in their head, do they think about you like a pity party? Like, well, you know, one day he's gonna find his way, or is that person, man or woman, like, oh shit, dude, that person never gives up. Dude, that person is always positive. That person is the most driven person I know. Anytime that I think about quitting, I just think about them, and they make me hungry again. Like, that's your job. You guys get it? Quit being so fucking selfish. You guys, leaders are selfless. They're selfless. Being a mom, moms put their kids in front of themselves. Am I right? They're selfless. Now I'm going to tell you what usually ends up happening. The kids love the mom, but one day they don't end up respecting her because the mom actually ends up not putting herself for so long that she doesn't end up loving herself and she falls apart and the kids go find someone else to be their hero. What does that mean? That means you got to be selfless and lead others, but you also have to lead yourself the whole fucking time. The keys to being a leader. Number one, you got to self-lead. Okay, self-lead. You guys in here, would you guys think if I made a phone call and told somebody that they needed to listen to me, they needed to do this, or they needed to do that, do you think that I would need to be a leader to lead them through the phone call? Yes or no? All right. That's step 2. Step 2 is leading people. And if I'm making a phone call and I want someone to go where I want them to go, that means that I'm leading them to a certain place. Does that make sense? But you can't do step 2 without step 1. Step 1, which is where everybody's fucking up, is self-leadership. You must self-lead yourself. So I want you to do me a favor. I'm going to give you a little nice run that I go through on my self-leadership. Number 1, how's my relationship with God? I don't know whether you believe or not, but I'm going to tell you something. I believe in God, and he's a big God. Who believes in God? Raise your hand. You do? Hey, is he a little tiny baby-ass God, or is he a big giant God? Okay, cool. It's disrespectful to have tiny-ass little baby dreams, and you believe in God, and you got a big-ass God. See, I think some of you guys have been sold a lie. I don't know whether you sold yourself this lie or someone else did. I don't know. But I know you need to know the truth quickly. He's a big God. He will give you whatever you want. He will slay any giant that comes your way. You just got to understand what you're worth. By the way, you say, I know, but these other people got it better than me. Dude, he got you through that shit. That's how you're here. He needed you to go through that shit so you could get ready for what you were going to do now. If you're going to change the world, do you think he would do it with a perfect person with a perfect life or somebody that has come out of hell, gone? Dude, the Apostle Paul, right? He was Saul. He was a Christian killer. And then he turned into Apostle Paul. You guys like the movie Rocky? Yeah, because Rocky came back. They thought he was going to fucking lose. He got his ass beat on the 10th round. He got up and he fucking won. People love an underdog. They love overcomers. They love seeing people that come back. So if you're in this room right now and you got a fucked up story or you got things that have happened to you, dude, why are you sitting on the last page you wrote, sitting there like, oh, fuck? No, dude, you go and you start writing a new story. But how do you do that? It's very simple. Total immersion. You totally immerse yourself into a new way of thinking. You got to get around people that think how you want to think and then you steal it. Dude, if you're around a nice person, they've showed you how to be nice, right? You don't walk away and go, God, man, I wish I could just be nice like them. You can. They had to make the same decision. They could have not been nice to you. Does it take more energy to be nice? Dude, it takes actually less energy. It takes more energy to be a dick. Like, to be nice to people, it's just easy. Winning is the hardest, easiest thing ever. Number 1 is because you get in your own way every day. You guys, you see this world doing all these things. And then you think about some complicated system to get to that. Oh man, that's going to take a long time. No, it's not. No, it's not. You can do it right now. I just told him in 6 months he could be down to 230. But he already knew that. Because when I asked him, he said he already knew the formula. How many of you know the formula right now? If you believe in God, prove it. If he's big and you believe in him, then guess what? Go out and quit letting him down. Okay? He'll handle any problem that comes in your way. Be fearless. You don't need to fear anything. Look, a coward dies 1,000 times. A courageous man dies once. A coward dies thousands of times. What is a coward? A person that thinks every time they get an opportunity, every time, well, what if this doesn't happen? Well, what if that happens? A coward has fear all day long. A coward kills himself or herself all day long. I know people right now, they're literally talking so negative every day, all day, about everything going on. Every little problem that comes up, they're, oh, this is a problem, this is a problem. They're dying and dying and dying and dying. You're going to die once. Dude, 99% of the shit that you guys fear is fake. It's never going to happen. You guys understand that? What happens when you decide to believe in yourself, especially the fucking world's asleep out there. Like you guys are in here with me right now and they're fucking asleep. You guys can take over the world. You guys can become a multimillionaire. You guys can become very attractive. You guys can get in good shape. You guys can go home and revive your marriages and your relationships through the roof really quick. If you are single in here, you can go out there and become a great mate to someone else, and you can find someone 20 times higher than you ever thought you could find. You can go rekindle any relationship. You can do anything. And lastly, what I think is most important is you can re-fall in love with yourself, which is super important. I want to tell you guys something. I don't have any ego. I have no pride. I have no entitlement, but I like me a lot. I'm not the best looking guy, but I'm really good at communicating. I'm fucking really good. Now I want to tell you something. I don't know what you're really good at. Everybody write down right now 2 things you're really good at. Just 2 things. I don't care about everything else. 2 things you're really good at. Okay? Mine is communicating, and my second is belief. I just believe in me. If I could just get you guys to steal the belief that I have for me, and you could say, dude, I just did one thing, dude. I took the way that guy, Andy, believes is fucking so crazy. I just want to believe like that. Cool. Steal it. It's yours right now. You can have it. Guys, that's how fast you can change. Okay? So self-development's the key. And by the way, listen, everybody understand this. You are the product. Okay? What you'll get will determine what the product becomes. It's all about you guys. Who in here is the greatest student? Who in here can self-develop the fastest? Who in here is in love? This is crazy. This is where shit really comes full circle. When you figure out that there are people, which is a generation we live in, that are really successful, that really have badass lives. No show. Real. They're fucking happy. They wake up and they're like, this is fucking crazy. Is this real? And they're grateful. And they know how it happened. If you find these people like this and they're willing to share with you what they're doing and you don't change, it proves that you don't want that. That's what it proves. So, I got to be close to God. Number 2, I have to exercise. I have to. I've been telling you to exercise for a year, am I right?
You have to.
Mm-hmm. But you don't do it much, do you? Yeah. And you wonder why. It's no big deal. I see all you guys. I know. I can see every time I see you. Listen, it's your body. If you can't take care of your body, do you think that you can take care of anything else? Guys, is God real? I believe He's real. Do you think that He'll entrust you to anything else if you can't take care of yourself? You want to know why your relationship isn't firing? You want to know why everybody doesn't want to be led by you? Do you want to know why winning doesn't recognize you? Do you want to know why you haven't had the success? Because you can't even start with taking care of yourself. I'll do that later. No, you got it wrong. The alphabet goes A to Z, not Z to A. Some of you guys in here, you're trying to fucking go up levels, okay? So I have levels in my head. If I want to go, you ever heard of level up? Like, man, I want to fucking level up this year. Okay, in order to go to a new level, you must max out the level you're on. So I had to max out the level that I'm on. Every morning I wake up. When I wake up in the morning, I don't grab my phone. I grab a book called Jesus Calling. It's 1 page. I open it. And immediately, I don't know what I've been thinking about all night, but I know what I'm going to think about to start my day. I'll read 1 page. Just 1 page. It takes me 30 seconds, guys. Brush my teeth. Okay? I go get a cup of coffee. Give my wife a kiss. We're headed out to the gym. Okay? I started with God. Number 2, I'm headed to the gym. Why am I going to the gym? I'm going to the gym because I'm ready to spend an hour and a half, 5 days a week getting to know me. Listen, no technology. There's levels to this game. No technology. Okay? If you have a phone, you're like, well, I want to listen to music, Andy. Put your phone on Do Not Disturb and put it in the fucking corner. This is about you. I'm going to tell you guys something. You guys can't give 22 and a half hours to the rest of the world if you can't give yourself an hour and a half. You want to know why some of you right now have zero impact on anything that's happening in your life? Because literally, you're putting your energy into the wrong shit. Dude, I wrote something down, and I take notes all the time, and it says, what's worth giving your energy to? Like, what's worth giving your energy to? Like, what is it? Like, I can't tell you what to give your energy to. Should we give it to people that don't care about you? Okay, who should you care about more than anyone else in the world? If you're on an airplane and they say the airplane's going down, who puts the mask on first? You, so you can put it on your children and everybody else. Am I right? This is why you guys can't help people. You can't help people because winning doesn't recognize you, because it won't let you help anyone else because you're not even helping yourself. Do you guys know when I'm on the phone call with someone, I already know I'm shutting that shit down. I already know. I'm not, listen guys, I'm not worried about it. It's not a word track. I just know what happens. I'm just going to do what's right. This person doesn't have the coverage. They're going to see that the only thing that I care about, what's on the forefront of my mind, is making sure that they're protected. Because every day I get on phones with thousands of people, and I get phone calls all the time that call me back that go, dude, my mother told me that she spoke with you about insurance. She passed. Did she get it? And I say, no, she said she was going to call me back. And that family's devastated. And I realized that I didn't push through. I didn't push the importance of doing what we need to do now on the phone. And I'm not pressuring you. Listen, I'm not pressuring you. I just want you to do what's right. That's it. I don't want you to spend your money on something. You're already spending your money. You guys make X amount of money each month. I don't even need to know what it is, but it goes somewhere. Am I right? But does any of it go in the event that if you're to pass, the people that you love are protected? Does any of it go to that? If the answer is no, is that a priority to you? Well, if it's a priority, that means it's an important thing should be put first. I'm here on the phone to tell you that the biggest regret people have is not saying yes to important things that they know that they need and putting it off and not understanding that the future, nobody can decide what it is except God. You have no idea. So I'm here with you on the phone right now. You're on the phone. If this is important, let's take care of this. Hey, start with the small policy right now. We'll work our way up in the future. I don't care, but let's at least put something in place. Okay? If you like chocolate, don't buy the box. Buy one bar. Buy one bar. We'll work our way up later if you want more. I'm fine with that. Okay? That's what I'm saying. So we're on the phone. Obviously, I wouldn't have your information if this wasn't something that was important to you. I care about my clients. Do you guys see this is about who you are? Do you guys get me? Hey, I'm really good at sales, but I'm going to tell you why I'm really good at sales. Because I fucking love people. But I could not love any one of you. And as I talk to every one of you, I love you guys. You say, well, you don't know me. I don't need to know you. I am you, you are me. We're fucking the same. Every one of you were born. Every one of you went through fucking some bullshit experiences. Every one of you betrayed somebody. You all got betrayed. Okay? You guys have been good to people. You've been bad to people. You've got let down. You've all wanted to be successful. You ran with the wrong people. You've been around the right people. You guys have all been through the same shit I've been through. We're all the same. My family's 350 to 500 pounds. Okay? I'm the only person in shape in my family. I'm the only person wealthy in my family. I just went a different road. Like you guys, you can label yourself however you want. You're fucking programmed. What do you do when you buy a new computer from somebody? Okay, if I bought a computer from you and I took it to my house, would I reset it? Or would I fucking just start from the old bullshit in there and be like, oh, I'm just going to let all this shit be here and I'm just going to add new stuff to it? I'd fucking reset that bitch. Wouldn't you guys? You guys need to reset. You want a different life? Reprogram yourself. Remember this. Who's in charge? Who's the programmer? You guys are all programmers. What do you want in your brain? What do you want? Okay, I'm going to tell you what I did. 39 years old. My wife says she learned to live without me. We're going back 4 years ago. I looked in the mirror. I was out of shape. She goes, you're getting comfortable. You're out of shape. You're fucking letting everybody down. Your idea and definition of success is not the same definition of success that I have. We are in the same bed. We're miles apart. What are we going to do? I just had to reprogram. I just was becoming a person because I was caught up in the fucking tailwinds of life. It's like, I remember telling my wife, I'm like, but it's just going so fast. She goes, stop. You're fucking ruining your own life, Andy. You're ruining you. I'm not doing this to you. No one's doing this to you. You're in your head. You're making yourself crazy. She's like, but not in a good way, in a bad way. She's like, dude, what do winners do? What do losers do? You know what a loser does? Flip it. That's how we're going to win. It's very simple. It's common sense. She's like, winners have a good mindset. I was like, well, how do I get a good mindset? So we looked up how to get a good mindset. It said, fucking go exercise. When you exercise, you're in a better mood for the next 12 hours. So I started to exercise. When I started to exercise, I started to realize I wasn't even just in a better mood in the next 12 hours. I actually had more confidence. And then whenever I had more confidence, I fucking liked me. And Brad Lee, who will be here, who says you'll never out-earn your own self-worth. You'll never out-earn your own self-image. Am I right? You guys got yourself labeled. As I'm talking to you, I know who I am. Some of you guys, you need to be reprogrammed completely. You're capable of being whatever you want. You guys, if we rewrote your story today, I want to give it this is good news for every single one of you. And this is where real financial rolls in. You take where you're at now, you turn the page, and you write from today forward. And all you do is you realize God's big. Okay? That means he wants you to do big stuff. Number one, he supports you. He'll slay your enemies. David smote Goliath. I don't care if you're David. It's cool. I love it. Okay? We're going to be able to help a lot of people, but we got to help ourselves first. So how do we do that? Number one, we realize God's great. So we start our day. First 5 minutes, we make sure we get the word in. It's here. We know who we are. We know whose we are. Boom. Now I got to go get my fitness on real quick. Now when I go to the gym, I'm going to put my technology down. That shit makes me money. That is a tool. I'm not a fucking tool. I'm not a tool. That's a tool. So that shit ain't going to own me. Some of you, if I take your phone away, you'll start freaking out. You know why? Instead of letting your endorphins fire, winning in life, that'll fuck it. You know what's funner than fun? Fucking winning. You know why a lot of you can't win? You're fucking addicted to the wrong shit. You're in the technology era and this phone owns you. Just to let you know, you are a little bitch to that phone. It fucking owns you. It's your daddy. You can't study. You can't make the calls. You can't focus. You can't work on relationships. You can't go in the gym because you are addicted to something. At the end of your life, you'll realize it was fucking useless. When you go to heaven one day, God's going to tell you, you know you spent 70% of your life on a phone, right? And you're like, what do you mean? He's like, dude, I got your fucking time. Like, this is what you did. You slept and were on the phone. The crazy thing is you watched a lot of other people live and I gave you a life to live and you didn't live it. You got excited by watching other people live their life. How do you feel? You'd be like, give me another shot. He's like, nope. That ain't how it works. I sent someone along the way to wake you up many times while you were down there and you wouldn't pay attention. The devil has this shed of tools, right? Number one, devastation. He wants to devastate you with every problem that happens in your life. His goal is to get you ashamed of yourself, to feel like you can't forgive yourself, to feel like you're not worth it. He's got these tools, man, and they're really good. Belief, he's got a great tool, make you not believe in yourself at all. Okay? Worth, he'll kill you with that. Okay? Your past, his favorite weapon. Dude, I want to tell you guys about your past. It's called In the Past. Guys, can I tell you something? And I want to tell you from how I feel about this. If anybody fucking judges me on my past, their character is they're a piece of shit. I don't need to say it, but that's who they are. Good people, when they see someone that's trying to go for a better life, they support them. They're like, good job, man. I see you digging yourself out. Keep it up. But if you don't do that, that means your character, you're a bad person internally. You're a very selfish person. Those aren't people that I look up to. That's why their opinions don't matter to me. So I want to tell you guys, like, okay, so you got to get right with God. That's easy. 5 minutes, you're in. Doesn't take forever. Just do it first. First thing when you wake up. Then go to the gym. Technology down. Just telling you guys how to do this. 6% of your day at that point, 6% is going to be an hour and a half in the gym. Cardio, workout, I don't care. Headphones on, do not disturb. Work on you. I want you guys to push yourself. Everybody write this down. Intentional hard work. You must push yourself and do things that are hard intentionally. You know what intentionally means? If I start my day starting out doing something that is hard, that most people won't put themselves through, is the rest of the day hard? No, this morning I woke up, I did a hard workout. Okay, my body's sore, my freaking shit was burning. I wanted to quit, but I didn't quit. I didn't have anyone put me through that. I put myself through that. I wanted to feel that intentional pain. You guys get me? Everybody write this down. What's my relationship with pain? Do you guys want more of it or you want less of it? No. A lot of you don't want more of it. You say you do because it's cool, but I can tell by looking at you that you aren't interested in more pain. Because if you were, you would be a fitness freak. Because you know where you can find pain 24/7, 365? In that fucking gym. You go in there, you can add a little more weight, you can do more reps. Instead of doing 10, when you're fucking burning, you go ahead and go to 15 or 20. And by the way, it is between you and you. This is the coolest thing. I don't go in there to show off to other people. I don't go in there to even make my wife proud. I need to be proud of me. I need you guys to look in the mirror and be proud of you. Guys, this is a secret. I'm just giving it to you. If you don't fucking believe me, go ahead, your way. Listen, the play that you're running now, the mindset you have now, the way that you're working out now, your relationship with pain now, all this stuff are the results you're getting now. That's it. So if you're happy with what you're doing now, don't change a thing. But if you're like, no ways, I'm not happy. Okay, cool. Why don't you run my play for this year? Why don't some of you just try to run my play that I'm telling you? Because I didn't run this play. When I decide to run it, number one, I'm going to tell you, be very careful to run it because it is highly addictive. Because once you start running it, everything fucking changes in your life. Everyone in your life, you start to change their life. Everybody you run into, they're like, dude, whoa, wait, you're different. When I can walk into a room and you may say whatever, people are like, who the fuck is that guy? You know why? Because it looks like I own this room. Because I do own this room. I own everywhere I go. This life is great. It is beautiful. And I go into it to help everybody. I go into it to make everybody better. But I must take care of me in order to take care of them. This is the secret. This is why we were born. This is why we were made. Now, once you get in the gym, remember I said how to become mentally tough? My wife said you got to get a better mindset. Oh, wow. So now I'm in the gym. Now I'm doing hard shit intentionally. Now I'm starting to look differently. My body's starting to change over time. I'm starting to get more confident. My wife is more attracted to me. Now, she's starting to get in good shape. She's like, dude, I want to get in shape now too. Now my kids are wanting to do it. Now all these things are happening, but there was something cool that happened right here. My mindset started to change. The way that I viewed, everybody write down perspective next to mindset. Everybody write this down. I need a new set of eyes. I need a new set of eyes. I will tell you that to me, sales is very simple. If I want to sell somebody, what do? I don't convince them that my product is worth it. I know my product is worth it. I change their perspective to the way they see it. Does that make sense? If I'm on the phone with somebody, I'm like, you need to get this right now. Insurance prices are going through the roof. Right now is the time to get it. That's a pressure sell. Okay? Listen, in the last 30 seconds of your life, you've heard this. In the event that you were to die, is there someone that you'd want to make sure was taken care of? Yes or no? If the answer is no, there is no one, then you don't need life insurance. This is truth. Because life insurance is a selfless purchase. When you go to the mall and you buy a pair of shoes, you get to wear them and it feels good. But when you buy life insurance, you're making sure that somebody that you love in the event that you die, which we all know is going to happen because we all have an expiration date, when that does happen, that person's taken care of. So how do I know if life insurance is right for you? It's very simple. In the last 30 seconds of your life, is there someone that you want to make sure is taken care of? Or somebody that's not left with the burden of a burial expense? Is there? If there's not, don't buy it. Guys, I'm sorry I got your information. Love you. Have a blessed day. But if there is someone, we need to make sure if that protection isn't in place that me and you have a conversation because death's an uncontrollable. And by the way, this is not a pitch. Be sure to let people know this is not a pitch. I get phone calls every day from insurance policies that I sold to people who were completely healthy and their loved ones are calling me, the beneficiaries, trying to get the death benefit, to get the, what do you guys call it, the death benefit? Is that right? To get that processed and taken care of. And I can't believe it. Every day, I have a great job. I help people. But the worst part of my job is processing the claims afterwards. As I'm with you on the phone right now, I have a great memory. I will never forget you. I will never forget you. I will also one day meet your beneficiary. If I'm still around, I will meet your beneficiary one day. I know that's a tough thing to say, but it's the truth. Because who are they going to reach out to? Me. More than likely, I'll be the person. Is that right or no? Yeah, it's the hardest part of my job. Some days I want to get out of life insurance, and other days, you know, the people, what they say when they're calling in for the death beneficiaries, they say, my mom, if she wouldn't have done this, we'd be in a lot of hurt right now. We'd be in a lot of trouble. You know what I'm saying? On the worst day of our life, while your family's suffering, while the whole world's falling apart and you're in chaos, you have no idea how far that money will go at that time. Okay? That's the last thing you want to do is drop a financial bomb on them. Okay? So what is this? This is just the truth. Am I correct? Okay. So how do we become someone different to deliver this information differently? Hey, just so all of you are aware, every single one of you, the way that you deliver information will determine whether people do something with you or not. You guys get it? You know the difference between all of you? Two things. Who you become and how you deliver information. What did I tell you as my two greatest things? Communication and belief. See, I believe in me. You know why? Because I get up and I study God first thing in the morning. I would tell you to do it. You guys say I don't have time. You fucking don't make time. Okay? Stop being weak. This is your life. Take control of it. By the way, most of you won't. I'm not being disrespectful. Your patterns and cycles, which is what I told you, is how people operate. You can't break it because you don't want to. You know, and you've already envisioned the end of your life. You die average. You always hope for a bigger life, but hope don't get you shit. All you had to do was wake up and get serious. And you know what's sad is that it could have been fucking you. It could have been you. You could have changed everybody's life. You could have changed your whole fucking bloodline. You could have done it. Guys, when you die, at the end of the day, when you die, do you want to go out a hero and be fucking remembered? Because if you want to, what you're doing now, you won't be remembered. What you're doing now has to change. You guys ever seen anybody die before? I saw a guy get hit by a car out here. I'm going to tell you how fast it happens. I've got a girl, she works for me. Her dad gets cancer. 3 weeks later, he dies. She flies out, funeral, it's over. You guys get it? She's back at work. Guy dies out here. They clean him up, clean the road. It's normal. People they go back to normal. Do you guys get it? You guys understand that, right? Okay. Two things that's pretty fucking scary about that. Number one, how many of these people died? And there's a lot of people that are hurting because you guys have a product that they need. And you guys need to become who you need to become so you can get that product in their hands. So at the end of their life, the people they love are taken care of. That's number one. But number two, it should remind you of your own life. Your own life, every time somebody calls and asks for a death beneficiary, every time somebody, dies at any point in time, you're like, dude, oh my God, man. Well, that could be me. I was driving to work, dude. I literally just saw a guy fly off the road. He could have died. Like, that quick. Are you guys who you need to be right now? Are you guys where you want to be? By the way, here's what I'll tell you. I said a courageous man dies once and a coward dies 1,000 times. If some of you right now, you're inside and you're overthinking everything and you don't want to change, you're a coward. You're dying every day because every day sucks for you. Be courageous. Be crazy. Get close to God. Hit the gym. The gym will make you mentally strong, which is step 3, mentally strong. And if you can be close to God, if you can literally get in the gym and be physically fit, and now you can have the mental mindset that you need, which will allow you to make good decisions, push through with mental toughness, which is super important in this world. Now, whatever business you do will kill it. Now let's talk about real financial. Real financial is as big as you want it to be. It is your own business. Now, every one of you in here, understand this. Do you have to buy the carriers? Okay. Do you have to open the agency? Is there any cash that it takes? No. Okay. You just got to find people who are interested in it. Okay. And if you can do that, then what do? You become who you are. You make sure you do what's right. And then guess what happens? These people buy policies. You make good money. It lasts forever. You know what I'm saying? Looks like Brad finally showed up. You know what I'm saying? Everybody say what's up to BL.
What's up? I got the leg. I'll be down. Can't wait to talk to you guys.
Hey, we love you. I got them primed and ready.
I'm coming.
All right. Hey, but I want to tell you guys something. And this is for real.
That was kind of a weak, that
Yeah, they'll be ready in a minute. I had them in the zone. They were learning. We were learning. Yeah. Yeah. There's the hype show, and then there's real and learning. Yeah, so we're learning. We learning? Yeah, we're learning. Yeah, hey, get him those 3-inch inseams. Hey, by the way, and I'm going to tell you guys this something. If you do what I tell you to do, okay, number one, you won't look the same anymore. You'll completely go just wild. You'll change everything about you. People laugh. I wear short shorts. People do all kinds of shit. Like, dude, listen, I promise you, people find any reason to laugh at someone else, but they never look in the mirror at themselves. It makes them feel good to say things about other people. Okay, crickets, guys, right? When they're in front of you, they're quiet, and then when you get away from them, they make noises. They're crickets, and you step on them. And through life, I want you to know that most of the people that you guys know right now, they're not going to support you guys selling insurance. They're going to be like, oh, you're an insurance salesman? Listen, I'm going to tell you this. I started selling cars when I was 18. I made 125 grand at 18. 19, I made 225. By the time I was 20, I made 500 grand. Okay, I remember when I was 22 years old, I was making about 800 grand a year selling cars. My dad, who was making 60 grand a year as a chemist, my dad had no idea what I made. He had no idea. I was saving all my money. And my dad, I said, Dad, I need to find a good tax guy. And my dad goes, okay. And he goes, so, how much do you make roughly? And my dad thought I made like 30 grand or something. He didn't know what, because he makes 60. He's my dad. I'm a kid. Hey, I'm a stupid car salesman. When I showed my dad my year to date, he's like, the fuck, Andy? He's like, I worked 10 years and I didn't fucking make that. And you're fucking 22 years old. And I said, Dad, sales and leadership will get you rich. And my dad goes, salespeople. I said, Dad, salespeople help people make decisions they've already decided to make. We just take the pressure out of it. Salespeople help people make decisions they've already decided to make. Every person in this world has already decided to buy an insurance policy because they want people protected. The question is, who can help them take the pressure out of it? The person that understands that they're not selling anybody anything. They're just helping people help themselves. And all I did my whole life was help people help themselves. All I did was to make sure that I was so good at communication. I was so good at believing in myself. I was so good at looking people in the eyes. I was so good at just having confidence. And when people were uncertain, I would increase my certainty and let them borrow some. And plus I would just make connections most people couldn't make. Okay, because I fucking cared. And then also, and by the way, you guys can care. Do you guys know you can make money and care? Everybody realize this one fallacy about sales. If you have commission breath and you don't have good intentions, you should not be in sales. If you want to manipulate people to buy things that they don't need, you should not be in sales. But if you love people and you want to help people get what they've already made the decision that they want to get and help people help themselves, there is a system that I call heaven on earth. I get to make as much money as I want while helping people. That's what you guys get to do. Now listen to me. You decide and determine if what you do is good or bad. Does that make sense? No one else does. I will tell you this, there are people that will complain, whine, and cry. When I decided to open my sales training company, okay, listen to me. You know what they told me? You're not going to fucking make it. You're not going to make it. 1% of the world will try to open a sales training company, and 1% of those 1% will fucking make it. There's not a chance in this world you're going to make it. So you know what we did? No, we understood that was probably the truth, that most people won't make it. So how do I make sure that I'm not most people? I had to self-develop out of who I was. I had to become obsessed in total immersion in development. You guys, I said, fall in love with learning. Listen, I'm going to tell you guys something. If you listen to what I tell you, you guys will surpass me. Because I didn't have me. You guys will surpass me. I have a 9-figure business. You'll surpass me. You'll be smarter than me. You'll think better than me. You'll operate differently than me. You can make better decisions than me. You'll be better shaped than me. And a lot of you in here, you're younger than me at 44. You guys have everything you freaking need, man. You guys just need to wake the fuck up and take your life serious. Now, here's what I'll tell you. I had to get rid of my family, and I had to get rid of my fams. Not my wife and not my kids. I had to get rid of everyone else in my life. My brothers, my sisters, all of them. Hey, listen, one day maybe we'll get back together. They didn't support me believing the way that I believed. They all told me I was crazy. I know I'm crazy. If you're in this room, you have a crazy drive in you that's like, I want to be financially free one day. I want to have a life that no one else in my family ever had. I want to freaking be happy with who I am. Why not fucking you? That's what I'm thinking. Why not you? Well, so in order to do that, what do you guys have to do? You have to go against the grain. You guys see the 4-lane highway? Don't take that. This is a fucking trick. The 4-lane highway, people that tell you, no, this is easy. Why would you give up your 9 to 5? It's too risky. Dude, listen to me. This isn't too fucking risky. It is risky staying on the 4-lane highway. When you get off on this beaten path over here, number one, know it is hard. But I think it's pretty fucking hard staying the same. So choose your hard. Is it hard to look in the mirror every day at the same fucking relationship with you and your wife? The same fucking banking account? The same fucking life? The same fucking shitty ass body? Is that fucking hard? Okay, or is this fucking hard? Actually, that's fun. Changing is fun. When you change and you understand the benefits of change, you're like, fuck, that was fun. You just become obsessed with it. You become a freak for it. So I'm going to tell you, I'm a little bit raw, right? Like, you know, if I'm like on a corporate stage or something, like I can pull back my language. But with you guys, I want to keep it real. You guys all in here, Real Financial is a vehicle. It is a vehicle in which if you can learn how to sell the product first, which to me is very easy, you become a good person. Can you guys run your own hours at Real Financial? Yeah? Okay, so we run our own hours. Okay, so if we run our own hours, what does that mean? I said the 12% rule, and you said, well, you didn't ever finish the fucking 12%. It's an hour and a half a day, which is 6% to fitness, and then it's an hour and a half a day, which is 6% to self-development. That leaves you with 88% of the day left. 5 days a week. I don't even need the other 2 days. I need 5. I want to tell you what to study and who to study. People that have a mindset that you would wish to have. Study those people. I study preachers a lot. I'm going to tell you why I study them. Number one, I love God, but number two, sales is biblical. Everything's the same. Okay, you're one decision away from changing your life forever. Does that make sense? Okay, it's the truth about the Bible. Everything's a choice. I love preachers. They're on a pulpit. You know what that means? People walk in one way. Their job is to change them when they exit and walk out another. At the end of a sermon, do the preachers want everybody to give their life to God? Yes or no? Okay. That's what I want. I want people to have a better life. I want people to be differently after meeting me. I want you guys to realize you guys are all preachers. This is your ministry. And your ministry is everybody that you come in contact with. Everyone that you come in contact with for the rest of your life, I want them to be differently because of you guys. In order for you to make them different, you must believe that you're capable of it. I always knew when I was younger, when I started selling cars, that I was going to do something big one day. I didn't know how. I didn't know where. I didn't know how it would go down. I didn't know how old I would be, but I knew one day it was going to happen. And I want to tell you guys, same shit's going to happen for you. Swear to God. Don't care how old you are, don't care how young you are. But I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to give you some keys. Okay, you ready? Number one, you're going to have to get more attractive. You're going to have to get more attractive. You're going to have to become better looking. You're going to have to get in better shape. You're going to have to take care of yourself differently. Does that make sense? You say, well, Andy, I work on the phone. Motherfucker, they can sense who you are. They know how much you care. They can see you even though they can't see you. Do you get it? And most importantly, you can see you. And what you see in you is what they'll get, because you can't give people what you don't have. Okay, so get more attractive. Okay, Mindset Gym is going to do that. Number two, no limitations, no boundaries. Just realize this. The only boundaries that you put on you, and I know you fucking heard this, are the ones that you put on you. Doubt is a traitor. Don't ever doubt yourself. Be around people who are crazy. Be around people who are doing shit that no one ever thought they could do, but they broke through it. And then ask them, how did you do it? Well, I just told you guys how I did it. Now, I want to tell you this. When you start practicing these habits, these rituals, these things, in order to get to your new life, you have to give up your old one. You have to sacrifice for what you want, or for what you want becomes the sacrifice. You guys all have the decision. As we meet today, I will assure you, I can see you guys every time. You guys are welcome to come here anytime you want. I'm going to fuck shit up. I'm going to save a lot of people's lives. I'm going to help a lot of people, and I'm going to die fulfilled. I'm going to make a lot of money. Why? Because I want to. I also want my family taken care of when I'm gone. I don't just want them to have generational wealth. I want them to have generational habits. What you guys do now are more important than the money you make. The habits that you can create in yourself will create a fucking crazy spiral effect through life. And it's a ripple effect that's insane. When you guys change, okay, the people that you know currently know. So I want you to do this. It's all about from today forward. Everybody that knows you back from today most likely won't support you. Do you get me?
100%.
Okay, the new people will support you. This is crazy. When you start to change, these new people are going to be like, fuck, dude, I love it. I love it. I love what you're doing. I love your recreation. I love your story. And you're like, dude, why can't I get the people that have been with me my whole life to be excited about it? They're giving me shit. And this guy I've known for 2 days is fired up. It's the way it works. So everybody understand this. It's a crabs in a bucket theory. Once you try to get out of the bucket, they're going to fucking grab your legs and ankles and they're going to pull you down. They don't want you to get out of it. They put boundaries on you and they put boundaries on them. And when you break those boundaries, there'll be conflict. And they're going to say shit like, you've changed. Okay? Dude, you fucking changed. I know. That was the point the whole time, was to change. That was why I did it. And they're going to be like, dude, you're too good for us now? Fuck you. Those people will say anything to hurt you. Listen to me. They will say anything to hurt you to stop. You get it? Don't stop. That's why I'm just telling you, you might have to wipe some of them out. Don't argue with them. Don't waste time pleasing or convincing them. They're not bad people. They just can't see what you see. Remember when I said mindset and I put eyes, you need a new set of eyes? Guys, if I could just give you my eyes for a minute and you could see what I see, once you would see it, you would never go back to your same life again. You'd be like, I cannot believe I just saw it. I cannot believe. If I could fast forward right now and I could show you what would happen if you would do everything that I said, and in 2 years from now, I could show you your life, and I'm not even bullshitting. You had $1 million cash in the bank. You were fucking ripped and shredded. You had the best relationships ever with yourself and with other people. You were on fire. You were changing people's lives and you loved who you are. Would you do the work then?
Yeah.
It will happen. That's it. You already know it will happen. If you don't do what I just said, if you don't work your ass off, if you don't totally immerse it into focus, new language, into changing your body, if you treat something like it's the beginning, there'll never be an end. Real financial, it's day one every day. Oh my God, I can't believe I get to help all these people. Oh man, you got to buy leads. Oh my God, I can't believe I got to buy leads and I don't have to call out of the phone book. Dude, I worked for a company when I was 16 called Complete Carpet Cleaning. I had to call out of the phone book. Hey, this is Andy with Complete Carpet Cleaning. I just want to give you a quick quote on air duct or upholstery or fucking some bullshit, right? Then dude, I had to call everybody. And I just want to give you a quick quote. And they were like, click, 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 click. And then someone's like, oh, okay. Yeah, so on the hallways, how many bedrooms do you have? And I was like, dude, we cold called everybody. You guys can buy leads. And then they're like, yeah, but the leads suck. They've all been called 1,900 times. Listen to me. You're going to have all these reasons why people will tell you not to pick up the phone and dial. Here's what I'll tell you. When you call people with a good attitude, with the mindset where you believe that this is going to happen, crazy shit, that fucking happens. Dude, I'm going to give you guys one last thing. Real financial, you can work your own schedule. Okay, you have to work hard at anything you do. That means you can't fuck off. But create your dial times, own them, let nothing distract you. By the way, bring your family with you. Say, babe, even though I'm at home, that doesn't mean I can mow the yard and do the fucking dishes and go clean up the backyard and do all the house projects and paint the garage. I gotta work. I have to also work. So it's like, It's like we're going to decide what the dial times are. Those dial times have non-negotiables around them, which means we can't negotiate what we do. We work during those times, and then outside of those, you can do whatever you want. Does that make sense? You can go to the gym. You can do whatever you want. You can work from the laptop. You could be in Mexico. You could be in Scottsdale. You can be over there. You can be anywhere you want. What a fucking good life. And then you build a team. Okay? Leadership, self-leadership. Number 2, now I'm going to lead others because I'm leading myself so well, other people want to be led by you. Guys, if I was in the insurance deal like I was dialing, I would recruit a big motherfucking ass team. Just like you guys are going to do. You know why you're going to do that? Because you're going to become somebody that they're going to want to be around. And they're going to be like, dude, I want to roll with you. Follow me. Being with me on my team is not just about money. Being with me on my team is having a good mindset, being around people, being in proximity to a fucking winner. What's that worth? Everything. Most of you are like, that's worth more money than money. I'll take that anyways. That's fucking the good shit in life. Okay, cool. Now you're going to get that and you're going to get to make some money. Dude, when you become great, everybody's going to want to be on your team. And then you're going to, which is step 3, you're going to make leaders that make more leaders. You guys feel me? Okay, so listen, Brad has a whole different take on his whole teaching and the way that we operate, but he's my brother. He runs his way, I run my way. My way is fucking intense. My way is that if I can't get through the front door, I'll go in through the back door. I'll go through the side door. I'll go in through the chimney. I'll hit the fucking basement. I'll run a car through your house. I'm gonna get in there if I know I need to get in there. Does that make sense? You know, some people are like, well, man, it's just not meant to be. That's just not me. That's not me. And I think because I'm so stupid. Have you ever heard the term dumb it down? Listen, I was in the car business. My manager loved me. I was his favorite sales guy. Okay? I'm making $800,000 as a little fucking 22-year-old kid. I have no idea what I'm doing. And he goes, Andy, stay stupid. Just stay stupid. And everybody would laugh. They'd be like, dude, you're such a dumbass. You let him tell you to stay stupid? He goes, listen to me. That once you get into your head, you overthink everything, you lose it all. Yeah. He goes, dude, you got to stay dumb. And I know you're not a dumb person, but I think you're smart enough to understand, dumb it down. You got to make X amount of calls a day. You got to work X amount of people a day. You got to shake everybody's hand with they're going to buy, they came to buy, and they will buy as long as I do my job. You got to believe that every time, Andy. You got to understand that people will buy. They will push through. They will tell you anything in the beginning because they've never met anybody like you and they don't know you're that awesome person yet. But in due time, through that relationship, they will come over to your side. I need you to know that. And then lastly, I would go to close the deal, right? Remember this, there's somebody that's so good at what they do, they'll make you look like a fucking amateur. Don't ever forget this. They're so good, they'll make you look like a damn amateur. My manager, every time I couldn't close a deal, I would come out and I'd be like, hey, they're not going over 400. I'm just giving an example, hypothetical, a monthly payment. And let's say the payment was $650, right? Because it was a more expensive car. And he's like, give me the paper. And when he says, give me the paper, I look over at him and I'm like, dude, they're not going over 400. He goes, Andy, what'd I tell you? Okay, dumb it down. Give me the paper. He'd grab this paper, he'd walk over. Within 1 minute, they'd be signing the piece of paper and he'd come in, he'd say, write it up. And I'd say, what did you say? He goes, I probably said the same shit you said. I just believed and I said it differently. I probably used the same words you said. I probably had more certainty. They probably liked me more. And I probably communicated better. I probably had a better posture and a better stance and a better state of belief. Andy, I told you. Just dumb it down. Keep training. Everything's possible. And dude, I learned from him that he had this delusional belief, and we're going to end on this, delusional belief that whatever he thought was going to happen, happened. And the motherfucker always ended up getting what he wanted. So now I just took that and I do that in life now. Okay? So guys, real financial. Tyler can go into the scripts. Remember, doesn't matter what the script is. You got to become a good person, okay? Okay, step 2, you got to believe. Okay, you got to get in shape. You got to have a good mindset. Be close to God if you believe Him. Take care of your family. If you treat something like the beginning, there'll never be an end. Day 1, guys. That's it. And by the way, don't let people talk you out of what you're doing. Stay in it. Make a decision that you'll be here next year. Make a decision you'll be here in 2 years. And if you have to, and you're all on your own, hey, if you're broke in this room, you're like, dude, but I'm broke. Dude, most people are broke. And the reason that they're broke isn't because they don't have money. It's because they don't have the skill they need to have. How much does it cost to go to the gym? Doesn't really cost anything, does it? 10 bucks? 20 bucks? 100 bucks? Dude, a gym pass will take you up 7 levels in skill. A gym pass will take your mindset to another level. All of you guys can do that. Okay? I'm just telling you. You say, well, I can't afford to eat healthy. Dude, eating fucking trash is expensive. You guys can go eat fucking eat tuna. I don't give a shit. Eat salads. Eat whatever. Just, you guys do whatever it takes right now. So I love you guys. I'm super grateful. I think we can take a break. You guys can go get some coffee, grab something to drink. Upstairs is our whole sales floor. At some point in time, you guys can run up there and meet our team. If anybody's been around here, my team, they're fire-breathing dragons. They're excited. I build underdogs. Just so everybody knows, I don't hire talent. I build underdogs. I build people. That's what I do for a living. So if you're here, right, and you're like, dude, listen, man, I've never made a lot of money. Cool. Now it's fucking time to change that shit. But you can't do it with the person who you currently are. You've got to change. And you can't be persuaded. Don't sell out. Guys, don't sell out. Everybody's going to try to get you to sell out. Understand this. The power play is not quitting. The power play is not quitting. I'm just telling you. So I love you guys. I'm grateful. Hey, Real Financials kick ass. I know Tyler's going to go through his stuff. I know they're going to give out some awards. But here's what I'll tell you. Life's whatever you want it to be. Okay? So I'm going to get some fucking big ass shit this year. I know you guys are going to get some big ass shit. Every time we meet each other, I want you to look different. I want you to sound different. I want you to talk different. I want you to believe different. Dude, total immersion. Should everybody in the world know you sell life insurance? Yeah, don't be fucking scared. Tell them I sell life insurance and I love it. Okay? So Tyler, we're going to take a break. Is that cool? All right, guys, 10 minutes. Is that cool? Yeah. 10 minutes, take a break. Love you guys. Let's go. You want to hug me? You want to hug me? Is that what you want? Yeah, why don't you, I just want to go real quick in 10 minutes, and you start doing your deal.
Yeah. killer, bro.
Yeah. He's a warrior.
Listen, this day right here, this is the day you guys cherish together. Yes, sir? Ready? Let's go, baby. Go with the millionaires.
And he told me not to give up. He held me in my percent.
He's a leader. Hey, keep it up, bro. That's the good shit. It's the good shit. How we doing? Okay?
Yeah, good.
Good. Maybe I went a little too long or something.
That's perfect.
Yeah, it's cool, bro. I mean, bottom line is, remember this: it isn't always it isn't always what we say. It's the way that we make them feel. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when they come here, I mean, dude, you train them every fucking week.
Yeah.
Every week, you're running through sales training, you're running through pitches, you're running through this, you're running through that. When they're here, go, let's just make them feel important.
Yeah.
Make them feel loved. Make them see where they're at, what they get to be a part of, and that's what makes them special. So you hammer it out, and then whenever Brad's done,
Yeah.
have Brad come down and finish it, and then we'll all go to lunch
Cool.
or whatever.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Guys, I'll see you in a little bit.
I love it. It's like a wild animal, you know what I mean? So I'm going to talk to you guys about a couple different things, and some of the stuff that I'm going to talk to you guys about stems from some of the conversations that I had this morning with some of you guys. One thing that I've realized in this business is like, we all have the same opportunities, same tools, same resources to be able to build and do whatever we want, right? And so what I want to go over with you guys is a little bit of the perspective switch that I had to be able to start to do something significant in this industry. Because like I said, we all have the same opportunity, we all have the same resources. Why doesn't everybody have the same outcomes, right? And I think that one thing that separates us is the reflection as us looking in the mirror, right? Like as I was getting started, I didn't know anything about the business. I didn't know anything about the industry. I didn't know anything about sales. I didn't know anything about building a team. I didn't even know you could build a team. And now I have a big team and I'm able to sell a lot of insurance, and I've sold a ton of insurance, and I get renewals every day, and I get back on payouts, and I make overrides all the time, and it's awesome. But what I didn't realize is that I just wasn't playing the game right. So what I want to do today is talk to you guys about how to play the game right? Like I've been around a lot of people that are way more successful than I am, not only in this business, but people like Andy and Brad that are very successful in other industries as well. And one crazy thing is they don't, and I mentioned that I had some conversations this morning. It's like, you guys are all in this room to get something today to be able to be a better version of yourself tomorrow, right? And that's why you guys all came in here today, as well as like get around the community, the team, the culture, get a part of everything, learn from everybody. But if you guys really think about what the value is of being in this room today, it's to learn from the people that are ahead of you. It's so you can make your life better tomorrow. Because if you guys go home and you guys don't change anything, you didn't learn anything new, right? There's the definition of learning, and it's change behavior. Really, at the root of it, you actually have to change your behavior with the new information that you're getting to become a better version of yourself. So it isn't about who else is in the room today. It's not about who else is not here. It's not about what anybody else is doing at home today. It's not about who's selling policies today. It's not about anything but the information that you're taking in today to be able to be a better version of you tomorrow. And what I want you guys to do is think about the stuff that you're learning, right? So I'm going to talk to you guys about the business that we have. Like, this is my specialty, right? Like, Andy's will make you run through a wall. Like as I said, he's a wild animal. Like, he's going to wake us up, make us change our perspective, be a better version of ourselves internally, externally, get in shape, be better to our friends, family, and everybody around us. But I know insurance pretty well, right? And so what I want to do is help you guys go from where you're at today, give you all the information that you need, and then it's your job to go implement it all to become the next version of yourself like Andy was talking about, so you can build the business that you want and get the life that you're after. Because again, it doesn't matter who else is in the room. Like if I was one-on-one today with Ethan and me and Ethan were just sitting down and we were just talking, like Ethan can get the same info from me, Andy, from Brad, from everybody here, and he could go execute on it. It doesn't matter if he's the only person in the room. It doesn't matter if there's 1,800 people in the room. Does that make sense? So I want you guys to think about it, because this business can change your life. Like, I don't just say that it can change your life. Like, this business has totally changed my life. Like, you guys, when I was sitting over there earlier and Andy's like, yeah, when I called Tyler, like, literally just dropped out of college. I was just trying to figure out sales. I didn't know what I was doing. Just got dumped on my girlfriend. Was living in my friend's house because I just didn't know what else to do. And I would just wanted to change. And now I've got a huge team. It's on its way to doing 7 figures a month. It's going to do 8 figures a month in premium. There's tons and tons of agents. I work with people that I used to look up to on the internet that I never thought I would even be able to meet. And they want my perspective and want to know what I'm doing so I can help them build their business. Isn't that crazy? Doesn't that sound like a fairy tale? Yes. But you guys can do it too. It's crazy. And so some of these people that you guys see out there, there's a lot of people on social media. There's a lot of people in our industry that are on social media. There's a lot of people who are not in our industry, but they're on social media. And they have big businesses, they're successful, and they do things that you look up to, right? The craziest thing about it is that they're not doing anything significant. It's simple things done for a long amount of time, okay? I had this quote that I made a schedule for 2022, and at the top of it I wrote, I think it was for 2022. I wrote on it, anybody can do something once, but successful people are the people who do things over and over again, or something along the lines of that. And why that's so significant to me is because I picked that quote for the year. That was like my quote of the year. Because I was like, there's going to be a lot of people that fall off. There's going to be a lot of people that talk a big game that end up not doing anything. There's going to be a lot of people that come into it and then they're like, I don't know if this is for me. And then like they go do something else like Andy was talking about. Like we see it all the time. But for me, I was like, this is an opportunity that's going to change my life. Like I just decided that's what was going to happen. And guys, like it did. Right? But it was a choice before it happened, right? Like I made the decision before it happened, and I had to figure a lot of stuff out and overcome some challenges and get through some stuff. But like that's how I got to where I am now. So it doesn't matter. And I'm going to tell you guys about a conversation that I had with someone that you guys probably know and have heard of. But I learned that in my journey that I just needed to keep going even when other people fell off. Like I just talked to John, and I was telling John, Grady Polson sent me a photo the other day. He met John at the convention that happened in Texas a couple days ago. And it's crazy because when I got into this, there's so many people to learn from. There's so many people to ask questions to. There's so many different perspectives. But you try to like weed through to figure out what you need to know to get you to where you want to go, right? And so when I met Grady, Grady's like, he's like, you're going to be in your 20s, making hundreds of thousands of dollars, making millions of dollars a month. He's like, it's crazy. He's like, you just need to keep going. He's like, when everybody quits, when everybody stops, you just need to stay in it. He's like, if other people tell you it's stupid, he goes, just know it's not. And I was just like, okay, like, I'm just not going to stop. I'm just going to keep going. And I showed him my phone one day because I was recruiting all these people. I was on Facebook. I was doing interviews. I was signing people up. I didn't know what I was doing. I was just trying to be like crazy activity for like a year and like see where that kind of got me, you know? And no one told me how to do any of this stuff. I was just trying to figure it out. And so I showed him my phone because I had we did like a little, like a podcast thing. And at the end of it, like my text messages were cleared out. And then like we sat down for like an hour. And then like I got up and my text messages had like 114 missed text messages. You know what I mean? Like a little bubble on the iMessage. And I was like, is this the right way to be doing this? Like, because this is crazy. I was like, this is all day long. He goes, you're doing the stuff that nobody else wants to do by being there for everybody and getting back to people. And I was like, okay, I'm doing the right thing. And just from doing that, from sticking in it, other people quit, other people didn't want to be here, other people left, people have gone to sell all their stuff, to get another job, they didn't want to be here. I just didn't stop. That's it. That's literally, like if I could give you guys any piece of advice, like just don't stop doing the things that you know are going to get you to where you want to go. Like, and they're simple. They're not crazy, right? You got to sell insurance. You got to teach people how to sell insurance if you want a team. Not everybody wants a team, but if you want a team, you got to sell, you got to teach, and you got to show up every day and do those things and have a good attitude about it. Because like if someone doesn't have a good attitude and like they're trying to teach me what to do, I'm just gonna be like, man, I don't really want to be around this person all the time, right? So when I say like it doesn't matter who else is in the room, like when I was in this room the first year, that this company was around, man, nobody's here from then. And a lot has changed, and there's a reason for that. But the point is that I stuck it out. I helped be a part of the solution for things. And I just figured things out as we went. And now I have a big team. And like, I didn't do anything crazy. I just didn't stop. I didn't go, the grass is greener over there. Oh man, it would be so much easier if I was just over here. I could be doing so much better if this was just this way, how they have it set up over there, because they're already established. I was like, no, I'm just going to keep doing this. Like, I'm just not going to go anywhere. So the biggest thing that I want you guys to take away today is like, you're in the right place. And whether or not you can see it, you can't always connect the dots looking forwards. Like, I couldn't see this stuff all coming through to happen the way it's happened. Does that make sense? I couldn't have predicted it. It's impossible. Like, little dorky kid, college, nerd guy that likes reading books. And now I'm talking to you guys, right? You just couldn't have predicted it. But what's crazy is looking back, I'm like, man, it makes a lot of sense that I am where I'm at, and I'm doing what I'm doing now, and I'm around these people, and I'm able to provide value and help, and I have this skill set, and that's what's gotten me this opportunity to now be able to lead an agency that's going to do a lot of business this year and continue to grow and ramp up exponentially, right? And so for me, guys, like, when I look at you guys and when I talk to you guys, like the advice that I give, or like maybe I help you through a situation, or maybe you have questions about stuff, I used to ask the same things. I used to be in your shoes. I used to be in the seat that you're in, listening to somebody else teach me about what I'm teaching you about, right? And all of this stuff that you guys want in this business, this industry, everything, you can go get. Like, you can do any of it. You can do all of it. You guys want to sell advanced markets. You guys want to have a big team. You guys want to be a leader. You want people to look up to you. You want to be able to sell and travel and live a great life, right? Like, do whatever you want. You can do it all. But it's just learning how, right? And so what happens a lot of times is that people go, they get excited to join an opportunity. They join, and then things, there's a lot to learn. And someone else tells them over here, or they open up their phone because everybody advertises everything, and, you open your phone and someone's like, hey, this is a great opportunity over here. Everybody should come do this, whatever the case is. And they end up going over there to do that. And then that's the new thing. And then they got to learn some more stuff. So then they're like, wow, man, I got to learn a lot of new stuff here. And they're like, this is a little bit tougher than I thought. And then they end up going to do something else, right? And so, like, commitment. Like Andy said, focus, like, don't quit. Like, when I got started, literally, when I got started, I made a decision that I was not going to quit. Like, there was nothing that could pull me off my path. And there was a lot of things that should have pulled me off my path. There was a lot of things that, like, I've told you guys this story before, but I was literally asking my friends for money to buy leads. I'm like, hey, like, I got to pay rent. Things are kind of tight. Can I get $300? And they're like, yeah, sure. And I'm like, okay, straight to 1-month-old leads. I'm going to go buy those. Wasted. Didn't sell anything. Hey, brothers, I'm asking my brothers, my mom, I'm asking other friends. I didn't sell anything. I literally didn't sell anything for 2 months. But I'm like, I'm not going to quit. Like, it's cool. Called a couple banks, tried to get some loans, got declined a couple times, got one, said I'm going to drop out and go full in, when it didn't make any sense logically looking back, right? Probably wouldn't recommend anyone take the same route. But I'm just explaining to you guys that I just kept being a problem solver. I was like, I'm just going to keep on trying to figure it out. I'm just going to keep on learning. And from that attitude, it's an internal thing, right? I just made a decision to be a problem solver. I started to go, okay, cool, hell yeah. Like, I'm starting to move in the direction that I want to go. But like, my results didn't really show. But I just believed that that was happening. And so I started to sell, and I started to figure things out. And then I started to really figure out how to sell. And I got in touch with Andy, and then I really started to figure out how to sell at an even higher level. And then I learned that you could build a team. And I'm like, man, that seems so cool, right? What an awesome opportunity. And so, going down that path, I started to try to build a team, and I learned a lot on that front as well. What I want you guys to realize is, when Andy said, he was standing up here and he just said, you can't give what you don't have, right? And so if I'm trying to build a team, like, I need to know what I'm talking about. Like if I get an agent, say I'm in the rotation to get Brad's recruits, and like when I say we're about to like really start recruiting, like we're really about to start recruiting, like really start recruiting. So there's a lot of people that are going to be coming. Like there's going to be a lot of agents that are going to have to go on your guys' teams or someone's team, right? And like if you're producing at a high level, you're going to get agents. It's going to accelerate your process in this whole thing. And so the point is that if I get an agent and I'm like, well, that guy said that you should sell, you know, and you should make calls and you should do this. So like you like if you want to be a $30,000 a month producer, like, well, that guy said that you should do it. And I'm like, well, like, have you done it? You know what I mean? Like that's the first thing that I think in my head all the time is like, have you done it? Like, why should I listen? Right? And so it's so much easier because I've been through it that I can show somebody how to do it. And it's not like a cocky thing that I'm telling you guys that I'm great. I'm just saying like when you're like, hey, I'm going through this thing and I'm trying to get like break through this ceiling to get to that next level. What do I have to do? I'm like, man, I've been there. I've gone through it so I can teach you. So if you want to accelerate your process, you want to grow fast, you want to be a leader, you want to have a team, you want to do the things that are cool in the industry, right? Like you want to get on a podcast and like tell your story and you want attention and you want overrides, which is cool. Like, you know, don't act like it's a bad thing to get overrides. Like, you know, some people get weird about it. I'm like, no, you're getting rewarded for doing the right thing. You're helping people. You're helping people figure out how to sell. That's cool. So if you want all the cool stuff, right? The podcast, the team leader, you want to be the inspiring story, because we all do, right? It's cool to impact people. You have to, like Andy said, you have to help yourself. You got to figure out how to do it for you first. Because if I can figure out how I can do it, man, I can teach as many people as I can take on, right? And so for me, when I got started, again, I started to figure out how to sell. And I was going through these things, these weird like obstacles would come up where like, you know, you're like, it's little things, right? It's like, well, like someone has, you know, they got yellow light on Aetna carrier, and I end up not being able to get them back on the phone. And my submitted business, which I thought was a sale, is now not a sale. And I thought that I was in the green for that lead spend, and now I'm not. Like, why am I not making money? But like you're submitting and selling policies that just aren't paying you. Excuse me, but like I had to learn that, you know, that lesson. So I can go, oh, let's like make sure you get green lights, because green lights mean money. Like you want to get an approved, not a yellow. Like don't be like, woo, I'm good. Sold 1,200 AP. And then like at the end of the week, you're like, I actually lost money this week. How did I lose money? It's because your business isn't going through. And that's an example, a small thing of how like when I was doing it, I was like, oh, I made these mistakes. And I'm like, guys, don't do that. So like I've been through it. So there's all these little things that like, I'm like, I made that mistake. So you guys don't hit that road bump. And so when you guys start selling, when you guys start figuring it out, when you guys start to be able to produce, like you'll be able to teach the same things, right? There's a lot of things that I talk about there's a big group of us that are really getting deep into mortgage, and there's a group that I ask questions to. I'm trying to figure out stuff from, and like, I mean, Jimmy's ripping it like a sick puppy, you know, selling a ton, and like he's teaching me, you know what I mean? And I'm like, dang, bro, like that's a great line. Like I'm gonna steal that. Like you're doing this. This is how you're dialing. Like okay, cool. Like I'm gonna follow in your lead. Like he knows how to do it. Does that make sense? And so like once you can do it, like you're able to teach it. And it isn't as simple as like a lot of people, they want to be a leader because it sounds cool, because it has a cool connotation about what you're doing, and it's like a status thing. But being a leader, like it's actually added responsibility. It's more difficult. That story that I said when I showed Grady my phone and I was like, man, I'm like, is this normal? Because I'm like stressed every day. I'm like, I don't even know like how I'm going to get back to all these people. And he's like, you're doing the things that other people don't want to do, right? So like there's a level of effort that's going to have to come from you taking care of more people, because now you're affecting, like it's your responsibility to help people. And if you're not helping people, then like, man, like you're not going to get rewarded. Most people, they become leaders and then they put their feet up on the table, they get super comfortable and they're super cozy with their life and they coast. And they don't care about other people and they feel good about where they're at and they don't try to help people because they're the leader and they become egotistical. And now they're actually harming the people that are supposed to be being helped. Guys, being a good leader like Andy didn't have to help me, but he just decided that if this is an opportunity that they were going to take seriously, they were going to have to grab somebody and accelerate them to, be able to teach and do this at a high level. And nobody had to tell him to do that, right? He made a decision on his own to invest in other people so then the organization could grow. And so the point is that with everything that I'm saying here, you guys all decided to come in here today. You guys all decided that you wanted to come out here to learn, to grow, to get better. And there's information that's been shared already and that's going to keep on being shared that's going to help you guys be able to change your life. Because it doesn't matter who else is in the room. It literally doesn't matter if it's just me and one of you guys, or there's because eventually there will be events with thousands of people. But the information will always stay the same. And so what I want you guys to understand is you guys got to make a decision. Don't do it to be cool. Don't do it because it sounds awesome. Don't do it for the approval of other people around you. Dude, you want to live a great life? You want to do something special? You want to help a lot of people? You want to make a lot of money? Do the work, right? And the work is selling, helping other people figure out how to sell. And there's a couple other intricate things in there, but generally it's selling, figuring out how to get other people to sell because you're going to help other people sell. And then you got to be a good person and a good leader. And if you follow that just North Star, you'll learn some other stuff along the way. You'll have some other problems, some challenges, but that's the direction that you need to go as a whole. So I know that there's a lot of different, people are in pre-licensing. There's people that are, we have a ton of people watching the stream that are maybe agents that are not fully contracted, that are fully contracted, whatever the case is, wherever you're at, just understand that I've been exactly where all of you guys are. And I know a lot of you guys ask me, how can I be where you're at in 12 months or 18 months or something? And I'm it's what I said. It's you just don't stop doing the stuff that works. For me, on a deeper level, trying to always figure out how I can sell better. Because if I can figure out how to be more profitable and sell better, I can show other people how to do it. If I can show other people how to do it, they're going to stay on my team. They're going to stay. They're going to want to be here. They're going to choose to show up tomorrow because this business, nobody's required to be here. You guys made a decision to come here today on your own. We weren't you got to come or you're fired. There's no getting fired. Does that make sense? So you got to make it you have to make your team, your environment, your group, your organization, you have to make sure that they're going to be able to win. Because if they're not able to win, they're not going to show back up tomorrow. So on the real, if we're not going to give the people who are in our organization the ability to actually succeed at a high level, then the expectation is that they're not going to actually show up. So selling, right? Again, we're selling. We're figuring out how to sell, how to become more profitable. We're always growing. We're always trying to be better inside of sales. Teaching, or I'm going to cut back, recruiting, right? Whether it's Brad's agents and there's people coming in the pipeline and there's agents that are showing up and they're getting dropped into my team because I'm a top producer, or I'm out there and I'm running my own interviews, I'm running ads, I'm talking to people, I'm speaking to warm market, I'm in Facebook groups, I'm at my local events, I'm running a job board at a college, or you're just doing stuff to communicate with people the opportunity, right? You have to do something to start getting, if the North Star, the goal, the long-term vision is the agency, you have to start thinking about what are the puzzle pieces that are going to help that grow into existence? Because it doesn't happen by accident, right? For me, it was always, and this sounds bananas, but when I first started, it was, I'm going to be the top producer. I wrote it every day. I read it every day. I just believed I was going to be the top producer. And literally, I outsold everybody by over 6 figures my first year, and I had never had sales experience before in my life. And that was in like 8 months, and there's people that were doing it for 12 months. That's like, I just had a North Star. I was just going that direction. I just wanted to be the top producer, the best. I just wanted to be the best of the best. That was my North Star. I figured out you could build a team. I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna have the biggest team at Real Financial. Somehow, some way that literally became real, right? But that was always my North Star. I was like, I gotta figure out how to do this. I gotta figure out how to have a big team. I gotta figure out. And along the way, I learned all these little things that I'm sharing with you guys. But like, you have to make sure people are actually winning, because like people just won't show up if they're not actually winning. Like someone might write some business, but like if they're not like making money, like they're gonna be like, dang man, like I can't make money doing this, and like there's no one showing me a better way to be able to do it. I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna go try something else. So you really gotta be there to help people, right? And that was my North Star for a while. And now it's like I want to help 40 other people get to 6-figure a month agencies, and then like, you know, more and more people. I want to keep like that's my next North Star. Is I want to help 40 people get to 6-figure a month agencies, right? Over and over. I want to help more people sell at a high level, more people be able to put up more premium. I want to help and that's my next North Star, right? And that's like the next wave. And so just with these like general directions, again, I'm gonna start like.
I want to be one of those.
You're gonna be.
Let's go, baby.
I love it. Yeah, and that's the idea, right? Like if you can just start to pick these directions, like there's all these little things that you're gonna learn along the way, but you have your direction. So like when you get confused, when things get hard, if you're stuck, if things are difficult, you can stop and go, am I going that way? Do I need to recalculate? Did I start off going north and now I end up like I'm heading west? Like I need to get back on track and go north again, right? Because north is the North Star, and that's where I want to be heading. So again, selling, building your team, recruiting, you start sharing the opportunity with people, you start to show other people what we're doing, you start to share it, you start to have people coming into your world, into your agency. Well, I got to be there for them. Like I just told you guys that story, right? I got my phone and I got 100 and something text messages that I'm like, man, like I don't even know how I'm going to get back to all these people. And the guy with the $10 million a month agency looks at me and he goes, you're doing everything right. You're at the point right now where most people quit. And I'm like, man, all right. So he's telling me that I'm doing the right thing. I must be on the right path, right? Because most people are like, this is too much. It's too frustrating. It's too stressful. I don't want to have all the difficulty, the challenge, it's all these obstacles, it's all this stress. And so for most people, they just go, I'd just rather not do this. But I kept that North Star in my head. I'm like, I'm going to keep going this direction. I'm going to keep moving in this way because I still want that goal, that outcome. I still want to be there. I'm going to get to that point. And it was all like an internal thing that nobody had to say to me. Like, nobody was like, no one sat me down and was like, do this and this is going to happen. I was just like, this is what I want. And I think that this makes sense. And I'm like kind of guessing and trying to figure things out. And like, there's all these crazy things happening, but like I had my North Star, right? So I started to help people, started to figure out what worked, what didn't. I was onboarding people. I was recruiting people. I was trying to teach people how to sell. I learned how to not teach people how to sell. So that didn't work. So I'm going to not say that. Mustachio came in, we're like, just buy the leads and dial, baby.
Terrible.
Yeah, we're like, now we don't.
And then I'm like, I spent $13,000 and I haven't made any money. He's like, okay, maybe we should help you.
Yeah, we're like, all right, let's change this because this isn't working, right? And so now it's different, right? You're like, oh, I buy this many. Yeah. But we're like, buy these leads, you spend this much, you should make this many calls each day, you should sit down for this long and make your calls with a tool, a dialer, and then you should be able to get this many presentations and this many sales. And when you don't, like there's training calls, you get a mentor, like you got someone to ask questions to, but like that's the framework. And then like if you can't get that, then you got to start getting better, right? Because that's the game. Like the game, that you got to make the calls, you got to get some leads, you got to be able to sell, right? And so getting off the ground, we've learned how to make that easier for people. And that was a process, right? But again, I had that North Star. I was like, I'm just going to go in that direction. I'm just going to keep moving in that direction. So I'm going to come back to what I said at the beginning. I said, I want you guys to think about why you're in the room today, right? Because you might be here and be like, man, you know, I really want to be the top producer. Maybe I want to be I want to have a big team. Maybe I want to be able to build an agency and make 6 figures a month in profit from my team and travel and live a great life and, you know, whatever it is, right? Maybe you want to buy, you know, a bunch of investment properties and like that's your real plan, but this is like a tool to help you get the capital you need to be able to do it. I don't know, right? Whatever you want, you can do it. And so there's information in this room that's been shared, it's already been shared. There's stuff that people have been saying that will lead you there. Like it's gonna get you there. But you gotta do the work. You gotta be willing to make the decisions that are gonna get you there. And most people, what happens most times is they don't wanna do the things that are required to get them to where they wanna go, because it's nothing special. And I promise you guys, it is nothing special. I show up every day, I make phone calls, I sell policies, and I help agents sell, and I help onboard agents, and I show some people how to build teams that are interested in that, and I get on training calls, and I just share what I'm doing, and that's the game. Like that's it. Most people are like, really? Like, are you serious? But like that's it. You know, you got to be there for people, help people, care about people. Along that process, you're going to get a lot of people that will join your group and your agency. And then you just got to add time to it. Because let's just say, and I'm just going to give you some rough numbers here, like let's say that you want an agency, which I know a lot of us do, so I keep mentioning that, but like maybe you just want to figure out how to sell. So I'm going to go both ways real quick. Let's say that you want an agency, right? And you're like, man, what do I need to do, Tyler? I'll be like, okay, well, let's think about it. If you start recruiting people, whether it's, you know, you're getting agents handed to you or you're starting to build your own organization, you're going to have to bring people in consistently. So maybe you bring in 20 people a month, and out of the 20, let's say 10 actually pass their exam. They like go through pre-licensing, they take their test, because like not everybody does that. And then like let's say out of those people, 5 actually write a policy, right? Okay, so if I know I'm going to get 5 new writers a month, well, how big do you want your team to be? Well, I want my team to be 100 people, okay? So that means that I'm going to have to do that for, what would that be, 20 months? 20 months I got to do that to get to 100 writers, okay? Like, that's time. I have to multiply time to the game. And if you want it to go faster, you recruit more people, right? That's the only options. That's it. It's not that crazy. You know what I mean? It's like, cool, let's go do it. But that's the idea. Selling, same thing. You want to be able to sell 30,000 a month? You want to, whatever the number is, pick a number. Like, let's start to solve it. What do I got to do? Well, I know that when I spend $1,000 on leads, I'm able to sell 7 policies. I'm just making this up. 7 policies. And when I sell 7 policies, my average premium is $1,000. That's 7,000. So I'm going to spend $1,400 on leads or $1,200 on leads, and I'm going to sell my, or actually scratch that. 7 policies per $1,000 a week in leads. You do that 4 weeks in a row. That's 28 policies, all at $1,000 in premium. You just got to figure out how to get 2 more policies, and then you got $30,000 in premium, right? It's all math. It's a math problem that you're solving. Really simple. And so when it comes down to it, we have to figure out what the math problem is, how to solve it. We got to figure out, we got to do the work to put the inputs into the machine and start to get that output. And so last time that we were all here, I'm going to segue really quick. Last time we were all here, I talked to you guys about this concept of it's either having a millimeter of progress in a million directions or a million meters of progress in one direction. Like, I want you guys, like, and this is so important to me because the reason that I think I accelerated quickly in this game, and I'm like just getting started in this, and like I'm really just figuring out how to play big in this game. So like, I just want you guys to know, like, I'm not like capped out here. I'm talking to you guys because there's way more for all of us to go out there and get. But what I realized is most people just aren't focused. Most people aren't thinking about one thing. They're thinking about 2, maybe 3, maybe 4. And they're like they're like scrambled eggs in the head because they don't know what they want to do. They don't know, they can't put all their focus on something. So if you imagine your day and your attention as a pie chart, like what do you do all day? What are you thinking about? Where is your attention going? Are you thinking about insurance sales, or are you thinking about like the baseball game that you just watched? Are you more concerned with going out with people and, you know, maybe people with negative habits? Like, are you on your phone for 50% of the day? Are you watching the news all day long? Like, are you wasting time, or are you productive? Because I'm going to give you guys another example. Let's say, like, if I told you that it took 2,000 hours and then you could become an agency owner of $250,000 a month in premium, like, how fast would you try to get the 2,000 hours in? Quick, right? You'd work 80 hours a week. You're like, oh my gosh, that's the finish line. I got to get to the, like, you would put in the work so much more now because you knew that finish line was that number. And every day you'd be like crossing off a box of like how many more hours you had to get there, right? And so the idea is that is the case. Like, but if you do, you know, if I do 80 hours a week, and I'm not saying you got to go work 80 hours a week, I'm just giving you an example. Like if I work 80 hours a week and then someone else is working 40 and they're 40, they're actually like, they're going and they're working 40, but they're like kind of on their phone during it. They're like watching a movie in the background. And then when they're not at work, they're going and doing the wrong things with the wrong people and surrounding themselves with negative energy and not people that they want to be like I'm so much more involved in my business and I'm learning and growing at a faster rate that compounds over time for me to be able to get to where I want to go. And if it's really where you want to go, like, dude, it's worth it, right? And you guys will hear, like I bet Brad says, figure out what you want. And you guys, like Andy says all the time, like you gotta know what success is for you. For me, like that is, like I want to go that direction. I want to play the big game. I want to see what I'm capable of, what's possible. And so I'm telling you guys, like imagine it is like that. Like imagine it's time under the bar. Like imagine that it's experience points that's going to help you get to where you want to go. Imagine it's just the reps. Because like for me, when people are like, oh my gosh, like this guy said this objection and like this happened, I'm like, I've heard it so many times. That is literally just a matter of fact of how you overcome that situation and get to where you want to go. You know what I mean? Like you're just, it's natural. I'm just like, well, of course you overcome it. Of course you just overcome it and move into the application. Of course you just continue to follow up with the person, or you continue to call new people, and it's all just like so normal to me because I have so much experience behind it, right? So there's a couple things that Andy and Brad asked me to talk about, and real quick, I just want you guys to understand, like selling is really, it's a skill and an art, right? Andy always says the art of sales is lost. Like most salespeople are dead. They don't actually have true passion, they're not really there for people. They're trying to get a paycheck. So what I want you guys to understand is like, if you guys want to get better, most of the stuff that comes out of our mouth is being judged by other people. Whether it's like all of us in this room, it's like you guys listening to me, it's like us listening to a podcast. Like, you guys ever hear somebody say something that's like on a recording audio from like someone else's YouTube video or podcast, and you're just kind of like, it like hits you the wrong way, and like you kind of judge them a little bit? Like that's what's going on our phone calls. Does that make sense? Like they're like, do I believe in this person? Do I trust this person? Do I really want to give this person the time and the energy so I can move forward in this process? And it's our job to put all the cards on this side of the table to be able to get people to get that buy-in, to get them to move forward, okay? And so I believe that with us inside of our industry, if it's new for you, if you're not where you want to be, it's practicing the script. It's doing the simple things a lot. Again, it's simple, but it takes reps. And you're going to have to put in a little bit of elbow grease to get that skill set, okay? So for me, if I was a brand new person in this industry, like you guys hear me say this stuff all the time, like man, it's all about reps. It's all about practice. It's all about reading your script, rehearsing it, learning how to overcome objections, practicing that stuff over and over and over. If I'm building a team, it's all about recruiting agents. It's all about onboarding agents. It's all about doing that stuff over and over and over. How can I get better at this? Where am I messing up? How can I be reflective about the things that are going on in my life and then make the adjustments to be able to be more successful? Okay? So for selling, right, there's little things inside of sales that will help people say yes, right? Of course, there's word tracks. Of course, our tone, our attitude. If people are getting worked up, hey, man, I'm a mirror. I'm going to make you be calm. I'm going to keep my voice calm. You're not going to freak out. Like, I got this. I'm going to control that situation. And so there's an art to being able to communicate with people. And really, people aren't figuring out if they're going to buy an insurance policy. They're figuring out who to do business with. Okay? They're figuring out if it's you, if it's somebody else. They're figuring out if you're a scammer, you're a liar, right? They're figuring out, is this the person that I need to trust? And it's our job to be able to provide that to them. And I was here earlier this morning, Pistachio say his work ethic is one thing that he's got that he thinks, is in his pocket that benefits him in business. And man, like, I agree. And I think that most people want it to be easier and they underestimate the amount of effort that it's going to take to be great. Like, we just wanted the big life, but we didn't really think about what the requirements were to get it. And so for us as salespeople, guys, I'll tell you, like, selling policies on my own pen is the most profitable thing that still happens in my business. Like, still. And it was that way at the beginning. It still is. Like, it's like, selling is the key to this industry. Selling is, like, I'm getting renewals now, especially. Like, I get back-end payouts. Like, it's just a whole nother ball game when you're selling consistently at a high level. Your business is on the books. You're getting the long-term benefits of it all. And so if you sell 30 policies a month for 3 years, you're going to have tons of renewals. You're going to have tons of back-end payouts. You're going to have tons of commission checks come in. And the selling part of it is like the magic sauce, right? Everybody wants the team, but like, the selling is the thing. Like, number one, it provides you cash flow. Number two, it's going to give you the experience to be able to tell other people how to do it. Number three, like, you got to know your business better than everybody else. Because, like, if Gabby knows the business better than I do, well, what's to say that Gabby's not going to recruit my agents to his other IMO over there because I'm an uneducated leader? So you got to make sure that you're setting yourself up to be able to be successful in the business, and selling is the key. Selling is the thing that's going to help you guys all and me go to my next level. How do I be better in it? How do I figure out how to be, selling at a higher level, different products, different closes, different word tracks, right? And so I think it's really important for all of us to make sure that, man, like, I'm taking care of me, number one, like Andy said, and I believe in this, take care of you so then you can help other people. Because to be able to build that agency that you want, to be able to sell an agency, to be able to, like, sell your book of business for millions and millions of dollars, like, it's all about selling insurance. That's your whole business, is you selling insurance and other people selling insurance. So you got to know how to sell insurance. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's almost like too simple. It's like, who's been lying about it the whole time, making it sound complicated? It's just selling insurance. And if I can be really good at it and really good at talking to this 1 or 2 or 3 target demographics, like, dude, there's a lot of noise out there. There's a lot of distractions, but, like, just lean into all of it. Like, if someone objects to me and someone says something along the lines of, I don't know, like, it's not a good time right now, am I like, dang, man, these leads suck? Or am I like, no worries at all, I'll have you off the phone in 30 seconds just to make sure we got the right person on the phone. Is your date of birth 8/10/1998? And they're like, yeah. And then you're like, okay, really fast, while I do have you here, any kind of medical you just go into something. But, and like, the idea of me, like, saying that right now is that I'm just giving you guys an example of 2 different perspectives. One salesperson's like, man, this is difficult, these leads are so bad, which is what I used to do. And I literally thought that leads were broken because I thought that I could just call people and they'd be like, yeah, let's get that put in place right now. And they were like, here's $100. And I was like, yes, like, I'm going to make a commission. But that's not how it works, right? Like, you got to do your job. You got to be able to take them from where they're at right now and interested and make them go, I'm going to buy this right now today. I'm going to spend money on this. And so in that process, there's a lot of little things that we can do to help ourselves be able to get there. And once you can do those things, once you can overcome those objections, once you can change people's perspective from, hey, I'm interested to, hey, I'm going to purchase, boom. You start to make money. You can start to show people how to make money. And now you have something to build a business off of. Okay? Now, there's a couple things about insurance that I think are really cool. One of the things that I think is really cool, and I touched on it earlier, is that we all have the same tools and resources. I mean, I was saying to John earlier, like, Grady, when he texted me, he saw John and he's like, John's a beast. And I'm like, dude, like, I know John is a beast, And something that I remembered when I went and I saw him and I met Grady a while ago is, his agency was doing 8 figures a month, which is, if you guys don't know, a ton. Like, he's well off forever, generationally forever. And he's like, he told me a story. He said, when I got started, I didn't know who to look up to and trust because the person who was my mentor was younger than me. And he was like, I just didn't know what to do. He's like, I felt weird about listening to this kid who was way younger than I was lead me in my organization, right? And so he told me a story about how when he got started, the only thing that he did better than anybody else was just listen. He was just coachable. He was just like, you said it's that way, I'm just going to do it that way. You said that I got to do this, I got to wake up at this time, make this many calls, like, I'm just going to do it. And he's like, everybody can do that stuff, but nobody wants to, right? And so with insurance, again, I said he's really well off. Well, guys, this business will pay you forever on the business that forever. Years. Many, many years. It'll pay you for a very long time for the business that gets written. And every single year that your business is open and active, it actually grows. That's crazy. Because your renewals will build from year 1 to year 2 to year 3, and it might be just you your first year to you and 10 other people your second year, and then you and 16 other people, and then you and 47 other people, and then you and 1,800 other people, and all those renewals stack up over time, and you are like never gonna, like, there's a reason why giant billion-dollar corporations want to buy insurance agencies. Right? They're like, in 27 years, we're going to make this much money off of all the business that's been written, which, like, you own. That's crazy. It is. It's bizarre. And so when I got started, I didn't know any of this stuff. I didn't know that you could build an organization. I didn't know that you could build a team. I didn't know that you could sell your business. I thought that you just had to sell insurance, and, like, we were just fortunate enough to, like, have a product that, like, we could just sell, and that was it. So, like, I tell you guys that story because one thing that I wish I did is I wish I started building a team earlier. I wish I started to figure out that there's a bigger game within the game that we're playing. And right now, for a lot of you guys are on the come up. Some of you guys are writing a crazy amount of business already. Some of you guys are building teams. Some of you guys are doing your own recruiting. I mean, some of you guys have a couple people that you're bringing in. Some of you guys have 10, 15 writers on your teams. And, like, that's cool. But, like, if you stop that process, you're only holding you back, right? If you get comfortable, if you get a little bit like, hey, like, I'm good. I'm just going to coast from here. My team will get big enough and they'll do the work. Like, it's all on you. Like, it's about the leader. Like, if you're the leader for your organization and your team, they're going to do what you do. If you know how to sell and you're selling every day, they're going to sell. If you don't know how to sell, and you think that just because you have some other people and, like, a lot of other people sell, like, they might not want to follow your lead because you're not being the leader, right? Andy said, he always says, I don't care about who you are, I care about who you're becoming. I want you guys to think about that. Like, you don't have to be the all-star right now. You don't have to be the superstar. You don't have to be the person that's completely, like, sculpted into being exactly who you need to be. You just have to be open-minded enough to be able to take steps in that direction. And it's cool if you're not the best version of yourself. Because when I got started, again, not the best version of myself. I was just trying to figure it out. And so I started taking steps in that direction. And for all of you guys in this room right now, being at the place where you're at right now, like what is the next page in your story? Like you get to decide that. When I was dead broke, legit $0 in my bank account, like I got a screenshot of it, I could have went, this isn't for me, this isn't gonna work. Or like I had heard all these successful people tell me to be a problem solver and start figuring things out, because if it can happen for them, it can happen for me. I started to just solve problems. I was like, I need money, I'm gonna go to a bank. They got money. I'm gonna just start applying for loans and start asking people for money. I just need to start to figure out how to sell. That's it. So you gotta start to become a problem solver. And we're all at different stages in our journey. Like maybe you are selling at a high level. Maybe you just need more recruits in your agency to, like that's your next step. Maybe you're at the point where like, you just don't know how to sell, right? Maybe you're at the point where like, you need to make a decision to be better for you every day so you can really be committed in this and give yourself the headspace and the time to be able to put forward to be able to start to change your own life. Because at the end of the day, guys, and like I mean this, like this is for you. Like if like this opportunity legit would not even be here, but Brad like he's very successful. He doesn't have to do this, you know what I mean? But he has this opportunity set up in the vehicle of insurance for a specific reason. But it's literally to help other people because he's already, you know, gotten his. He's already good. So he's like, man, like there's all these people struggling out there. What do I, like, why doesn't everyone just get into sales? Why doesn't everyone just get into an opportunity that pays you recurring revenue forever? Why doesn't everyone just be a part of a good environment, good people, good team? So he's like, oh, I'll just start Real Financial a couple of years ago. You know, he's like, it's a great opportunity. There's a lot of money to be made in it. The agents get paid really well. I'm going to do that. Like this whole thing is designed for all of us to be successful. It's crazy. I mean, like there's a lot of people out there that'll start something for the 100% benefit of themselves and not care about anybody else. But the fact that we're all here in this room right now, following that path that's already been laid is so crazy to me. And I think that the one big thing that, you know, if I was to kind of like sum up my journey so far, it's just that I followed footsteps that other people laid out for me. Right? And I think that for all of us in this room, like I want you guys to just look in the mirror and I want you guys to be reflective about the things that are going on in your life. Like maybe you're not, and like, you know, I don't know everybody in this room, like heart to heart wise, like I'm not insanely tight with everybody, but I want you guys just to think about where you want to be in your life, right? Like I know that some of us want to build big teams. I know that some of us want to sell a lot of insurance. I know that some of us just want to become better people. Some of us are on a change in our life. Some of us are in an adjustment. Some of us are becoming a different person, right? And like, I want you all to just be reflective. Be reflective about where you're at in business. Be reflective about where you're at with your health. Be reflective about your habits and what's healthy for you, what makes you feel good on the inside. Because I can tell you what, when I spend time doing the wrong things, I feel bad about myself. When I spend time doing the right things, I feel good about myself. When I spend time like investing in myself, reading, spending time around you guys, like, man, I love me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love me. But when I'm out there and I'm like, if I'm doing anything weird or shady, like, I feel guilty and I don't like myself. And so for life, right? Life, business, being able to pair all this stuff together, intertwine it all. Like, there's a certain level of self-accountability that you have to be able to lead and live that great life. So from insurance to life in general, guys, there's a lot that our environment has to do with our internal success and external success. Because we might see a fancy car and think that guy's successful. But being happy deep down, being able to look at yourself in the mirror, be proud of who you are and what's going on in your life, like, that's a different story, right? I mean, the story, I just told someone this morning, Mustachio's like, told me this is crazy. Like, he's like, you know, what was it, a couple $100,000 a year you were making at your car dealership? Uh-huh. And you were like, I'm just not happy, and I'm going to leave. Yep. It's crazy. You have the money, but you're like, you don't want to be doing that anymore. Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah. And so we all, and this is something that I love so much about this organization and what we have is like, we're all impacting each other all the time. Like when Stash shows up on Zoom and he's fired up and like, yeah, like that's cool. You know what I mean? It makes me feel good. I'm like, yeah, give me some of that. And like, I can do that for you, and you can do that for me, and you can do that for him, and she can do that for you. And like, we all impact each other all day long. Like, we're around the right people. We're in the right vehicle. We have the right mentors. The roadmap is laid out. Is it what you want? Because the game plan is there. Like, it's not that crazy. Again, it's simple stuff. It's not scary. It's not too hard. It's never been done before. Like, people have been doing this for a long time. And we'll see a lot more people as time go on in our own organization do it. And one thing that I think if I was to go back in my journey and tell myself, what do I wish I did differently? Like, genuinely, I wish I started to teach people quicker. Like, I wish I started sharing what I was doing faster. Like, I figured out how to do it, and then I figured out, well, I thought in my own head, I can't share any of this with anybody because I don't want anybody to know what I'm doing. Even people on my own team, I was thinking that. I was like, man, I don't want anybody to know what I'm doing. I don't want anybody to know because I want to be at the top of the leaderboard. And that was my instant first thought. And then Andy...
That's what happened to me.
That's so funny. But then Andy started making me run training calls. And Andy was like, yeah, you're just going to start taking over these training calls. You're going to start teaching people because, like, you're the top guy. And I was like, all right. And then I started to realize that when other people sold, they wanted to stick around. And I actually made more money. And they were happier. And they liked me better because I was helping them. It made me feel good, right? 10,000-foot view, insurance is a great opportunity, right? You're around the right people. You're in the right community. You're following the right mentors. Like, the roadmap's here. It might not happen tomorrow just because you want it, but it will happen if you just continue down the path. And I'm saying this to you guys as the person who had no experience in this business, who had no business being the person working alongside Brad and Andy, right? Like, why not you guys? But you got to be able to do the work. Like Andy said, I know who's right in business. Like, literally, he watches the leaderboard. Like, he's like, who's on the issue pay report this week? This guy's writing this much? Heck yeah. Like, I want to know what he's doing. Like, he's interested in that. And that is like the secret to, like, people think that it's like a community, a club of like successful people. It's just people who are doing the work that like share the stuff that works because they see it all the same because they're not like trying to find the cheat code, the hack. They're like in there every single day doing the work. Does that make sense? Okay, so there's a couple people in the room that I want you guys to hear from. Jimmy's writing a ton of business. So, Jimmy, if you want to come up, Stash, do you want to come up for a second? You have a ton of sales experience. And then I want you guys to kind of just talk about selling insurance and, I mean, like what works for you guys and on both ends, if it's whatever products. But I know Stash has been, I mean, he's been in sales almost as long as I've been alive.
I could be his dad.
And he's got way more experience in sales than I do. So Stash is someone that I think can bring us all a lot of value, especially he's sold at a high level for a long time, and he's led a lot of high-level salespeople, and now he's selling insurance at a high level, and he's teaching other people how to sell at a high level. So I want Mustachio, you can go, as long as you want, but whatever's valuable to you,
Yeah.
I think it would be super helpful for everybody in the room.
Yeah. Sweet. I mean, let's fucking go. So the main thing is that we all showed up, and I was talking about it in my podcast today. Thanks to Gabby. It's awesome. I can't believe that he did that, dude. This guy, Gabby. First of all, he like wrote out a whole script for us and everything we needed to do. I'm like, yeah, I'll do this podcast, right? And I'm just like not even thinking about it. I was like, yeah, I'll just like wing it. And this guy wrote out a whole step-by-step, everything we're gonna ask, like. Did it for 3 different people. It's crazy. Gabby's the man. So round of applause for Gabby for always being there, right? And he's always there for us. And it's not just Gabby. It's the people like Gabby and the people like Tyler. And there's people here and we're all here for each other. That's the best part. And if you're not here to help other people out, then you're probably not going to last very long in this business, right? That's why we're here. We don't want people that aren't here for other people to be here. Otherwise, that's not the people that we want to be around, we want to hang out with. So, but a big thing with this business is you have to fucking work, right? That's the main thing. We all say we're gonna work, we all say we're doing the work, but really we're at home and we're on our phone and we're looking at TikTok and we're looking at what we're gonna do and the show we're gonna go to, and we're not actually putting in the fucking work. That's the main thing. And I've seen it my entire career back in car sales. I'm sure John can attest to this. It's terrible, but no one works. Like they all say, like, I want to be at the top of the board, and they're great salespeople, and they can talk, and they have the right words, and they're personable, and people love them, but they just don't do it. They don't do it. And why? And it's the same thing here. There's a room full of people, and I bet 80% of you say you're doing the work, you're not actually putting in the work. You're calling for the 2 hours a day, and you're hanging out, and you're going on a walk, or you're waking up late, or you're doing weird shit. Whereas like me, I legit get up at 5:30 to 6 every single day, and I'm like, I'm gonna train some people, right? And I don't have, these people aren't on my team. There's like 3 people that are on my team, then most of the people don't even show up. I'm training people that aren't even on my team because I'm putting in the work because it's gonna make me better. Because I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna help people out and we're gonna get better. And then after that, then I get on the phone and I'm like, I gotta figure out how to get on the top of this board because I don't like to fucking lose. I don't wanna lose. I love Jimmy and I love these guys. I love Tyler. I don't wanna fucking lose to them. You guys are amazing. I want to be at the top of the board. So then I push myself every single day to get there, and I don't take a break. I'm in that room. Mandy's like, hey, do you want to come out? Do you want to like eat lunch with me? And I'm just like, no, can you bring me lunch? And she's just like, well, I'm working too. So Mandy's working too. She's like making mortgage calls. I'm like, I gotta get lunch. So I run out there and I get a banana and I run back in. I'm like, I'm starving. And then when I get off work, right, which is usually at 7 at night or 8 at night, then I have my actual team that's like, dude, I need help. Like, teach me how to do this. I'm fucking struggling. So now I'm on the phone with my team, and now I'm helping them until 9 o'clock, 10 at night. And now Mandy and I, what do we want to do? We have a project that we want to get done in the house. We're legit. I get off work, and I put on construction clothes, and I'm getting, like, doing sheetrock and working and screwing shit. And I don't even have time to screw my wife and just screw things together in my house. She's like, man, can you screw me instead? I'm like, no, we got shit to go. I got places I want to go. But you have to have the mindset to get where you want to be. Like, that's the point. Is I'm working so hard, and Gabby asked me, he goes, what's your superpower? My superpower is I'll outwork anybody. I will legit outwork everybody. And the reason that I might not be on the top of the board, but I'm pretty fucking close every single month because I put in the work and I know where I want to be and I actually do it, and I'm not looking at TikTok and I'm not on my Facebook and I'm killing all the non-income producing activities, which Andy says all the time. So kill those activities. Like, if you really want to make the money, just do it. And don't be scared to spend money. I think that's a big part of this business is people get into it and they're just like, yeah, I have $400, I want to spend $400 in leads, and they spend the $400, and then they're like, yeah, man, I'm just gonna really try to make some money. I made $1,000 off of that. Ooh, I made $1,200 off of that. Dude, if you make $1,200 off of $400 fucking dollars, that's amazing. Like you just tripled your money, right? Because Jimmy, what did you spend last month? Where's Jimmy at? What did you spend last month? $8,000 or $9,000, and what? You paid 40, 55. Okay, right? Which is crazy. So me, I spend about $6,000 a month, right? And I issue paying about 25 to 30. So I'm 4xing my money. If you're 3 to 4xing your money, if you're spending $400 a month and you're making $1,600 a month, that's it. Like maybe you can make $2,000 a month. You're not gonna get rich spending $400 a month. You're gonna get rich spending. And maybe you can't do it right now, but spend the $2,000 a month and then up it to $3,000 and then up it to $8,000. And what's the next level? You want to get to $100,000 a month? What are you going to have to spend?
Yeah, more.
Right? $20,000 a month. $20,000 a month seems fucking crazy to spend, right? To spend $20,000 a month in leads, but you can buy your paycheck with this business. You can legit, if you get the skill set and you put it in place, like I have these skills now, I can. Okay, let's just say you can only double your money, right? I'm spending $400, and every single month I can only make $800 off my $400. I don't know how I can't 5 times my money. If you can double your money, fuck it, spend 10 grand, right? Because your 10 grand is gonna make you 20 grand. If you can figure out how to double your money, just spend fucking more money and make more money. That's it. That's it. You can buy your paycheck. The only other business that I know like this is a car wash, right? You fucking go in, you're like, dude, these cars come in, they fucking print me money. They wash the cars and they come out the other end. It's easy. It's the same way with this. You fucking put the money in, and out comes more money. You're like, no shit, you just put more money in here. More money's coming out. It's like crazy. Why is there so much money out there? But I think that's my biggest piece of advice. Is just you gotta work. And don't say you're gonna work, and don't say you're gonna put in the effort. Like legit do it. I've being a manager, being in the car business, being in sales as long as I have. That's my. When I left sales, and I never wanted to, and people wanted me to be a manager, I was like, I don't really want to be a manager. I just want to sell. I don't want to teach people anything about this. I just want to just do my things, stay in my lane. And then I went to become a manager. I lost my fucking mind because people didn't want to work. I'm like, dude, like it's easy. Like the leads are here. Just call these leads. This is what you say. We'll train every day. Yeah, but I don't want to train. Oh my god, like. Okay, we got to get you better. We got to get your skill set better. And if you do these things, you want to make 20 grand a month. It's easy. And you have these people that are amazing. Like I can name some names, and I'm not going to drop names, but there's some people in my life that are should be the most incredible salespeople ever. And they are making 2 to 3 grand a month. They have miserable fucking lives. They can barely pay their bills. And then they're looking at me. It's like, yeah, dude, you just have that fucking thing. It's just like, I don't know how you're doing it, but that's not me. No, it's fucking you. You're just not doing it. And when you're a manager, you see it. You're just like in the back, playing on TikTok, playing games, playing ping pong. You're out talking to girls. You're coming in hungover. You don't want to fucking do the work. So, yeah, do the work. That's all I gotta say.
Just call the lead.
Dude, just call the lead.
Hello, there it is. Okay. I just want to go over a few things because like I came in and I know Nick was talking about like how much I spent in leads. I came in with like next to no money. Like I go to college, hated my job. I got fired from a few jobs. I was on my phone texting him about how to make this work. So anyone that thinks it's like too late or that they're bouncing around a lot, like, and he's talked about spending time in the industry, and I think that's cool because like. Who's been in here for more than a year? 3 people. That's crazy. 4 people. So if you go on like FFL, these dudes that built massive agencies, and I would go on YouTube and I'd watch like all these big name guys that have big agencies, guys like Grady, and you'd watch their videos and it'll say like, YouTube 8 years ago, 9 years ago. And you see them like on these stages now in front of thousands of people and you're like, that's cool. But they stayed in it so long, like 8 years, 9, that's a long freaking time, like 10 years. Like, guys have families, like they found it when they were 40. So it's like, we're young, like whatever age you are, if you just spend 8 or 9 years in it, I think you can make a lot of money. I don't really know how much you can make, but it seems like a lot. So it's like, it's more so time in the industry. Yeah, it's like more so time in the industry, and I told him this, I'm like, I love it. Like, when I first came in, I didn't know much. The way I came in off a Twitter thread, which is a whole long story, but basically I just knew Tyler and Nick. And I got to know Brad too, but like Tyler and Nick were the first 2 people I ever talked to. And they helped me so much. And I think like without them, to be honest, I would have probably left. And I would have been working some internship I hate. Who knows? Like I would know like none of these people, which is crazy. And I'm like from all across the country. So it's like, when you think about it, it's really bizarre. But I think 2 of the things, and I know he just wanted me to go over stuff that helped me, was like spending time on stuff that actually makes you money. And I didn't do that. I would like call carriers. I would do a ton of different stuff that actually wasn't making me money. And so I was like, I'm just gonna put my phone away, stay off Instagram, stay off Snapchat, like not text my girlfriend as much, whatever it is, like whatever you waste time on, or not waste time, but like you're like this, I'm not at work, right? Like if you're working a W-2 job, would you be doing that? Would you be just going on a walk for 2 hours in the middle of the day? Probably not. So I think if you're 1099, it's really different. I think it takes a special person to make money doing it. And my dad was 1099, so I'm like, probably have to do what he does, like just be in his basement working, come up, get food, go back down. Has fun, but it's like, it's more so just putting away and like not spending time on stuff that doesn't make you money. Like you said, go a million different directions. What was it?
Make a million meters
of progress
in one direction.
Yeah, so it's like if you're just on, if I just set appointments, right? I just put my phone down, set appointments for 4 hours, right? I'll spend 4 hours setting appointments. Whoever I set appointments with, great. But like, I'm just gonna put my phone down, and odds are, if I spend 4 hours setting appointments, I'm probably gonna have 8 or 9 appointments going into the evening. If I do that every day, probably gonna close 1, 2, 3, maybe you grab a husband and a wife, that's 4, right? Like, that's a phenomenal day. But you're at least getting 1 or 2. So I think spending time on stuff that makes you money, and then over the course of the time, like last summer, I guess, like I was still trying to figure all this out. And that's when I got like close to Brad, Nick, Tyler. I'd say it was last summer. I just couldn't figure it out. Like I was going and working some job I hated. I dialed during the day. And my friends would come home for the summer, and like my family, and I was just like, no, like I just want to figure this out. And thought I was nuts. And looking back, it probably was a little nuts. But it was like, once you get it off the ground, and anyone that just started or is in licensing, I feel like once you get it off the ground, it's like, I can do this, right? Like it's a breath of fresh air. Even if you're not spending a gajillion dollars a week or a month on leads, it's like, once you get the process down, like you're never, or like the first time you go a week or two without making a sale, and you're like panicking. Like that what's happened to me. I'm like, it's broken. But then it's like, you go through that enough times, and it's just like I set 6 appointments the other day. No one showed. I got showed like 6 times, right? But then I just went through, called those leads, found a sale or 2. So it's like, whatever happens, like it happens to all of us. So I think time in the industry, and then just spending time on stuff that makes you money, which I still need to get better at. I should hire a VA to call carriers, like stuff that you're not either setting appointments, closing deals, and that's kind of my 2 cents. And then not being scared to spend more money in leads.
Yeah.
That's really, like, you can buy your paycheck. Once I heard that, I think Tyler said it to me a while ago. I was like, just spend more money then. Like it's like crazy, but that's how it works. And you can't, like, if you're on a car lot, you can't pay for more people to come on the lot. I don't think, right?
No.
Yeah. So it's like that's a big thing, and just spending more time. Like no one's really been in this doing it that long. Like no one's really made a big career out of it yet. We've all been doing this for like a year or 2. So it's like, I can only imagine if we spend a ton of time in the industry, it'd be really cool to see. So thanks for letting me talk.
Yeah.
And I mean, simple things, right? The biggest thing I took away from Mustachio is like, do the work, you know? Jimmy's, I mean, he issued higher than $50,000 last month. We're all like, dang, that's crazy, you know what I mean? Jimmy's like, I just spend time doing things to get me paid. It's like, man, that's crazy. Like, that's so simple. And so one thing that I know from me to be true in my experience is when I make the calls, when I do the things, even when, like, if people don't show up to their appointments, if maybe I get a bunk, like, batch of leads, like, if I just keep, you know, you might have an up, you might have a down, but, like, if I just keep moving towards that direction, like, it's cool. Everything works itself out. So, like, I want you guys to have information that's going to help you guys get to where you want to go. I want to talk to you guys real fast about, like, actually closing sales, right? It'll be quick. We don't have to get into, like, total sales training. But, like, closing sales without pressure is the one thing that I think I've done really well in my time. Because when people object to me, when people tell me they're not going to do something, whatever the case is, I will laugh it off. Legitimately laugh it off. And they, like, their guard drops. Does that make sense? So closing deals with no pressure, right? I want you guys to understand that, like, when people are trying, like, when people are deciding that they're going to purchase from you, they're not, like, it's not like a crazy decision to them. They're trying to figure out if you're trying to get something out of it or if you're trying to help them, and if it makes sense for them to do it right now today. So, like, if somebody does object to me or somebody does have a you know, some kind of, you know, hey, we want to think about it. I'm like, nah, I can totally understand, right? Versus, hey, what do you need to think about? 2 completely different responses. So when we do close sales, when we do close deals, when we are actually getting people to make a decision and move forward in the process, like, guys, we have the ability to control their attitude, their frame of mind. And I think that if there's one thing that you can see across the board with everybody who produces, they got a good attitude, right? And that is something I think that you'll find across all industries, across all salespeople. People that are successful, people that write business, have a good attitude. They're optimistic, right? I think I've read some note from someone who's a lot farther down in life than I am, so I think it's true, but, like, I didn't check the facts on it, but, like, 95% of top producers, their most common trait is optimism, right? It's an attitude thing. Again, it's internal than external. You're optimistic. You're happy. You're able to lead with a smile on your face. That gets people to want to do business with you. That gets people to want to be around you. That gets people to choose to be, like, leaning into you, making them
feel like they're making the right decision. But if I'm somebody who's like I'm going to tell you guys a story. There was a guy that I used to work with here. Awesome guy. And it's crazy. I never figured he would never get on live dials. I never heard him pitch. I never heard him close. I never heard him go through his process. But he'd always tell me he's getting all these presentations and he couldn't make any sales. And this happened for so long that I was like, dude, we got to get on a Zoom call and I got to hear you go through your process. And so I went on a Zoom call with him and we made dials all day together. And I was like, you're going to listen to me. I'm going to listen to you. It's going to be great. And so we did this and he was nervous, but he unmuted, and I heard him go through his process. He sounded okay, it was pretty decent, and then he got close to the numbers, and his attitude totally changed. He was expecting to get a no. Before anything, he was expecting them to say no. So, and I knew that because of the way he started to speak during that time, right? He's like, and it isn't a matter of whether or not we're going to get it right. And it sounds like you're teeing up a no, right? And so he would go through and he would which option makes the most sense? And then it's like I'm looking at the floor because like that he would just like look at the table in front of him and just be like dead in his face, And then they would say, well, they're great. You've done great, but we're going to see which one. I don't know yet. And he'd be like, all right. And so he was already expecting to get a no. He wasn't optimistic. He wasn't leading with a smile. He didn't have a good attitude. And so, like, I told him if I did the whole same process and then going into my close, I was like, it seems like it's probably not a matter of whether or not we're going to get it, Mr. and Mrs. Customer, right? Yeah, that's probably right. Okay, so we'll probably look at 2 to 3 options. That way we can put you guys in a better situation. And whichever option makes most sense, we'll go ahead and start off with that one. Does that make sense for you guys? It does? Okay, cool. So here's what we're going to do, right? My attitude's so different. I'm leading them. I'm helping them through the process. And so just from small tweak, and this is like sales, right? It's a lot of small things that you'll pick up on as you get better. But like it's my attitude. I'm just deciding that I'm going to act a certain way to help these people make a decision to help themselves. So I lead in that direction, right? And this person, what I've realized is first presentation, back to the story, first presentation he makes, I'm like, dude, I know what's wrong. I'm like, you're just like your attitude is saying for them to say no. Like that's all it is. And he's like, really? And I'm like, man, we just got to switch the way that you're speaking, and then people will start saying yes. And he, ended up trying to do it, and he wasn't getting on dials, and he didn't end up, I could tell sales wasn't for him, ultimately. But the idea is that he wasn't optimistic. Like, he was putting himself in a hole. He was digging, when you get on the phone with someone and someone's like, yeah, no, we're just shopping around right at the beginning, and you're like, all right, I got to kind of like battle my way back into this one. They already throw an objection out at the beginning. It's like he was putting himself in the hole at the beginning of the conversation, literally by the way he was talking. He wasn't putting all the cards in his favor. He wasn't being the perfect person to help them solve their problems. He was giving them reasons to say no instead of yes. And so, one thing that I know is that because of my tone, because of the way that I speak, because of the confidence that I carry when I go into the presentation, people say yes. Like, people are literally like, well, Tyler, we're going to need to think about this one. I'm like, totally understand. But guys, it's not a matter of whether or not we're going to get one, right? That's right. All right, so what makes most sense and what most people do is we'll just start you guys off with the lower option because we know it's affordable. And that way we can start with something. So Susie's going to be in a better place if something happens to you, Joe. And then we'll go forward from there. And if you guys want to come back and add on more, we can. What's the spelling of your first and last name? Smile the whole way through. It's cool. I'm not pushy. It just makes sense, right? But if I wasn't confident, if I didn't have that optimistic perspective, it's weird. It's like I could say the same thing, and it's weird, really weird. People get really pushy and combative. So making sure that we have that the things that we can control, we're taking care of. It's optimism. It's saying the right things. Making sure we're closing with the right techniques. We're not just throwing numbers at a wall and making it general. We're being specific to them. We're caring about them and their situation, right? We're making it relatable to them. Maybe tell a story, right? Don't just be a cardboard box. You know, from like Ed and Eddie, that like plank thing. You don't want to be that. You want to be interesting. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, they like draw the face on the plank. I think it's called plank. Right? Yeah. We don't want to be that guy. We want to be interesting. We want them to know that we're there for them. So with closing, like, and Brad was like, can you teach him a couple of, like, you know, teach him some things that are going to help him sell? I was like, all right. So simple things that'll help us all sell is the trial close. You go through your process. People tell you all the reasons that they're going to get it. Like, in that point in time, my attitude takes a complete right turn, a 90-degree angle turn. I'm not curious anymore about their situation. I'm like, we need to get this done for you. And so now I'm speaking from a place of, hey, this is what we're going to do going forward. You just told me all these reasons that you needed it. It's not like, hey, does any of these options make sense? It's like, since you need it, we're going to look at 2 or 3 options. Whichever one makes most sense, we'll go ahead and get that one. Is that fair? Yeah, okay, cool. Right? And so my attitude takes a right turn to, we're going to get this done. And then when they object, I'm keeping that attitude. I'm not even like raising a little bit because I don't want their negative state to affect my closing. So trial closes. Hey, since it's not a matter of whether or not we're going to get this taken care of, we'll look at a couple options, whatever the case is, right? You can use that frame and that track however you want. And then when you are actually showing numbers, like something that I've learned recently, again, staying in the game, staying in the weeds, staying in the selling. The selling is the power. I'm still learning sales. Hey guys, or Mr. Customer, is there any reason at all why option B would be too expensive for you? They go, no. You go, got it. We'll start with that one. You pull up the application and you're rolling. You're into the app. You don't let them get caught up at the numbers because that's where they want to bail out. So, in the sense of selling is simple, right? There's a lot of things that internally could hold us back from becoming successful salespeople. There's a lot of things that in sales we want to make sure we're doing on our end, and I call those the controllables, making the dials, doing the work behind the scenes, practicing, having that optimistic attitude, being a positive piece of the conversation, not shooting yourself in the foot and having the conversation go negative before you even like get 2 minutes into the conversation. Does that make sense? Like you want to stack all the odds in your favor. Gotta make a lot of presentations. And like, you know, the baseball analogy is something that I love if you guys know me, I say it all the time. It's like, man, you know, in baseball, these people are so used to getting out that they play 20 years in a sport and they get out majority of the time. How frustrating would that be? Like you literally you're the best in the game, but you get out 70% of the time. 70% of the time. And you're an all-star. You're like the top notch, right? But you get out most of the time. Isn't that crazy? So people who get on base in baseball, 30% of the time are the best in the league, in the best league in the world. What does that tell you? They're resilient. They're willing to show back up and do it again. They're like, I went 0 for 4 today, but like I'm going to show back up tomorrow, and I'm going to go and try to hit the ball again. Nothing changes about their activity day to day, even though they're getting their face beat in. If you look at it from a statistics standpoint, it's the same thing in sales. Guys, we can make 5 presentations, and 2 people could buy, or 1 person could buy, and you can still be profitable. It's just getting used to that. It's different. I'm not in college anymore. I'm not in school. I don't need to get an A. My stats don't all have to be 90%. And that's different. So for a lot of us, like rejection is something that is new for us. Rejection is something that we're not used to dealing with. But if you can get used to playing the game, and I say playing the game because sometimes it's more simple than, you know, being a master closer. It's just running the numbers. Like you make 5 presentations, most likely, if you do the process the right way, someone's gonna buy, which is cool. And like, you know, I'm gonna talk about what Stash said a minute ago. He said you can put in all this money here, and I'm like, all this money comes out over here. Like, guys, there's so many different products to sell, things that we can do. I love the story of the toaster, right? Like, you guys have heard me tell this a million times, but like, this business is a legit toaster. Like, here's what you do. You figure out what works, and then you run that play. You don't adjust. Like, you want to sell a different product? Sure, go for it. You want to start selling something else? But like, no matter where you're at in the business, you're going to have to sell something. So knowing your numbers, knowing what's going to get you your outputs is what you got to focus on. So I know that right now, if I buy 25 leads, mortgage leads, here's what's going to happen. Like clockwork, I spend $900, I get 25 leads. I set about 14 to 16 appointments on average. I know that half of those people, every single time, sometimes a little bit more, show up to their appointments, right? So let's just say that it's 14 people that set appointment. I know that 7 of those are actually going to be there. I'm closing at just about 50%. So at 50% of the time that I make a presentation, people are purchasing. Average policy size is like, I think in January it was 1900 and, or no, December was like 1900, January it's like 1670 or 1690 or something. So what does that tell me? Well, let's just say that I sell 3 policies out of my batch of 25. I spent $900. It's pretty much all term America or whole life America, which pays really well. So I'm spending $900. I have that amount of appointments. It's 14 appointments, 7 show. I close 3 out of 25 leads. I just made $4,900 in annual premium, or like $5,200 in annual premium. My advance is a couple $1,000. You know, it could be. And sometimes, like, my closing percent, you know, it's that game of like, you know, sometimes you close 2, sometimes you close 6, whatever it is. But that's my toaster right now. I'm running that play. Like, that's what I do every single like week. And sometimes I just buy. I'm just gonna get 100 of them because I know that when I call them, I make money. And I'm not as into details. And like, I'll look back at the end of the purchase and like work out the numbers. But like, I'm just like, I know that when I get the leads, I make the calls, I make the money. Leads, phone calls, money. Leads, phone call, practice, money. Like, that's it. It's nothing. It's just like training calls, live dials, hang out with everybody, have a smile on my face. It's cool. We live a great life. What a treat, man. It's like a starburst, you know? It's cool. It's a good life. It's great. And so for me at Final Expense, you know, I used to sell. I've sold like every single lead vendor on the planet, but like there was one that I was spending $1,000 a week, and I knew that I was getting like 6 sales out of that, and I was getting like a sale a day, and like that was great because my average size was like 1,000 in premium, and I was getting 6 of those a week, so that means 6,000 in premium, 1,000 for 6,000. It's pretty decent, and like I ran that play, and like that's the toaster, guys. When you put bread in the toaster, and you push the little lever down. Right? I kind of just leave it alone for a little bit, and then like toast pops up. It's so predictable. Go do it tonight, like, or when you get home, like go put bread in your toaster. Like, tell me what happens. You know what I mean? You're like, dang man, every time this guy is so reliable. The business is the same way. It's literally the same thing. It's like, dude, like Stash just said, I put the money in. Dude, money in, leads, phone calls, money. Every time. Money in, leads, you make the phone calls, you make the money. If you're not making the money, we gotta get better. It's cool. We got training calls all week. You got a mentor you can go ask questions to. You got people to plug in. Like this community is awesome. There's great people that you can learn from. But like, it is an opportunity that we have such a cool like system that when you really play the game by the system, like it works so well. It's not a guess anymore. It's like, no, that is exactly what happens. Like it's literally over and over and over. We do it, and it continues to prove the same thing, that it's going to happen, and it's routine, and I don't have to second guess it. It's just it is what it is. You know, like some people develop that skill set. Some people can learn the sales process. Some people are willing to make the phone calls because like it does take phone calls. I used to, man, this is a crazy time in my life. I was trying to figure out like I would be like, oh, I'm gonna try to like get ahead, right? Like I'm gonna try to like get a couple policies this week extra, and I would like not dial, and I'd be like, well, I presented to all these people a while ago. I'll just call them because like if one of them says yes, and it takes me less time to get someone on the phone. I'm like, it'd be a layup, and I like call all these old leads, and I don't get new leads, and then like I'm behind on the week, and I'm presenting or I'm trying to get these people to answer the phone. They won't. They're all giving me BS excuses, and like instead of feeding my toaster over and over and over, I was like trying to find a hack, a shortcut, and there is none. Like you just gotta play the game, and the game is so simple. It's not crazy. So insurance-wise, like, or I guess business-wise, like this is the right place. This is the right opportunity. You're in the right vehicle to make it some money. Like I'm telling you guys, like it's not like an industry's booming all of a sudden and like, you know, everyone's in real estate like in 2005, 2006, and like the market's gonna crash. Like this stuff's gonna be here forever. Like people who are, you know, my age are gonna become mortgage protection leads. People who are mortgage protection leads in 20 years are gonna become final expense leads. There's people being born today that are gonna be leads in 20 years. Does that make sense? Like there's people everywhere, all over the country. It's 300 million people in our country. 48% of people have an insurance policy. Guys, there's 152 million people in the country that don't have life insurance. Like this is the vehicle to be in, man. Like there's too many leads. There's not enough of agents to help all the people that need the help. There's gonna be adjustments. There's gonna be things that change. But like the North Star stays the same. Like you just keep doing it and you hop over the speed bump when you have one and you get through the difficulty when you have it and you just keep on keeping on. Like, and the secret in business, like, you know, Andy's been doing this. When Andy started this business was him at his house. He was inviting people to his house for seminars. There would be 10 people that show up, and they do a workout in his driveway. They do jumping jacks and push-ups, and like that. He's like on YouTube, like I have the best. She's showing me videos of him in his house in his backyard with some of the people that still work here. He's like, "What's up, guys? Got the world's #1 leading sales training company on the planet." It's him with his shirt off with like 3 other people that he's training for that day. But he just believed, like, it didn't matter, you know what I mean? But, like, he started there, and now we're, like, you know, he's way ahead of that. But, like, he started there. And, like, you might be starting, your, like, backyard version of you teaching other, like, 2 other salespeople might just be you figuring out how to sell. In your journey, you're right there. You're at that point in time where, like, in my story, where I had to ask other people for lead money, and I was trying to figure out, like, how to sell and, like, what all this even was. There's like all these different links and acronym websites. I'm like, I thought I was talking to people about insurance, but like I'm on NLHC, you know, Sure LC, what's going on here? I don't even know. Gateway, what is all this stuff? And like you're like a green pea, you know what I mean? Like you're just getting rolling. You're trying to figure all the basics out. But like that might be like Andy 4 years ago when he's like, world's greatest sales training company, you know, and like this legit nobody that he's not training anything. It's him believing in it. And like in your journey, you gotta start somewhere. And for most of us, we're not coming in with like a sales organization that we're just transferring over to here to like kill it. You know what I mean? We're starting at the ground floor. We're like, we gotta be I'm gonna build an awesome agency and figure out how to sell insurance. But like it's not gonna be proven yet. Right? It's not already done. I have to do the things to get it. And so like my example with Andy is to you know, we're here in this building right now, which is a beautiful building, huge, massive. There's like 100 people upstairs that work up there now, and they really do train like so I don't even know the number of people, but there's tons of people. And so this opportunity, it can give you whatever you want. And I'm gonna like give Brad's example. Like Brad started Lightspeed in '99. Dude, 99, that's 25 years ago. Isn't that crazy? That's so long ago. But back then, he was like, I'm going to build this company. And everyone's like, what are you talking about? Like, yeah, like, it was literally like right when the internet started. And so he just stayed in it. And he was like, I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. And like, again, now he's got this awesome facility. Like, everybody that you watch on social media that's in like personal development, like, he has their phone number, and they work with him. And they are on his training center. Like, and it's like, it wasn't always that way. Am I making sense? Like, it wasn't always just super success. It wasn't always just domination. Like, it wasn't always just speaking on stages. It wasn't always, like, being the inspiring person. It was like, it started out as one guy with a thought of what this could turn into. Both of their stories. That's what it was. It was like, I think that I could do this thing, and like, this is how I'm gonna like kind of direct it. And like, for you and your journey, you might be right there. Like, you might just be like on the brink of like deciding whether or not you're going to turn into that. Like, you're gonna go do your own like, I'm world's top sales training company, and like, you're either gonna take the step after you make that like decision that that's where you're at and keep going down that path, or you're gonna end up in a position where like, you know, this is a great opportunity over here. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna try to hit the home run. I'm trying to hit the grand slam. And you bounce over here, and then like you bounce over here, and all of a sudden 27 years goes by, and you're like, man, I haven't really accomplished anything. Yeah. And this is an industry, like I said so many times, this is an industry that's gonna pay you forever. It's gonna give you everything that you want with the team, the community, because you're the leader. Like, the most important thing about this business is that if you want a good team, like, it's you. Like, you are gonna influence your people. If you have a bunch of agents that come in and they don't relate with you, they'll leave. So if I'm positive, if I'm pumped up, like if I'm a good person, these people will want to stay, right? Or at least people like-minded will hopefully want to be here. So it's really important that we all stay in the mirror. We all stay reflective. We're all like, we're the deciders of, we're deciding what our fate is going to be in business and life, in our journey on this planet. And very simply, it's the decisions that we make today that will shape our future. But some of us get caught up in this mountain that is fictitious, that we think it might take a while to get to. But the things that matter the most are the decisions that you make today. So there's a phrase that I took really seriously, and like, quick 30-second story, like, just to show, like, kind of hit the nail on the head on like, I'm nothing special. A couple of years ago, I crashed my car, and I just couldn't get another car. So I was so mad that I legit Googled, how do people get rich? How do people make money? What do people do to make a lot of money? And I found Brad's podcast. Like, it was that random, right? And so when I was in college, I would just listen to it all the time. And so I heard Brad say one time, he said, the decisions you make determine the road that you take. I was like, man, that's a good ring to it. And then I thought it was cool at first, you know. I was like, oh, that sounds really cool. But I thought about that. I was like, man, like, literally, the decisions we make determine where we go in life. Like, what I decide to do today is gonna dictate what happens to me in 2-3 years, in 2 months, right? Like, if I'm a good person today, I'll make more friends. If I'm a bad person, I'll have less friends. I'll have more enemies, right? If I make more phone calls today, I'll have a better skill set tomorrow. I'll have learned more. And I just started to like no one ever told me, it sounds so simple, but you're like, I don't know, I was just like running in the midst of life, you know what I mean? And I was just like in this, go to school, I'm like taking my tests, and then like I have finals, and then like my hockey season, and then like I'm over here, and then like you just kind of like play like defense in life because this is happening over here, and this is happening over here, and you're like, oh, I gotta do this, I gotta do that, and then like eventually you're like, what am I doing? Like, this is crazy. And so I started to think about, like, what am I actually doing every day? Like, none of this stuff is actually going to get me where I want to go. I'm like, so I asked, like, the story goes, I asked my manager, what am I going to make when I graduate? It's $42,000. And I'm like, these are not, like, I don't want to be there. So why am I doing the things that are going to lead me to that? I'm like, I and I sat on my bed and I was like, what have I been doing with my life the last couple of years? I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, this isn't the direction that I want to go. That's not the result. That's not the income I want to have. This doesn't make any sense. And I was literally just like, I'm just going to leave. Like, I'm just going to leave school. And so, like, I finished my season and I just decided, like, because Brad was promoting and he talks about sales all the time, and I just believed that he would be truthful and providing a good opportunity. I was like, I'm just going to go do this thing that I don't even know about. And I just did it, right? And, like, I started to think about in that time when I was in that transition phase of my life, I was like, man, like, what do I need to do today to become a better person? If you guys follow John Maxwell, like, he talks about, he can predict how successful you're going to be based off of what you do for one day. Are your habits things that are compounding the direction that you want to go to become successful? Because if I read 5 pages every day, it's not about the 5 pages today. It's about the 5 pages for the next 10 years. Do you just wake up, scramble around, fix your hair, and go out to work that day, and like you're late, and like you have all this stress, and like you get to work, and that's your day 5 days a week? Or you get up a little bit earlier, you take care of yourself, maybe you do go to the gym, maybe you throw on a podcast, maybe you listen to something that's going to help you. And that stuff compounds. Like, this version of me is 2.5, 3 years of me working on me. Right? Like, my skills to sell, my ability to speak, my compassion to be able to speak to other people, help other people sell. Like, it's all because of the stuff that I did the last couple of years. It isn't magic, but the decisions that I started to make that have helped me get to where I want to go, like, that's, like, I don't know how else to articulate it, but to really evaluate what you do day to day. Is it, if you had to stack it up over time, is it going to, like, lead you to your North Star direction of where you want to be? Or are you just kind of like playing defense, you're trying to figure out what to do with life, and you're not leading, the decisions you're making are not leading you to the better version of you. Like, what I do every year is I pick 5 areas of my life that are the most important to me. I've done this for the last 3 years. And, like, you know, it could be health, it could be money, it could be investing, it could be saving money, it could be like relationships, like content creation, it could be friendships, it could be anything, like studying, learning a new language, whatever you want, right? But every year I'm like, I'm going to do stuff every day that's going to help me learn about these 5 things. Because I'm like, if I don't actively decide to make a decision to put effort towards it, it's never going to happen. So I got to be intentional with my time. That pie chart that I talked about, that pie chart is the thing that's going to set you free in your life. Like, you've got to make the time. And Andy, one time, man, this is crazy. One time, Andy said to me, he was like, why haven't you, I forget what it was, he said, why haven't you done this? Or like, why haven't you, you know, he's like, I haven't seen you in a while or something. I'm like, well, I've been here. And he's like, but I haven't been that important enough to you to come say hi to. And I'm like, well, I've just been busy. And he's like, no, you're not. You're making a decision. He's like, you're just not, it's not important enough to you, so you're not doing it. He said, if it was important enough, you would make time. That's what he said. He said, if it's important enough, then you would make the time to do it. You make the time to make the phone calls, you could be doing anything else, but you're not making the time to come spend time around me and be close. He's like, you're getting distant. And I was like, hard punching between the eyes. Like, that's Andy, you know, but it's the truth, right? Like, I had the opportunity to put the time aside for the things that are really important to me, and I wasn't doing it. So we all can evaluate, and like, some stuff, like, Andy's like very honest. Like, you guys heard him up here. He's really direct. But it's the best thing for us because it's the truth. Does that make sense? Like, he'll say all the time, like, do you want me to feed you ice cream and treat you like you're 2, 3, 4 years old? Or do you want me to give you the cold hard truth? Because that's what's really going to help you grow. And so one thing I've realized is being more real with me and myself has helped me be able to become a better version of myself. Instead of having to, like, depend on, like, I can look in the mirror and go, I didn't give it my all today. I could have been better here. I could have put this first. I could have put my relationship first here, but I actually put business first. And that, I should have done that, right? I'm reflective about the things that happened. I told a story on the training the other day. I said every Sunday I sit down and I write about what I've done this week that I can be better in the area. Like, I want to be reflective because I want to course correct. I want to know what the decisions that I'm making are and what's happening in my life, because if I'm not course correcting, like, who knows, man? I might be trying to go north, but like, if I never evaluate where I'm at, I might be going east and like not even know it. So you got to be reflective. And so, full circle, selling insurance, right? If I'm selling insurance, am I making the dials? What's the goal? Like, play it out backwards. If your goal is to make 10 grand a month, or maybe you want to recruit a big team and you want to build an agency that's going to be like doing $100,000 a month or something along the lines of that, like, play it backwards. What do you have to do to make that happen? If I want to write, maybe $15,000 issue pay premium a month, then I'm going to have to buy this many leads because I know that this many phone calls is what it takes for me to get this many sales. When I do that, I get this commission. This commission will result me, if I do that this many times, in 10 grand a month of profit. You play the numbers, and then you run the play. This business is simple. And what I want you guys to understand is that you can have whatever you want in it. Like, I literally mean anything that you guys want. I never imagined that I'd have a huge team. I never imagined that I'd be leading a bunch of people. I didn't even know you could do all this stuff. And frankly, like, I didn't really want it at first. I just wanted to sell because I just thought it would be too much pressure to, like, have to deal with all this other stuff. But the crazy thing is, it's 20,000 times more rewarding to help other people. And the scalability of this industry is ridiculous. Especially with the systems and the tools that we have here at Real Financial. Like, you're going to get a team built for you if you do the work. Like, a lot of agents are going to get put on your team if you're able to sell consistently at a high level. Not only that, you're going to have tools and training and resources that are here and constantly being made better as time goes on. And you just got to worry about your portion, and, like, Real Financial will handle its portion. Does that make sense? And so for us, all of us in this room, like, it isn't about being in this leadership position to be cool and having all these results and, like, all these people look up to us. Like, evaluate what you want out of life. Evaluate where you're at right now. Evaluate, am I going to be fulfilled at that point? Like, you don't want to be a leader just because things get easier. You're actually going to take on more responsibility. You're going to get smarter. You're going to get better at communicating. You're going to have to be able to lead people. Right? And so what I want you guys all to, like, when you all go home and go back to living your life, like, the things that you will take out of this room are the things, like, there's things in this room that you can take out that will help change your life. And that's the goal. It doesn't matter if there's 10,000 people watching right now. It doesn't matter if there's 3,000. It doesn't matter if there's 10. Maybe one-on-one. Like, the information in the room is the thing that can change your life. But you've got to be willing to do the work. Okay? Why don't we do this? There's a lot of people in this room that have been here for a while selling. Michael, Nick, Brad, Oz, Gabby, do you guys want to come up? Say quick something. And John. There's a lot of people that have been here for a while. But I think it's important that we all have perspective because there's a lot of us that are on the path and on the journey. And I think that there's a lot of us that are doing it.
What up, what up? Hope everyone is doing good. Man, what value today. How do I follow up on all of that? What I would say, and I'm going to kind of echo a lot of things here, and I listened to an Ed Milet podcast on the way over, and it talked about, thinking big, and we will never outperform our biggest thought, and I think that really resonated with me. And when you turn down the volume of your life, and you look at it as a black and white film of, not hearing any of the sound and kind of just watching the film for what it is, if you do that with your life, what would you see? Would you see yourself putting in the work and putting in the activity needed to succeed? Or would you not really be seeing what you want to see? And I think listening to that, I had a lot to look in the mirror for myself, and I'm definitely not perfect, and we're all learning and growing on this journey, and I'm part of that as well. So, when I look at that, there are things that I can improve on as well, and I think that's a good frame for all of us to look at for our lives. If we turn down the volume of our life, are we actually moving ourselves towards success, and would success recognize us? Would they be like, that man, I recognize him, he's coming towards me, or that woman, she's coming towards me, or would it not recognize you? And I thought that was a really big thing that I took away from that podcast, because it is so true. We're either moving in the direction of the North Star, like Tyler said, or we're moving farther away from it. And I think a big portion of that is our focus in being focused on what we actually want out of this opportunity. If it's building a big life, and if it's building a big team and selling a lot for ourselves, we need to be focused. And me personally, I've gotten unfocused along this path, right? I started full-time back in December 2022, so just over a year of selling full-time and building and growing and learning. And throughout that time, I've gotten unfocused. And you can see it directly correlated in my production numbers. Like, you can look back and look at the months through 2023, and you can see where I've gotten unfocused, and that's because I was looking at different things, and I wasn't making the business simple. I was always trying to cut corners and look at the easy way to do something. I was like, man, how could I cut corners and make it easier for myself? And really, I was cutting myself at the knees. I was capping myself, and the past probably 2 months, I've really realized that for myself as well. We can sell a lot of different products here. We can sell final expense, mortgage protection, IULs, annuities, advanced market stuff. And all of that is super awesome that we have the ability to do so. But for me personally, where we're going to make our money, where we're going to be able to build large teams and do it at a very high level, is with final expense and mortgage protection. I've gotten a little bit unfocused again over the past 2 months because I wanted to get very, very knowledgeable about IULs and annuities, and I thought that was going to be the next easy route, but it wasn't. And I've realized that's not how I'm going to build a large, sustainable business that's going to pay me and allow me to develop and build other agents. Sure, selling IULs and annuities is great, but I looked at it as maybe an easier path. So I guess what I'm trying to say, and you can see it in my production numbers as well. So I've pulled myself back again, refocused, and put myself back where the production is, in mortgage protection and in final expense. So what I want you guys to get out of that is really you're going to be on this path. Just stay focused on what it is. It's the simple day-to-day things, the 3 things that we can do, or 4 things that we do every day that's going to be moving us towards our North Star. It's going to be selling on live dials, getting on the training calls if you're just starting. Number 2 would be selling on live dials, getting on the training calls, and recruiting, right? And then once you're building a team, it's selling on live dials, getting on the training call, recruiting, and then developing agents and building the team, right? It's the same play. We just got to do it and not get unfocused along the way. So I'm extremely, extremely grateful to be in the position I am. I'm extremely grateful for Tyler and the other leaders, and we all learn from each other. And that is the real value of Real Financial, and I'm extremely blessed. We all do have the same opportunity here. I do think it is all about sticking with it and having stick-to-itiveness enough to push through hard times, right? If we get chargebacks, good. That's going to show us what we're made of. And when we come out the other side, it's going to give us confidence to move forward and be confident in our business. If we get some agents on our team that we poured a lot of effort into and then they quit and went for another opportunity, good, because that's going to make us realize that, hey, we just need to have a selfless approach and invest in everyone. And if they don't take off, that is perfectly fine, but we know we did everything in our heart to make them successful in this opportunity. So again, extremely blessed to be here. I think if everyone, a couple of things to take away from today is just be extremely focused, have stick-to-itiveness enough to stick with this for a year, because if you stick with it for a year, you get more of the back-end payouts and you get more access to the other ways we make money in this business. When you first come in, you only have the 75% advance commission for the first 9 months. After that, you get the residuals and the renewals and the overrides of building your team. So if you are new here, have the focus and the determination enough to stick with it for the long term. So love you guys. And
guys. How's it going? Everybody excited to be here? What a week, huh? So, I promised myself I'd be brief today. I'll do my best. So, it's hard for me to come up with a topic to be brief. I know you guys know that well. So on the flight over last night, I had a former employee text me, and the conversation that ensued caused me to think about, again, tying back to a lot of the things I've spoken on, is why are we all here? Why are we all doing this? What's really the focus? And reflecting today, I think for me, a lot of it is I want to leave a mark. I have 2 sons. I want them to be able to leave a huge mark in their own way. And I know that forcing them into a position to do the hard work and giving them an opportunity to be creative and engage in something they love is a big piece of the puzzle, right? So I have this former employee text me last night. We're on the flight, and she says, if I were to take Regan and Finnegan, my 2 sons, to a place that I had never shared with anyone, and I told them I wanted to bring them there because this place was special to me, I know that they wouldn't look back at me and tell me that it was stupid. And I kind of laughed and thinking about my 2 boys and going, well, I hope they wouldn't do that, right? I said, well, probably they wouldn't. And she said, no, I know they wouldn't, because I know them for what they are. And I said, yeah, I know it takes a lot to train, 2 boys to bring them through life the way that Jen and I have brought them through life, and believe that most of the time they'll get really close to the answer she believes they would give. And she says, yeah, but no one is this way in the world. Almost no one is this way in the world, and it's just awful. And why is that? And my simple answer was, because it's easy. Everybody wants to dream the big life and shoot for the stars and stay pointed toward the North Star, but you get distracted because it's easy. Life isn't easy. The hard things aren't easy. And in that moment, I thought about someone else's perception of my 2 sons. I thought about what I had trained this former staff member to do. And I thought about the face that you have in those moments when you start to see us win and you start to see us get our traction. And I know that that's a big part of the reason you're here. Like you've said it indirectly numerous times today. That charge you get, that energy. What mark are you leaving? You're all here because you want to do something big, you want to do something special, and I doubt at the end of the day any of that has anything to do with money. It has everything to do with freedom. It has everything to do with proving that you're the hardest worker in the space. It has everything to do with family. It has everything to do with being able to make the choices you want to make. So, I get up and do the thing every day because I want to leave that mark. I want to feel the here, I want to have the same face that he has now, 12 months from now, when my team's just this big. That's what we all want to do. Remember it every morning when your feet hit the floor coming out of bed.
Michael. Well, real quick, those of you who don't know me, I'm obviously Michael Malden, but I did not come from a sales background at all. The beast. I did not come from a sales background at all. I worked at a steel mill 8 years before this. Just started in August, and so I want to tell you guys that because like anybody can do this. Like if anything, I probably had everything stacked against me, like odds-wise. Like I can't tell you how many people, the job I left, they're like, "You're doing insurance? You don't even talk in our meetings." I was the guy, with the little party or they get together, like I'm back in the corner, like you got maybe like one or two buddies with me, like, everybody's like, "You're gonna sell insurance." I'm like, yeah. Like, so I tell you that like anybody can do this, like anybody. It's copy, paste, rinse, repeat. All I'm doing is copying everything that this guy's done. That's it. Like it's super simple. Like, don't think that you can't do this because of something, because you don't have sales experience, because you didn't sell cars for 25 years before this. Like, anybody can do this.
Yeah, agreed.
And then, just to kind of leave something, have a really big why. I think I say it a lot, but like, have a big why. There's so much emotional, like up and down in this business, and really sales in general, but like you're gonna have days where like you just get hung up on like crazy. You're gonna have days where you call and people cuss you out because you tripled out. Like you're gonna have days where you get a big charge back. Like it's gonna happen. It's part of the business. So like your mindset and having a big why is what's gonna get you through that. And so like my big why is back there. My two parents. In 10 years from now, I want to retire them.
Yeah.
That's real. So have a big one. My wife's here with me. Like, I want to give her a massive life. And I got 2 little kids at home. I want them to look up to me. I want them to know that, anything is possible if you just work for it. And that's all this is just doing the work. So if I can leave you guys with anything, have a really big why.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The doctor.
Hey, did you bring your gloves?
What's up, guys? I'm Oz. Alright. No, I really don't know what to say up here. I mean, the reason I say that is because the things are so simple and everybody here pretty much said everything that has to be said, right?
Yeah, but you didn't say it.
Well, I don't want to be the broken record, but I guess what I can say here is don't take this just as a motivation or a little, like, oh, this lit a fire inside of me, right? And once again, it goes back to the basics. It's like Nick Dunlap was saying earlier, just do the work, man, because regardless of, and like Michael was saying, have a big why, but at the end of the day, the big why isn't going to work. Like, it doesn't work if you're not going to put the action into it. So I think for me, like, what I can leave y'all with is, dude, do the things that they're telling you to do. Have your why, but know you're doing it for them. So get up out of bed and go do it, right? Because we all have a why. Like, if I go and ask each one of y'all, what's your why? You're going to tell me your why you're doing this. But if you're not taking action, then it doesn't mean nothing at the end of the day. Like, you can probably tell me a why and make me cry, and I'm going to be like, dude, like, that moved me, and it might lit a fire inside of me, it might lit a fire inside of you if that's your why, but if you're not taking action towards it, then what's what's the purpose of it, right? So I guess what I can leave y'all with is take action, take initiative, do what you say you're going to do, because at the end of the day, if you're not putting one foot in front of the other, none of this is going to work out for you. And I mean, like Michael was saying, anybody can do this. Literally anybody can do this. I don't have any sales background experience either, but it's just putting one foot in front of the other. It is going to get hard. You're going to have difficult times. You're going to see a lot of highs, a lot of lows. At the end of the day, that's what comes with having a business. Rely on everybody in this room, anybody at home. We're all here to support, but do the work, man, because if you're not doing the work, once again, it's not going to work out, right? And yeah, dude, just keep on moving forward, and we're all here for you, so just reach out if y'all need anything.
Okay, I just want to make like 4 points. I need about an hour. As you guys know, one of my favorite sayings is from Benjamin Franklin. That's empty the coins of your purse into your mind, and your mind will fill your purse with coins, right? I have this book in my hand for a couple of reasons. I want Brad to sign it, right? But didn't you say he was in business since 1999? Okay, that's 25 years of experience. If you guys read this book, which I don't know, I started quick reading now, or speed reading, and it only took me a week to read it. And if you read it in a week, you got 25 years experience in this. So think about that. Before the book before this, because this is my second time around on it now, I did Patrick Bet-David's book, okay, Choose Your Enemies Wisely. And then before that was Limitless by Jim Quick. So I've been starting to speed read, because that's where I learned it from. So very important to really keep with the personal growth and development. That's really been my secret to success in life. Second of all, be resourceful. All right? Take responsibility. Don't blame the leads. Don't blame the system. Because I heard this saying a long time ago, and that is, the system doesn't fail the people. It's the people that fail the system. Okay? That's why these coaches get hired by different NFL teams, because they got systems, right? And they seem to be successful with every team they go on. It's because the system works. And remember, when you start blaming people, we've all heard that saying, got three fingers pointing back at you. So take responsibility, be resourceful. And then build a team. You know, Zig Ziglar, one of our favorite sayings is, you can have everything you want in life if you help enough others get what they want in life. Okay? I'm not real active on the live dials, because it gets kind of busy for me. But ever since I did a couple of the Zoom calls and did some training, I've had a couple people reach out to me. Teach and grow rich. It's like Think and Grow Rich, right? Teach and grow rich. And every time I've helped somebody, I've had like 5 people reach out to me in the past couple weeks. I've had some of my best days. And none of them were on my team, by the way. They just reached out to me, and none of them were on my team. So I'm not making any money off of it. It's kind of borrowing from Brad there, okay? And I tell you what, my best days have come spending an hour with them. So it's really good. Teach and grow rich. And then my last point here is a closing line, because you were talking about teaching somebody to close. And I'm going to give you a close that works real good for me. I've heard you guys, you've heard me say, there's 2 sayings that you need to talk about. One is, can you do me a favor? Okay, use that line. Use that in your language. Can you do me a favor? Matter of fact, on my script, when I ask them to get a piece of paper and pencil, I'll say, hey, can you do me a favor? Could you grab a piece of paper and pencil? Let me know when you're ready. And it's a lot easier. Comes across as a lot easier. Second of all, may I make a suggestion? I'm not kidding you. I am betting 100% on this. May I make a suggestion? Do not say, can I make a suggestion? I'm only batting 90% on that, believe it or not. And when I used to do face-to-face sales, the worst anything's ever, when I've asked that question, may I make a suggestion? The worst someone's ever told me is they cross their arms like this. What? And I still close them. So may I make a suggestion? It works like a charm, and this is how you're going to work it. You go through your close, right? And they say no. And you're trying to overcome the objections. What I do is I say, may I make a suggestion? May I make a suggestion? Sure. Sure. Okay, great. Why don't we do this? I showed you 15, 10, and 5. Like I said, these quotes do nothing for you unless you get approved. Why don't we get you started on the minimum, 5,000? The beautiful thing about this insurance industry, there's a free 30-day look period, okay? If for some reason during those 30 days you want to go up to the 15,000, you can do that. If you need more than 30 days, we just got to reapply, okay? So during that 30 days, if for some reason, and I hope you don't do this because you won't be covered, you could also cancel. Okay, most of my clients only get paid once a month. And I told you they only make between $500 and $1,200 a month. And you probably already got your income, right? It's probably already spent. We could put it off until the 1st or 2nd or 3rd of the following month. See, and when you start talking like that, they know you built yourself some credibility.
Yeah.
Right? Because they know that you know they're only getting paid on the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. Right? So you built that credibility. So may I make a suggestion? Now I'm going to tell you a couple good stories. I just got texted earlier today, right? And somebody who did that, not only did they buy accidental death benefit, they're going to upgrade from $15,000 to $20,000. So I'm getting a $5,000 upgrade. I started in the health club business. People cannot make decisions, guys. It is very hard for people to make a decision when it comes to their health, to working out, to insurance, to buying a car, to buying a suit, to buying a tie. People cannot make decisions. So you have to, I know you're talking about being more laid back, but you have to not coerce them, but to really push them sometimes, you know? Sometimes people need that little push, and that's how you do it. May I make a suggestion? And that's how you get them to make a decision, because people cannot make a decision. And I'll close with this. You also have to make a decision. I always call it the big D. You got to make the big D. You got to decide for this to work. Because I'm telling you, what Brad's created here, what Andy's created here, what Tyler's doing here, it's incredible. We're in a great, great business. Okay? Because number one, most of the people, when somebody dies, everyone's wanting money. We're giving them money. Right? We're actually giving them a check. I couldn't believe it, but I got my first death benefit call. I've only been in the business 6 months, but I got my first death benefit call on the 24th of last month. The spouse called me, and the sad thing is, it was one from AIG. So as you guys know, they only got their payments back plus 10%. But I tell you, I felt really good about it, and I had a good conversation with this person, right? And the sad thing is, now I have another story to tell. Because stories sell, as you know, with your clients. So guys, make the big D. We got a huge opportunity here, you know? Focus on the personal growth and development, because that's what's going to make you go far. Okay? So, thanks everyone.
Nick, you want to talk? I'm going to hand it over to Brad real quick.
What is up, everybody? Keep it brief because I know Brad just walked in. Biggest thing for me was leaning into the discomfort. Like, a lot of us don't have any sales experience, myself included. Even this being up here, super uncomfortable. Speaking to all of you, there was like 8 people back there. I was like, let me itch my way to the back. They would skip me. But even then, like, these are the moments where we all grow. Leaning into things we're not comfortable doing. I remember, I don't want to talk too long, my first dial I almost cried. Because I was like, I finally did it. Like 5 months I spent going over the script. I pretty much knew everything Tyler knew those 5 months because I listened to him. I have so many recordings on my phone of what he's saying. I just memorized everything. But just leaning into that discomfort, there's nothing but wins on the other side of it. Even this, right now, being up here in front of you guys, super uncomfortable. My voice is cracking. I'm nervous. Got Brad over here. Like, what the hell is going on? But guys, honestly, if you just lean into it, there's nothing but positive results that you're going to get out of this. And I think in this business, did I cut it off? What time's up?
I think it's dead. Just want to yell?
Yeah, but anyways, if you lean into it,
Be a little bit more in there.
it's fail-proof. Like, you cannot fail in this business. It's just a matter of staying consistent. I remember hearing Ray just speak on one of the training calls. Maybe you asked him a question, and I was like, man, that's the dumbest shit I ever heard. Like, he's not gonna make it here. And just seeing him be consistent with it, I know I tell him all the time. Just seeing him being consistent with it, I see that anybody can actually do this. Like, we can all do this. I didn't believe that at first until Ray. And I'm just like, man, we can all win this business. So it's just a matter of sticking with it, lean into it. You guys got great mentors. We got Brad here, we got Tyler. Like, guys, just lean into it. You can't fail. Let's go!
I think this thing has a little bit of juice left.
Come on. Has it got some juice? What's happening? Hey, thanks for coming, by the way. You know, I could sit here for probably a day or two and, you know, say things over and over and over, but at the end of the day, it's going to boil down to a decision, right? And you got to make that decision. There's going to be a lot of people telling you can't do it, this isn't right, whatever the case. Your mental stability is going to tell you can't do it based on what he was just talking about. But in reality, the facts are you can. You just have to make that decision, and then you have to do the work. I mean, if you guys think about it, is anybody in here rich besides me? Nobody? Well, again, that's the problem. Okay, you don't think you're rich. I thought I was rich before I was rich. You are rich, okay? You woke up today, you're sitting here smiling and laughing and talking and seeing and breathing, and you've got an opportunity that I don't think most people understand. In this business, and the reason why I started my own is because Ed Milet and Patrick Bet-David and all these people were making a shit ton of money. And I'm like, Ed's buying islands and shit. I'm like, dude, what do you do? So I started doing it, kind of looking into it, and I find out that this is the industry that's made more millionaires than any other industry. You can look it up. You can go research it. Which means you have the most chance to be a millionaire doing this than any other one. Now, once I started realizing it, I looked at their pay plan, and I thought to myself, man, this isn't right. You guys who are doing all the work, we're making this much money. So I said, why don't we like flip that upside down? Let's let you guys make most of the money and leave a little money at the top. These other companies, it's opposite. They start you out like at 30%. And then what they do is they say, hey, go get all your friends and family and I'll sell them and I'll train you while I'm selling them and taking your commission. And then you say, okay, and then you do it, and I show you how it's done, and I sell your friends and family, and I make the commission. And then you say, okay, now what do I do? And I say, now you go recruit somebody, and then sell their friends and family. You know what I'm saying? So that's how they do it. And it works, but it didn't work well. So I thought to myself, man, I would rather get a little tiny bit from a bunch of people than, I don't want to say screw people, because like, again, they're not really screwing you, because a lot of people made a lot of money doing that. But to me, I thought if we can flip this over, turn it off.
And then back on? Might turn back on.
You can hear me, yeah?
I can hear you fine. Yeah.
Yep.
Check it.
You're good. Just talk to us.
Yeah, so I thought to myself, if I could just flip this over and show people how to do it, it's going to be really easy to grow and grow and grow. And, you know, there was some learning curves when we first started. I brought in a bunch of people, and then, you know, we had the wrong leadership. We didn't have the systems in place, and it kind of was shaky. But now we've got the right leadership in place. We've got the right training systems. We got every single thing that's necessary, except for we can't control you. So again, all I can do, I say people, I can save you from drowning, but you got to swim towards me. Make sense? But what's the key? The key is that you make a decision. And then once you make that decision, you act like, dude, you're going to die if you don't. How long did it take you to start going?
2 months to my first sale.
Yeah, like this dude, he was always walking around with these big old eyes and shit, and all fucking, all happy. Like, look at this kid. He's trying, and I thought, dude, this guy's gonna quit. I guarantee you he's gonna quit. And he didn't. And he's like, and then next thing you know, he starts making money, and then he starts making good money, and then he's like, shit. I'm like, God damn, see, that's how you freaking know it exists. And then whoever just said, I saw someone here do it, I didn't think it was possible until I saw them do it. Well, that's what happens. You guys have heard of the 4-minute mile? Remember that? Yeah. Nobody broke the 4-minute mile until someone broke the 4-minute mile. And then everybody said, hey, I guess it is possible. And then everyone started breaking the 4-minute mile. Guys, this is so possible, it's unbelievable. But I can promise you this, and you know, if you follow me at all on social media, you know I'm not going to bullshit you, okay? you're not going to get rich by yourself. It's not really likely. And when I say rich, I mean like, you know, you make $1 million a month or more. You're not going to make $1 million a month by yourself. You might be able to make $100 grand a month, but that's kind of where it ends. And you're going to be busy as shit. You won't have any time to spend it. So, and that's no fun because I've done that. And you're working so freaking many hours, you don't have any money, and everyone says, let's go do it. You got money, but you got to work to continue that. So with this business, you're going to have to build a team. These other companies don't build you a team. This company will build you a team. And see, that's what people don't understand. And that's the key. That's the trick. But there's a catch. What's the catch? Number one, you got to come on board and kick some ass. Right? You got to kick some ass. That's the hard part. We should have done this at my building. But the truth is you're not going anywhere without a team. You're going to have to build a team. All of you guys eventually will need a team of people to do it. But the problem is getting that team and doing the work and getting the team and doing the work. And it takes sometimes 5, 10 straight years of hard ass work. And then you're finally going, okay, I can finally start to see it. With this company, dude, because of my social media brand, I can get a shitload of people in. They all want to learn how to do it. We got the training, we got the resources, we got the support, we got everything we need to get someone willing to do it. So all I need is the people and the leadership to grab them, right, and show them what to do. Because when I'm talking to people on social media, I'm saying, hey, if you guys want to make some money, come with me. Well, I can't be there for everybody, obviously. So I need you guys to be there. So if you make the decision to kick some ass, and you come in and do what it takes to kick some ass, and some of you guys are dumber than other ones. So some of you guys are going to take a little bit longer. Some of you guys are just going to pick it up, you know. Some people have natural charm and ability and charisma, and it just comes easy to them. And some of them aren't. They're introverts. They're nervous. They're shy. They got allodoxophobia. You guys know what that is? No. Allodoxophobia is basically the fear of other people's opinion. Just like why he nervous? Why was he nervous? Why would you be nervous up here? He does. That's right, and a lot of people do. So, and they don't have mental stability. And the problem is, you start making these calls, you don't say the right thing. People hang up. They hang up. They hang up. You're like, son of a bitch, this ain't working. In reality, it's you that's not working. It works. There's so much evidence. You can't deny the evidence. So you know that it works. And once you say, I know that it works, the question is how much do I have to go through to get there? That's where the decision comes in. You just make the choice, period. Now, you guys see me on social media making jokes about six-packs. Like, I don't really think you need them. Andy thinks you do. But at the end of the day, if you want a six-pack, how hard is it really to get a six-pack? A decision. It's not fucking hard, guys. You say no to the bullshit donuts. You put fucking couple hours in at the gym, and you do the fucking cardio, and it's uncomfortable. But, dude, it's not hard to get in killer shape. Everybody knows how to do it. It's just, why don't people do it? Well, because it's uncomfortable, and their mind starts to play tricks on them. Mine does. Mine says, dude, you're married. You don't need chicks. Because to me, abs equals chicks. So it's like, to me, it's like, I don't need abs. I'm not round. I'm not unhealthy. I'm healthy. Matter of fact, my resting heart rate's like 48. I don't know if you guys know what that means, but
really good.
Yeah, like,
like an athlete.
Dude, when they hook me up to shit, they're like, I don't understand. I'm like, I don't either. But at the end of the day, I'm healthy. I just don't have a six-pack. Why? Well, because I haven't made the decision to get one. If I made the decision to get one, I'd have one. If you guys make the decision to get rich, you will get rich. Period. So make the decision, and you obviously have because you showed up. There's a lot of people in this organization that aren't here. Well, they're watching, so there's a bunch of those guys, and then there's some people that just aren't here, period. Those people probably won't get rich. Why? Because, dude, they're not all in. You got to literally say, dude, this is what I'm going to do. So 5 years from now, when you are rich and you've got a big team, and not only that, it's recurring revenue, guys. When you see those Rolls Royces and you see the RR on the headrest, most people think that stands for Rolls Royce. It doesn't. That's what it stands for. And so when I started thinking, what can I do? Because the reason I tried to start looking for it, I saw these guys rich as shit, and then I saw their pay plans were screwing people. And I thought, okay, well, let me give them a better pay plan. Let me flip this upside down, and now I can give people the actual job too. Because before I was saying, hey, let me teach you how to sell, close, persuade, build a brand, and that's good, but they didn't actually do anything. And I'm like, well, what do you need me to do? Give you the actual job? You want me to start a company and give you a job? And a couple of them were like, well, yeah. So I thought, okay, well, let me do this. That way you have everything that you need, period. The problem that we face now is I can't get inside your heads and turn the switch. Only you're going to make that fucking decision. But if you look at PHP, you guys know Patrick Bet-David's company? Dude, it's filled with all kinds of people working for a fraction of what you're working for that make it. You know why? Because Patrick, for some reason, get them inspired and show them that it's possible and keep them fired up. And, you know, he's great at that. I fucking love Patrick. He gets people inspired. There's a difference between motivated and inspired. Okay? Inspired is me getting you to do something. Motivating is causing you enough energy for a little while, but motivation fades. So you guys have to make that decision first. It starts with a decision, and then you have to plug in to the system, right? Plug into somebody who's already doing it. Because if you want anything you want in life, there's a formula, and it works every time. Here's the formula. Number one, okay? And again, you can apply this to anything. Number one, you got to figure out what it is that you want. Most people don't do that, and they don't do it specifically. I want to get rich. What is rich? What does that mean? Okay, get specific to what it is you want. Then step two, you got to figure out how to do it. Well, that's the easy part. Most people think that's the hard part. Well, how do I do it? That's the hard part. No, that's the easy part. All you have to do is find someone that already did it. And then you do what they did. And 9 times out of 10, you'll get what they got. If you say, man, I want to make the kind of money this guy's making, do what this guy did. He'll tell you what he did. But the question is are you doing it? The answer is no, because, you know, my wife, you know, she's pregnant, she wants me at home, and all these excuses. And that's what they are, excuses. They might be legitimate, but they're still excuses. If you say, there's no way in hell that I'm not doing it, and you make that decision, you plug into the system, and you just kick ass yourself. That's all. You're not responsible for anybody else. Just kick ass yourself. Once we know you can kick ass, and some of you guys that are coming in here, we can see you kicking ass. Well, then I turn on the faucet, and I get a whole bunch of brand new people that don't know what they're doing. Like maybe some of you, or some of you were, right? And I say, hey, look, this dude knows what he's doing. Here, boom, there's 10 people. And see, that's the key. That's the key that nobody tells you in this industry. This industry makes more millionaires than ever, but they make millionaires because they get people, and they get people, and they get people. Unfortunately, insurance is an actual good thing. You're not selling bullshit. You're not freaking hurting people. And by the way, there's people being born every day. There's generations turning 18 every day, buying houses every day, dying every day. It's not going anywhere. So you're in a kick-ass industry, and you've got the only company that I know of in this industry, this whole entire industry, that will give you the team. That's huge. Most people don't understand that. I know people that would give up their frickin' hold down line to come over here and frickin' be handed a team. Why? Because the team is what makes you rich. It's not your efforts. It's not your work. So when you're on those calls and you're getting depressed and you're thinking, man, this is stupid, and you know all this other shit that goes through your head, just remember, you know, that's your negative self-talk holding you down. And here's what's crazy of how it happens. It ultimately, because subconsciously, you don't think you're worth that. Think about that. You don't think you're worth it. And subconscious, and it's subconscious, by the way. And subconsciously means below awareness. Sub, below, conscious, aware. So sub-aware. You're not aware of this. It's just happening. And for some reason, you've been programmed when you were little. It was an ex. It was your parents. We can do anything you guys want to do. But here's the good news for you guys. Real Financial's not that old, okay? I'm about to pour a lot of, time and effort into bringing this and exploding this. So you guys are in the right position. Why? Because you're already in. You're already licensed. You already have had your wheels turning. And so all those new people coming could be handed to you. But dude, I cannot give a bunch of people to someone that isn't kicking ass. Why? Well, because dude, I'm telling those people I know how to do it, and I know where to go, and I got the right people. So I can't bring them in and give them to you unless you're kicking ass. Why? Because then I'll be fucking them, and I don't fuck them. So at the end of the day, I need leaders to step up and freaking kick that ass. And then they show me, okay, that guy can do it. Okay, good. Now I grab 5 new people and I go follow him. And then I get 5 more people and I say, hey, go follow him. And then pretty soon he's got a team going, this is fucking real. Get it? And that's another thing. Real financial is real. It's real people making real money, doing real shit. We're not out there bullshitting people. You don't have to lie to sell it. You have to talk to people to sell it. You have to find people. You have to understand the policy. You have to get smart. You have to educate yourself. You can't just fall into fucking wealth. You have to be intentional. And intentional means, listen, every single day you guys should be doing these things. Picking up a book and reading. You guys read every day? And everybody always says yes, but I'm not sure that they do. Every day you should be picking up books and reading. How to Win Friends, Influence People. That should be a book that's so underlined you can't even see it straight. Okay? The 4 Agreements. Think and Grow Rich. The Magic of Thinking Big. Mindset by Carol Dweck. I can just keep giving you book after book after book, and if you read it, you're like, okay, I read it. What's next? Go read it again. Yeah. Because to actually learn, you guys need good content, repetition, practice, and accountability. Those are the 4 things that make you train. That's why when you see athletes in the military and people that are truly trained, it's not something they did. It's something they do. So get in the habit every single day. My morning routine every single day is 4 things. Well, there's actually 5. First of all, I wake up and I realize that in and of itself is more valuable than anything I was out to try to get that day. You know what I mean? This morning when you woke up, how many of you got overwhelmingly excited because you fucking woke up? No one does it, man. They go, oh, payments due. Goddamn fucking leads are shit. I got fucking old fucking Tyler smiling at me, fucking telling me to keep going. Fucking my wife's telling me to quit. You get all this shit. You're not properly excited about the fact that you just got to wake up, man. So I wake up every day automatically realizing how lucky I am, especially now I'm 55, dude. Now I really get excited. I get one more fucking day, cool. Hey, and by the way, some of you youngsters, you might just like take it for granted. You might like, who's gonna die first, me or Tyler? You guys think, look at you. Maybe not. I've seen people that were like 25 years old running around making fun of old people. You're not guaranteed anything. So the fact that you woke up, regardless of your age, you should be fucking real thankful for that. And I tricked my brain over and over and over by putting a sign on my wall. So when I woke up and I started thinking, oh, I gotta go to work, I'd look at that and I'd go, oh yeah. And so I just tricked my brain into thinking. Now it's automatic. Watch, repetition, accountability. When I started talking shit to myself, I caught myself talking shit to myself. And I said, stop that shit. Stop talking shit to myself. And then I realized that everybody else talking shit goes into my head. And what goes in grows. So even though I know I'm not listening to you, oh fuck you, you don't know shit. Dude, I'm still listening to you. So then I started eliminating all the shit talkers. And dude, sure enough, it starts to work and you start to realize, man, this is fucking easy. Life is hard. People will tell you that. I don't think it's hard. I would never think it's hard. If I think it's hard, it will be hard. I don't think it's hard. I really don't. I don't think getting rich is hard. Now that I know. Before, I was sitting in the same boat you are. I dropped out of school at 16. I thought the same shit you did. What did I change? The information that I was getting. The people that I was hanging around. Now, the formulas are easy. Figure out what you want. Find someone who's already done it. Do what they did. End of story. You make the decision. You
definition of decide, it's actually root like suicide and decide, they're related. Decide means to kill off any other option. You've decided. You've killed any other possibility. So you decide, I'm going to do this, period. And then you say, now let me see someone who's doing it. Okay, this guy's doing it. What is he doing? He's making 1,000 calls. He's buying $100 million worth of leads. Oh, this fucking guy had $100 million. I don't have $100 million to buy leads. You just fucked yourself. The question isn't, you should be asking, how do I buy $100 million worth of leads? It's always how. How do I do that? Yeah. What did you do? How did you get the $100 million? See, people don't do that. They just start getting negative. Yeah. Well, he had fucking parents. You know, he's got the mustache. You can grow one. But if you think about it, what I'm saying is factual. So you don't need proof. You're in the right industry. You're definitely with the right company because we're the only ones that like start people at the highest pay plan possible. We give you the best training systems possible. I went and got Andy Elliott and gave up most of my money, gave it to that motherfucker so he trains you. Okay? You know, we got people that doing it. So again, we got the training, we got the systems, we got the support, you got the customers. What are you missing? That's what I want to know. I want people to raise their hand and say, I'm missing this, because I'll go get it. There should be zero reasons you can't do it except you, and then I can't help that. I can't help it. You decide not to. You succumb to your bullshit nonsense that you're telling yourself, because that's what it is. It's bullshit. Okay, everybody here right now could have 5 million followers. Oh, I couldn't. Yeah, you could. Do what I did. And not only that, I'll teach you exactly what I did. You can all build a brand on social media and recruit your own fucking team. You can say, Brad, fuck you and your team, bitch. I'll do my own. Because you could. And eventually you will. I'll give you them to start, but eventually be like, I can get more just by doing what he did. Right, exactly. So all you do is model what someone else is doing, do the work, and you get paid. That's number one. Then, every day the formula, do more than you're doing. And if you're not tracking what you're doing, that's the problem too. Okay, I create these things called, if someone held up my book, I think I put them in that book, they're called life gauges. So what I do when I have a problem and I'm not getting somewhere, I go to my life gauges, just like if you're driving a car and something's going wrong, you're not going as fast as you want, something's not working, what do? You look at the gauges, like, what the hell's happening? So my life gauges are like the dashboard. The first one is my mindset, because believe it or not, guys, most of you, that is your problem. It's the way you're thinking, period. So I always check my mindset. Do I believe it's possible? Because if you don't believe it's possible, folks, trust me, you're correct. You are correct one way or the other. So if you believe it's possible, it's correct. If you don't believe it's possible, it's correct. So you check your mindset. Mindset is basically your beliefs. The reason you do what you do is because you believe what you believe. That's a fact. If you raise a kid right now, anybody got a brand new baby? About to? Okay, do me a favor. When it's born, you know what it is? I always say it when they're little, but you know if it's a girl or a boy? Girl. Okay, if it's a girl, when you raise her, make sure she learns from you that fire is not hot. And she will believe that fire is not hot because you're going to teach her that. And videotape it so we have proof. But you're going to teach her that it's not hot and you'll watch her go right up to fucking fire, fearless as hell, and stick her hand right in it. And then she's going to get some new information. And she's going to pull her hand out, she's going to look at you like, fuck it. And it'll prove what I'm saying. You think because you believe certain things, and until you change those beliefs, you're going to continue to think what you think. And act like you act and choose like you choose. Make sense? So how do we change it? Well, you change it by changing your beliefs. Well, how do you change your beliefs? Most people don't tell you that. They say, well, you just make a decision. No, that's not how you change your beliefs. You can make a decision and still believe fucked up shit, and you'll end up nowhere. You have to change your beliefs by getting new information. You get new information. How do you get new information? Well, there's these little crazy things in the world called books, podcasts, courses, people. seek information on a regular basis. And that will cause your beliefs to change over time. And that's literally a secret I wish I learned a long time ago. But the gauges, so I check my mindset because that's usually what's stopping people. If it's not my mindset, now I say, okay, do I know where I'm going? Am I specifically knowing where I'm going? I'm looking at my map. You guys have a map. You know where you're going. Because every day you can ask yourself the question, does this move me towards or away? See how easy that is? Somebody says, I want to get in shape. Okay, does that cheeseburger move me towards or away? You're going to be like, away, but I want it. Okay, whatever. You know all automatically, it's not rocket science, that shit moves you away from it. Well, then why are you eating it? That's the better question. Why are you doing it then? I don't know. And as soon as you go, I don't know, it's your subconscious. And I'm going to tell you how to fix it. You get new information. You just start reading, start hanging around different people. Start modeling what other people are doing. Modeling is a politically correct word to say copy. You know, I don't want to copy your business, but I'll model it. And so then all of a sudden you start to get new information. Why? Because your results start changing. And your checks start growing. And then you start to actually believe it. Now all of a sudden you're like, oh, who makes, like, I remember when I thought if I made $1 million a year, dude, oh my God, life was going to be amazing. And then I made $1 million a year, but until I made $1 million a year, I was like, dude, that's not possible. Is that possible? Then I made $1 million a year, and I'm like, well, shit, dude. First of all, it ain't what you think it is. It ain't what you think it is. I was thinking of $1 billion. I thought $1 million was $1 billion. Now I want $1 billion. but it'll happen where you start to realize it is possible. Why? Because you're doing the work and you start to, see around the corner, you see a little bit ahead, and that's why people grow. So if you could automatically believe right now you're worth $10 million by the end of 2024 and you really believed it, you would be. And what's crazy is you could be. It's totally possible. Okay? But it's not likely. Why? Because you're not conditioned. You haven't done the work. And if you don't do the work, you don't have the confidence. If you don't have the confidence, it just is a cycle. It's like a death spiral. So how do you fix it? Well, you check your mindset. You look at your gauges. You check your mindset. Okay? Is that your problem? If that's your problem, go to work. Fix it. Okay? And by the way, guys, it could take 6 months. When we're up here talking, it sounds like, oh, you just fix it. Dude, fixing it could take you a year. But the question is, so you only want to be successful if it's less than a year. See what I'm saying? Like, you think common sense, like, okay, so fucking what? A year's not stopping me. If I said, you guys will all get rich, but it's 8 years away. Any of you are ready to go home? Yes, fuck this, 8 years. Dude, I'm on a way to do it tomorrow or I'm out. If it took 8 years, but you knew it happened, dude, 8 years, no problem. If I said 10 years, I mean, eventually you're going to might say, I don't know about that, but you get the point. The point is, man, if you knew it would happen, it would happen. So that's your mindset. Then it's your map. You know where you're going. Then it's your motions. They're all M's, by the way. I call them M gauges. Mindset, map, motions. Because if you know where you're going, now check the gauge of your actions. Are your motions aligning with what it is you're talking about? You say you want to fucking get in shape, but you're not going to the gym. You say you want to get in shape, but you're not eating right. You say you want to get in shape, but you're drinking every day. You say you want to get in shape, but you're smoking weed and playing Call of Duty with me. You can find me on there. So those are your motions, okay? What do you got so far? Anybody taking notes?
Yeah.
You got your mindset, you got your map, you got your emotions. This is what I would go through to when I wasn't moving or I didn't go where I wanted to go and it wasn't growing as fast as I wanted and it was and like shit wasn't working. How many people here have felt in the last 3 months that shit isn't working? Okay, so again, when shit ain't working, because dude, it happens to me still. This is the formula. This is what you do, and you'll blow past that shit. You go check your mindset. Do I believe it's possible? And a lot of you guys are telling you, and by the way, this is all predicated that you're telling yourself the fucking truth. Quit lying to yourself. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, the most important relationship you guys can have is the one you have with yourself. don't like yourself. People say, well, how can I tell? Okay, I always say, look, number one, take your shirt off, look in the mirror, look at your bank account, look at your car, look at your house, look at your relationship. If it's not what you want, well, fuck, then how do you like yourself? Why would you put up with a fucking shitty relationship? Why would you put up with no one? Why would you tolerate it? There's only one reason. Well, you don't like yourself. Why would you tolerate it then? You guys realize you get what you tolerate, correct? Yeah. And that's the truth. You get what you tolerate. If you don't tolerate it, you won't get it. One time I told somebody, hey, you want a killer trick? They said, yeah. I said, you want me to show you how you get rid of all the bullshit in your life that you don't like? He said, yeah. I said, write it all down. Write it all down on a piece of paper. So he started writing everything down. One of the things he wrote down was a shitty car. Pissed off that he got a shitty car. So we're going down the list. And I said, okay, Freddie, get rid of it. Get rid of it. He got to his car. I said, get rid of it. He said, what are you talking about? I said, get rid of the car. Don't tolerate that shit. He said, well, then I won't have it. And I said, so? He said, it's better than fucking no car. And I said, that's called appreciation, bitch. Get it off your list. See, you appreciate your shitty car. You don't have to not tolerate it just because you want a better one. I'm talking about the shit you do not want at all. That's better to not have it than to have it. Problems, addictions, issues. You just write it down and then say, I will no longer tolerate this. And it could be a relationship, it could be a salary, it could be a job, it could be anything. But you just refuse to tolerate that shit anymore. And guess what? It goes away. So you get what you tolerate. That's a fact. So again, if you're tolerating being broke, that's because you're tolerating being broke. Don't tolerate that shit. And I hate talking freely because I'll go all over the place. I want to make sure I'm making sense. Am I making sense?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So the M gauges. My mindset, I'm going to check that first. Then I'm going to say, do I know where I'm going? Because sometimes you guys don't know where you're going. You don't know where you're going. You think you do. I want to be rich. Well, what's happening? Where are you going? Exactly where are you going? Then my emotions, my habits, what do those look like? Do they align with that? Yeah, I want to be in shape, but I'm not working out. I want to be in shape, but I'm not eating right. I want to be rich, but I'm not making calls. I want to be rich, but I'm not doing the work. Those are your emotions. That's usually, again, an area of people's problems. They say all a bunch of shit, but they don't do anything. And doing it matters. Action matters. I did a podcast with Elliott where all the nut riders of his are bashing because he said, thought is all you need. And I said, it ain't thought, bro. Everyone's saying, well, Andy's right. Dude, I've thought about a lot of shit. I haven't done anything. And nothing happened. Okay, you got to put action behind that thought. So those are your emotions. Make sense? The fourth one is your measurements. Your measurements. Okay? Are you measuring the things that you're doing? Because sometimes, dude, you're not measuring anything. If you're not measuring it, you're not managing. You can't manage what you're not measuring. You understand that, right? So if I say to you, like, for example, how many calls did you make yesterday? And you're like, I don't know. How can you not know? You're not measuring it. Well, how are you supposed to improve it? You got to measure everything. Because when you start to measure, now you start to see different indicators. And there's lagging indicators and leading indicators. Which ones do you want to measure? Huh? Leading indicators. You guys know the difference? We'll just use fitness because we're in the lion's den. Every time I'm here, I feel like I'm fat. but let's use fitness as an example. Okay? A leading indicator would be, did I do my push-ups and my cardio today? A lagging indicator would be, what do I weigh? Like I'm gonna lose 10 pounds. Okay? I step on the scale, oh, I didn't lose 10 pounds. That's a lagging indicator. I should have been measuring leading indicators, like did I do my cardio? Did I eat right? Did I do my workout? Yes. Okay, good. Do it again. Measure those, and the lagging indicators usually are unimportant because they're too late. But the measurement gauge in my 5 gauges tells me, am I measuring the right things? Because or you'll have money, for sure. You got the right mindset, you got the right freaking map, you got the right freaking emotions, the right habits, and you measuring the right shit, you'll get money. Money's not a problem. That last gauge is when you make money, what do you do with it? Because, dude, it's possible to make a lot of money and be broke. You're just broke at another level. You want to know if you're broke right now? Say, if I stopped working, how much money would come to you? How much money would you have if you stopped working? You're broke. I'm serious, you're broke. That's your money gauge. Most people worry about that because they want money right now. You look at that gauge after these ones are all massive. Because you'll start getting money. Then it's possible to still be broke. So what you do is you use the money gauge to see where is your money going. It's real easy to audit your money. It's a financial audit. Write down every dollar that you brought in and write down every dollar that you spent. And then look at it and you'll start to see, well, shit, dude, I fucking drink a lot. Shit, dude, I don't know if I need a whole 8 every week, do I? And you start figuring out different things to do with your money. You guys laugh, but there's some people in here going, "Fucking, how does he know?" Because I've been there. And I still do this to this day. Like I spend a lot of money in my mind stupidly. Like I have a house in Nashville because my wife wants to live there. I figured I'll just give her a house so she can feel like she does. And I was just sitting there doing like, "You're not being it? No, I don't want nobody in my house." But at the end of the day, I still do it, and I run myself through the same gauges. So I'm telling you, when you're stuck or you start feeling, "Oh man, this ain't working," just ask. Is it your mindset? 9 times out of 10, you'll be like, "Yeah, it's my fucking mindset." Okay, fix that shit. If it's not your mindset, you're like, "No, I totally believe it. I know that it's real." Okay, well then, you know where you're going? You go, "Yep, I know exactly where I'm going." Okay, what are you doing? What are your habits? And you go, "Dude, I'm doing everything right." Well, what are you measuring? I'm measuring everything. Well, then I know you got money because it's impossible to do those things right and not have success. Okay? So again, it's just a little gauge that when you're driving down the road of life and you see little problems and challenges, just like in a car, you check your gauges. Check those gauges. Check them on a regular basis. Every single time you feel like it's not possible, or you start to feel like maybe this isn't for you, ask yourself, this isn't for you? Then I come along and go, "You want to be rich? Yeah." "You ready to go?" "Yeah." "Would you work 10 years? Yeah." Then what the fuck are you talking about? This isn't for you. It's because, dude, you're fading. And dude, if I just keep you focused, I guarantee every single one of you will fucking hit every single goal you got. Simple. It's your mindset, it's your skill set, it's your habits. That's it. If right now you're very, very positive and you're optimistic and you're abundant, but you're not very good, you suck, your skills are kind of weak, you might not make it. So it's not just your mindset. You can positively run in the wrong direction. I'll come back 2 years from now and you'll be like, there's that happy motherfucker. Still broke because you're not very good. Guys, it's okay to not be very good. You know, you're gonna suck until you don't. So what? So what? You suck. Big deal. Boo-hoo. What now? Fix it. How do you fix it? Good content, repetition, practice, and accountability. Everybody here can do it. That's the beautiful thing. Everyone here can get better at whatever it is you want. You can get good at whatever you want. And show me somebody in life that's good at something that makes no money. The best in the world are who get paid. The best sports people get paid the most. The best businessmen get paid the most. The best closers get paid the most. The best pool players get paid the most. The best swimmers get paid the most. Like the best get paid, yes or no? So you need to be the best. How do you be the best? Put in the work. You do the work. It's not I can or I can't. It's do you want to or not? Are you willing to pay the price or not? Does that make sense? Yeah. Guys, it's just a price. What's the price? Are you willing to pay it? Yes or no? That's the only thing you got to think about. Like, dude, you can't think it's not possible. It is possible. You can't think like that anymore. You got to leave here and understand is mostly mentally challenging. Getting hung up on all day, who's had that happen? Dude, did you not want to quit, yes or no?
No, I didn't want to quit.
Well, again, some people are wired different, dude, but most people, that will make a fucker quit. It's mentally challenging. See, I grew up in the car business, and I got no's left and right, and I grew thick skin. Like, you can't offend me. I lost my allodoxophobia. I don't give a shit. And again, you know why I don't give a shit? Because I know me. I'm helping people. I am not a dick. I'm not a scammer. I'm not a liar. I'm not trying to fuck anybody. Show me somebody that can prove different, and I'll show you a fucking liar. Okay? I'm out helping everybody. I know who I am. I'm not anything bad. That's why when I see stupid comments on my social media, I'm laughing. My wife's like, dude, take that down. Why? Fucking this guy saying, and I said, who is that guy? She goes, I don't know. Then what are you worried about? Do you believe what he's saying? No, but everyone's gonna read it. I'm like, babe, you got Yeah, I mean, she used to say, do not do social media. When I first started social media, I knew because I helped and watched a bunch of people grow their social media accounts, and then I saw what it did. Like Grant Cardone, everybody know him? When I met him, he was just a car salesman trainer. He like was Andy, he was just training car salesmen, period. And, you know, I watched and helped him grow out of it. And then I watched and helped him grow a brand. And then I watched that brand do more for him than all of his businesses put together. And I'm like, well, shit, maybe I should get one of those. And so I did. I got a brand. And then it's like, holy shit. So, like, I haven't even really tried. I was just kind of doing it a little bit because, you know, I knew it was powerful. Now that I see I'm just getting there, it's like, wow, man, this has a lot of power. Every single one of you guys should be writing down on a piece of paper, dude, I need to build a personal brand. I need to build a personal brand right now. Period. And it's easy to do. Ed Milet this morning. You guys know Ed Milet? Yep. Okay, so he texted me this morning. Unless you guys think I'm lying, I don't need to prove it, but I'll show you. He said to me this morning, where's old Ed? Where's old Ed? Yeah. Oh, there he is. All right, look what he says. Look what he says right here. This part. Look what he says. Where is it? Where is it? Oh yeah, here's what it says. Come on, where is it? What's he say? What's that say?
Hey, 7:44 a.m. Your content is so good now, brother. Well done.
What'd I say?
Thanks, bro.
What'd he say?
Legit. I think it's my fave right now.
What'd I say?
Laughing emoji muscle.
What did I say?
That's great motivation to keep going.
What'd he say?
You, Bet David, and Inky Johnson, all for different reasons, are killing it.
What'd I say?
Imagine if I had Bet David's budget. Would be incredible.
What'd he say?
Would be incredible.
What'd I say?
I haven't even tried. Keep your eyes glued. I'm about to start trying.
What'd he say?
Good, brother. I will.
Now, what'd he say?
I'm heading the other way. I want to slow down a bit. This isn't fun right now. I'm too busy. I'd like to actually get on my boat once in a damn while. When my island is finished, I'll be much more discerning about where my time goes. Almost 53 W, 2 heart attacks. Gotta be
Almost
smart.
53 with 2 heart attacks.
Wow, gotta be smart.
What'd I say?
Bro, you are doing it wrong, man.
Listen, because again, most people are doing what Ed's doing. He's creating content and it's fucking taxing. And he's like, I'm already fucking rich. I got a goddamn island. I've had 2 heart attacks. I'm thinking about not doing it anymore. He doesn't need to do this shit. Then what'd I say? Hold on, wait a minute. Enough about me. What do y'all think about me? Well, no, I said, no, this is what you guys really need to hear right here. He said, I'm going to go the wrong way. I'm almost 53, too hard. You got to be smarter, he's saying. I'm going to stop. This is what he said.
Bro, you're doing it wrong, man. Just get a camera guy to film you being you. Do
filming yourself. Well, I can't afford a camera guy. Do you have a camera kid? Camera wife?
You sold him.
You get a
You
camera
sold
husband?
him that idea that he should keep doing it, right?
You got to. And again, some people are saying, well, I don't do anything. Well, there's the fucking problem. What am I going to film if I'm not doing anything? Exactly. If you're not doing anything, folks, that's the problem. We got to do something. What do? I don't know. Do something. We got some things you can do if you want. You know, there's a million things you can do, but you're not filming it. So, and guys like Ed, which a lot of them are doing it, they think that they have to make it and they have to think it up and they have to, do all this work, and it's taxing, especially when they're busy and they're rich. Like, that's what Ed's thinking. Like, fuck, what am I doing? I gotta stop this shit. No, Ed, you gotta start doing it right. Be the content. Let people see you wind down. You wanna wind down? Wind down. You wanna freaking sell insurance? Let people see you selling insurance. Call an ex-girlfriend and argue with her. Let people see it. Let people see it. But everybody won't. Why? Allodoxophobia. My camera guy, he goes everywhere I go except for the bedroom and the bathroom because I don't want to trend #1 on Pornhub. Other than that, I tell him, dude, just turn the camera on. And sometimes I'm saying shit where he'll put the camera down and I'll be like, what are you doing? He'll go, you want me to film this? I'm like, sure. Why wouldn't I? #1, I don't have to put it out there just because I filmed it. Yeah. #2, I'm not a racist. I'm not a chauvinist. I'm not screwing people. I'm not fucking saying anything that I'm afraid people see. Why? Because, dude, I'm a good dude. If you see me being me and you don't like me, I don't care. I don't care. Why? Because I'm a good dude. That's why. See, I have a relationship with myself. You're not going to cause me to think that I'm a piece of shit because you think I'm a piece of shit. Fuck you. Who are you? And you should be like, what do you mean? I'm me. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. See what I'm saying? But you guys got to own that. You got to decide that and then own that shit and then start filming yourself doing what you do all day. And a lot of you will say, I'm not really doing anything. Then start doing some shit. And then you think, well, I got to film something. Fuck, let me make some fucking calls. And all of a sudden you sell a deal. And you're like, son of a bitch, this is work. Let me film some more calls. Next thing you know, we're giving you fucking trophies. Woo! Woo! So again, it does work. But building a brand, if I was you guys, I would all start building brands, especially your ass with your mustache. I know. If you got like a mustache or orange glasses or fucking any kind of fucking, things that, if you look around a room and everybody's still and some dude's running quick, who do you look at? The dude running quick. And then if you look in a room and everybody's fucking moving and some dude's standing still, who do you look at? Yeah, and everybody's so worried about fitting in. Like, why would you want to fit in, dude? Just be yourself. Now, if you're a piece of shit and you don't want anyone to know it, well, let's fix that. You know what I'm saying? I'm serious. Like, fix that. You can't be an unethical piece of shit and win in the long run anyway. And even if you win in this life, I think you're going to pay it eventually anyway. So I wouldn't be a piece of shit. And if you've been one, guess what? It's okay. First step, forgive yourself. Forgive yourself. Wipe the slate clean. Second step, commit to do what you say you're going to do from that day forward. Third step, start lowering your daily goals and creating wins all throughout the day. A win is whatever you say it is. It's not what I say it is. You say, hey, dude, it's a win if I make a phone call. Tyler will be like, fuck, dude, I made 100. Dude, that ain't a win. Dude, fuck Tyler. That's a win if you say it's a win. And I would say that's a win. Why? Because you made a phone call, man. That's good. That's a good thing. That's a win. So you celebrate those wins. And pretty soon you start to realize you win all damn day long. Because you decide what they are and you already know what you're going to do. So you can even almost kind of fix it to where you're winning. Right? Now, what do you think confidence comes from? The memory of winning. You go fight 100 dudes, beat them all up. The 101 guy, dude, you're not worried. You're pretty confident. Why? Because you remember the win. So confidence comes from the memory of winning. So you want to win all day long. Win, 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 win. You set the wins. Make sense? Yeah. Okay, now you're winning all day long every day. And by the way, this is over time. This will fix the relationship you have with yourself. But you'll start winning and you'll start standing up a little taller and you'll start feeling a little bit better about yourself. And then step 4 is to get rid of all the negative people because, dude, And some of them aren't going to like it. They're going to like you the other way, when they could manipulate you, they could control you, you were nice, you were humble, you weren't so egotistical. Who the fuck do you think you are? All of a sudden, you listen to this Brad Lee dude, now you think you're fucking something. Dude, it's weird. They don't, and by the way, some of them don't say that. They're nicer about it. You don't even, you realize, they're saying the same thing technically. They're just saying it nicely. But the point is you got to get rid of any negativity and any bullshit into your head. That's step 4, get rid of the negativity. And then 5 is map out and visualize what success looks like so you can visualize it every single day. You have to visualize it. It's almost like you want to be to become, because you can't become unless you be first. Like if I write the word become, you can't even do that until you be. So you be to become. So you be it. And how do you be it? Well, you fucking visualize it first, I can promise you that. So you feel what it's like. You're imagine what it's like. Like, let's use fitness again since we're here at the den. Do you think somebody with abs, let's say you want abs. What do you think somebody with abs is like? What do you think they're like? Do you think they're disciplined? So be disciplined. Do you think they're fucking, whatever it is, like, you can say, well, dude, someone like that's probably like this, like this, like this. You can make some assumptions. Okay, be that. And now you be before you become. And then the next thing you know, you're shredded and you got abs. Someone's like, how did you do it? And you're going to say, dude, fucking steroids? No. but, what? So at the end of the day, where was I? My camera guy turned me off. Well, he said it's 5, and I always say, like, ain't no one kicking us out of here, so we're good. We're supposed to go to dinner, though, aren't we? So visualize. Yeah, you visualize. So you map out and visualize what success looks like. Because if I say to you, hey, what does success look like to you? No, winning every day. That's success to you. Let me sit with you for a while. But listen, I'm joking because it ain't my opinion that matters. It's yours. If that's your idea of success, but I could tear that apart. Because guys, you don't want to be making calls every day. You have to make calls every day to get where you want to be. But this is my point. His fucking idea is making calls every day. And by the way, what are you doing right now? Are you making calls every day?
I need to get better at it.
What do you mean?
Like I just kind of got switched over.
No, are you making calls every day? Yes or no?
Yes. Not as many as I want.
I know, but look, you see what you said? You said success is 300 calls every day. You're heading there right now. You're starting to make calls every day. Pretty soon you're going to get there because that's what your idea is. That's where your map is. Dude, take your map and fucking raise your thinking. You guys should not be focused on making calls every day as your map. You should never make a call. That's your goal. You should make $1 million a month. You don't do shit. That's where you want to go. Okay, I'm almost there. But no, seriously, you still gonna do shit. But my point is, you want to map out where you want to go. If you map out 300 calls and not successful, trust me, dude, you'll get there and you'll be like, yeah, and you'll go, oh, this ain't really success. And you'll be like, well, dude, I don't really want to make the calls. I want to freaking get paid by showing other people how to make the calls. And then pretty soon you get it. The next thing you know, you end up where you really want to go. But it's like, it's almost like seeing 2 feet in front of you instead of seeing where you're going from the get-go. So if you practice and you try it hard, you'll map out and visualize where you're going better. Because again, it does take time and it does take effort, but you'll do it. But that's step 5. You figure out exactly where you want to go. You'll ask yourself some questions. You'll learn some shit. You'll change a few things. Like I know people that used to think this was really important, and then now they're not so sure that that's really important because they were thinking about it. Most people don't think about it. He was making it up because I called him out. If I said, well, what do you think success looks like? See, that's what you're going to hear. And then you're going to spit out some shit that you think everybody thinks is successful because you haven't taken the time to think about it, have you? It's crazy how many people are out looking for success and they don't even know what it looks like. How many of you, if I say go into this room over here and find somebody, what would you say first thing out of your mouth? Huh?
What's he look like?
Well, if you got a brain in your head, yeah. You're like, who? What does he look like? What's he wearing? You're not just going to go, oh, I'm looking for you're going to get there sometimes when it's for everybody else, and you still won't be happy. You're going to be like, son of a bitch, this isn't what I thought. Well, that's because you were probably listening to everybody else, your mom, your dad, your wife, someone else. Dude, forget everybody else. Why? Because you're the most important person. And if you don't think you're the most important person in your life, you're wrong. You should be. And you're not wrong. You should be, is what I should say. Because I say that all the time, and people always go, oh, I feel sorry for your wife. Why? You just said you're the most important person in your life. What about her? Nope. She ain't more important than me. I'm the most important person in my life. And if I really love her, that's how I should feel. Because if I love her, I want to be the best me. I want to make me the most important so I can become the best for her. When in reality, it's almost like trickery. But it's the way it is. You can't argue it once you really understand what I'm saying. You should be the most important person in your life. And if you are that, then you figure out where you want to go, and then you visualize it on a daily basis. You guys know visualization works, correct? Yeah. There's proof of this. There's scientific proof. They did free throws with these 3 different teams. One was told to shoot free throws and practice every day. One was told to think about shooting free throws and practicing. Not do it, but just think about it. And then another group was told not to do anything. This group didn't improve at all. This group that shot free throws improved like 23% in the time they tested it. And the group that thought about it, just visualized free throws, improved the same amount as people that actually. Your mind doesn't know the difference, believe it or not. So you visualize what it's like to be there. You become already there. You're thankful. You're happy. What do you feel like if you had $1 million in the bank? What would you feel like? You visualize it, man, on a daily basis. You think, man, what does it feel like? What does it look like? What does it smell like? And you visualize it every single day. That's what you do. And then 6, you pick up a book and you read at least 10 or 20 pages every single day. And you feed this computer, because that's what this is. It's a computer. And you don't have the right information. The reason you don't have what you want right now is because you don't know something that you need to know. And you don't know someone that you need to know. Okay? Period. It might be you that you don't know. You got to get to know you. You got to get to build that relationship. So if you realize you don't have what you want right now because you don't know something or you don't know someone, what's the answer? And again, don't try to make it complicated. It's easy. You don't know something or you don't know someone. What's the solution?
Learn it or meet them.
Yeah, start meeting more people. Start seeking information. Start reading books. There's going to be something that fucking turns it around. You follow me? And that's how you repair that relationship. That's how I repaired mine. I didn't always feel the way I do now. But now I know. And there's a difference between knowing and thinking and hoping and believing. So everything I tell you, I fucking know it. Every one of you can be successful. Every single one of you. I don't care how old you are. I don't care how young you are. You decide to make the choice. You start doing the formulas we talked about today. You're in the right vehicle. And someday if you say, I don't like this anymore, and you do something else, take those with you and apply them whatever you do. And that will work whatever you do. It's not just this. This is a vehicle. Choose one. That will make you successful in any vehicle that you pick. But this vehicle is a great one. Why? Because nobody in the industry will build your team for you except us, except Real Financial. And one of these days, we're going to have one of these summits where you'll come and it'll be in an auditorium. There'll be 10,000 people there. And hopefully you guys will be up on stage basically stealing my shit.
Hell yeah. Woo!
I would be at home playing Call of Duty going, fuck yeah, go.
And I hope I'm not like 92. I hope to be like 6 months from now. So to me, and I know we got to go to dinner, but number one, I want to make sure everybody understands. Coming here, guys, you're already ahead of most. So give yourself a round of applause for that. And when you go back home, make the changes necessary. Because you guys are all internally in your mind taking action. Everything you heard is worthless without execution. You know the difference between big ass, kick ass, billion-dollar companies and small companies or no companies? Execution. That's the only difference. Big ideas and big businesses is execution. So go execute, folks. And if you guys need me and you want more of this and you want more regular events, do whatever you got to do. Just put it in the chat room or
Discord, yeah.
Discord. Put it in the Discord. Put it in the Facebook group. Speak up. Talk up. I'm listening. Okay? I'm listening. Tyler's listening. Andy's listening. Andy's willing to do anything. The reason I like Andy so much is because, dude, he wants to fucking see people win too. He ain't up here fucking running his mouth. He really wants to fucking help people, no matter what you're involved in. So when he comes up here and fucking shares with you, that dude's real. And again, I always say real, and I always think, yeah, see, this is the coolest brand. Okay, so thanks for being a part of it. And hopefully, in about fucking 6 months or a year, you're going to come to the annual Real Financial Summit, and there's going to be 10,000 people in auditoriums screaming like fucking banshees. By the way, we need these to be bigger. These look bigger on Instagram, don't they?
We'll start here with these are like rising stars, like people just kind of getting into it, finding their way. Start
stadium. Has anybody been to like a crazy event before, where like there's 10,000 people? Dude, I guarantee you, in the next year or two, you're gonna see this shit blow up. So dig in, kick that ass, and freaking keep. And by the way, you don't have to wait to bring people in on your own. A lot of people think, well, I gotta wait. Well, you don't have to. You can start technically bringing people on your team right now. It's just, it's much more difficult when you don't know what you're doing. So if you know what you're doing, you can start right now. You know how you do it? And by the way, technically you're not supposed to talk about money, but it's very difficult not to when you're making a shitload of it. So when you start making a shitload of money, you just ask somebody, dude, if I could show you how to make 10, 15, 20,000 a week, would you do it? That's what they say. You go, great, come on. And literally, you plug them in. Not everyone will be able to make it because their mind's screwed up or whatnot. But I'm telling you, if I were you, I would start getting into the habit of telling, places you go, the waitresses that you meet, the landscapers that do your house, the pool boys, all the different people that you know that you clearly they're not making a bunch of money or they wouldn't be doing that. Ask them, dude, you want to make some money? Yes or no? Dude, they're like, what are you doing? What are you doing? How do I do this? And you know how many people that will put down a shovel and do an actual back-breaking work to sit around on a fucking phone all day? They'd be laughing at your ass getting all fucking butthurt because people are hanging up on you. Dude, you're on a phone all day. Who cares? You guys are like, easy for you to say, no. Trust me, guys. I did it. And I would sit there all day long thinking, God, I wasn't out doing my last job. My last job, or this job I'm talking about, was fighting forest fires, or at least I thought. I go up there in the woods. They got me carrying this big 50-pound bag of water around, squirting on stumps that are smoldering. At first, I told all my friends I'm a firefighter, fucking made it sound like I was going to be up there fucking saving the world and, have a wolf by my side saving eagle eggs and shit. so I get up there, they give me this big backpack filled with water, this rubber thing, they called it a piss bag, and I was supposed to squirt the stuff so the real firefighters, the real heroes didn't have to come back if I could put it out again. So I'm like fucking squirting stumps like an idiot, going up and down the mountains, getting poked in the eye, breathing in ash. It was miserable, and I got poison oak on my arm. I went to the dude and I said, dude, I got poison oak. I'm not gonna be able to come in for a couple weeks. And he said, bro, and he opens up his shirt and it was covered in poison oak. And he goes, that's just part of the job. Ooh. And I said, fuck. Dude, there's people busting their ass all around you. Dude, you don't think they want an opportunity? That's dumb if you believe that. Are you afraid that they might say something? You got allodoxophobia. Start telling people that you see that are clearly not making a shit ton of money. You want to make some money. Look what I found. Now again, do you think it's easier when you're making a shitload yourself? So again, if you don't feel comfortable yet, don't say nothing yet. Come, plug in, learn, get that ass kicking, and pretty soon when you start having those checks show up, because are the checks real or is this all just fake shit? The checks start coming, dude, and then you show those, and dude, now it's like, you ever see that? The guy says, "You show me, I'm trying to quit my job right now." That's what'll happen, and then you just start boom, 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 and next thing you know, dude, you got a massive team, and that's how you get rich. I will promise you, you're not going to get rich by yourself. You can make good money, but you're not going to get rich. Who wants to get rich? Guys, let's go get fucking rich. Yeah. I'll see you.
I didn't want to be traveling on Sunday. Well, or Saturday. Or yeah, I guess I didn't want to be traveling on Saturday and tired on Sunday. That's the right move.
It's a big old juicy steak.
We're all driving. No, what I'm saying is not that fast. Yeah.
It's one of those things that. Because I really think once you that's pretty dope, man.
That would get me out of my box too. You can come to my place.
Turn on the light.
No, it's not because it actually would help me too. See, one thing I know how to help you. No, watch. It's like you work out. So if you're squatting, right? I'm from the gym business. So like I was saying, the teacher goes, right? So as you're squatting, right, and I'm your spotter. It amazes me. Now, look what's happening to me. I go. So no. Even if it's because even if it's like just for 3 days.
Hey, dude.
See you at dinner, Gabby.
But let me ask you a question. You're saying all the right stuff. What is it the content? Yeah, because you're saying like.
Honestly, I think that's a big part of it. All this stuff is, that's probably the biggest like thing that gives me like anxiety and stress.
Rub it in.
But I'm
It's a
sure
sore
once
subject. When I was upstairs, he's like,
I'm like, I couldn't. Andy said, you know what I mean?
That's all right. We'll sort all that out. We'll schedule out tomorrow.
I just got on the phone. No, I just got on the phone. It's not a phone. You know what? Let me tell you.
Cool. All right, I'm gonna turn all this off, and then I'm heading over. I'll see you guys there.
I do, but not